for them, Han nodded. We should go eat the food that was prepared for us. I would hate for the chefs to think we do not appreciate them. He did feel slightly guilty for making the maids wait for them to put on their clothes, considering how they served breakfast with the lively mood of feeding the four of them. He knew they didn't mind and would think it was within his rights to take as much time as he wanted, but it didn't mean he could take such loyalty for granted. For Han, those loyal to him were a priority, even if he was just going through the current world searching for something interesting with no set purpose. Walking around the bed, he passed by the leopard maid, who had her head respectfully lowered. Behind him, his creations followed, their skin seeming to glisten like they were filled with nutrients from their nightly activities. Han saw the dining table covered in a glittering tablecloth with elegant porcelain plates on top. The edges were covered in something similar to gold. However, the material independently shimmered despite the sun flooding through the open windows. Even from where he stood, Han could see steam floating off the food, despite the amount of time that had passed since he smelled the food. Anticipating the meal, his mouth filled with saliva. One of the things he enjoyed since gaining his ability was consuming a wide assortment of meals, with ingredients he could have only yearned to acquire in the past. There was already a maid who had pulled out his chair at the head of the table. "Good morning, master." The woman was a bunny girl, though instead of a bipedal bunny, she was an elegant woman with white bunny ears emerging from the top of her head. From the top of her behind, a fluffy tail was exposed. Her beast person traits complemented her long wavy blonde hair and fair skin. "Good morning, I hope we did not keep all of you waiting long." Han placed a hand on the woman's arm. The maid raised a hand to her mouth, and chimes swaying in the wind on a summer day were heard as she giggled. "Master, please, we are only here to make sure that you are comfortable. There is no reason to be considerate of us." Her face brightened with a smile, her eyes sparkling from the sunlight. Chapter 4, Part 28, Book 1, Fantasy World. Han moved close to the table and soon felt a gentle tap on the back of his knees. Sitting down, he slowly gazed at his creations at the table. They had a smile on each of their faces, as though waiting for him to begin eating first. Being the first time they sat together and shared a meal, he couldn't help but feel again like he was inside a fantasy world instead of his home back on Earth. "The food looks delicious." Han breathed in the smell of food as he looked at the numerous items displayed on the table. The maid who held his chair grabbed a serving spoon and dished out an enormous pile of scrambled eggs to his dish. Han picked up a fork, broke off some of the eggs and took a bite. He first noticed how light and fluffy the eggs were, in addition to the lovely golden color. He detected even a slight spice, complementing the egg's natural taste. Even without adding salt or black pepper, the item exploded with flavor. As the maid placed some bacon and sausages onto his plate, Han used his fingers to pick up some of the crispy meat. He took a moment to examine the exterior, not seeing any singed parts and marveling how it wasn't soggy. There have been plenty of times when he'd enjoy breakfast at a hotel that served a hot breakfast buffet. The bacon would have blackened parts from being kept in the oven for too long or be soggy from sitting in the grease. Though it was barely adequate for breakfast at a hotel, it wasn't an experience he appreciated. "I hope that the food meets your standards." The bunny girl maid's brows were slightly raised, uncertain of what Han would say. Han slightly shook his head. "No, I was actually admiring how the chef had done a remarkable job with the bacon. The quality is considerably better than what I have seen considering the number of people the staff has to serve." Being the one that created them, he was well aware of the number of staff that the dining staff had to prepare food for at the Stronghold. It was on the level of a commercial kitchen at a luxury hotel, having to serve the guests on top of the hundreds of staff. Grabbing some biscuits and placing them on a plate, Han grabbed a gravy boat. Tipping it over the biscuit, the thick gravy with large chunks of sausages slowly flowed over the fluffy bread. Slowly moving the boat in a circle, the bread was covered with the warm, steaming, delicious sauce. Helena, Queen, and Brittany patiently waited as their plates were filled with various food on the serving dishes. Helena enjoyed the assortment of fruits, hard-boiled eggs, and yogurt. Using a knife, she meticulously cut the fruit into smaller sizes before delicately placing the items into her mouth. This was different from what Queen enjoyed, piles of meat like thick-cut ham, bacon and sausages. There were even cuts of steak and roast beef for her to enjoy. Though she did use her silverware to cut up the various types of meat, they weren't nearly as neatly portioned out. As Han ate the food, enjoying the flavor and the juices that came out of the food, he couldn't help but notice that Brittany had placed the same types of food that he was enjoying. He tried not to smile too obviously, wondering if the woman was following his lead or if she had selected what she wanted. "Master, will we be traveling to the academic city today?" Helenia glanced at him as she was cutting up a melon. Nodding, "That is correct. I look forward to seeing what the city is like and the types of people that attend it." Han couldn't help but picture magical schools he had read about in books. "Based on what that woman had hinted at, I suspect that nobles attending the school may be an issue," Queen sneered at the idea. "I relish seeing how they dare to mess with us." Brittany raised a hand to her mouth as she giggled at Queen's words. "I have no doubt they are people who have no concept of actual power." Her eyes looked to Han as she blushed. "They can only hope." "Do not go too overboard," Helenia sternly looked at Brittany and Queen. Seeing Queen roll her eyes at the comment, Helenia placed her silverware down. "Even if those nobles are no threat to us, they can still make things bothersome, especially for our master. I will not accept either of you antagonizing the nobles and jeopardizing things." Han nodded at Helenia's words. "I do not intend to make a big show while I attend that school. If any nobles are thoughtless enough to mess with me, I desire them to be neatly managed so no one may infer our involvement." "As you wish, my master," Queen nodded at his words. Brittany pouted, "Yes, master." Thanking the maid who poured him juice into his cup, Han chuckled. "There will be plenty of opportunities where we can show off our strengths. There are even a few ideas in mind, which I imagine will generate plenty of chaos indirectly in this world." Brittany perked up. "What do you have in mind?" "I will leave that a mystery for now," Han smiled as he placed a finger on his lips. Seeing that everyone had eaten their fill, Han grabbed a napkin and wiped his mouth. The maids began clearing away the dishes in front of each of them, before presenting a bowl filled with crystal-clear water. Han placed his hands into the water and began washing them, removing the grease from his hands and under his fingernails. The bunny girl held out a towel which he took from her hands and began drying his hands. Another maid offered a hot towel, which he used to wipe his face. The steam on the towel helped relax him after a large meal, feeling his skin clean. Some of him wanted to enjoy another bath with his creations, but Han was far more eager to be on his way to the next part of his journey. As he stood, the bunny girl maid pulled out the chair. "Make sure to let everyone know that I enjoyed the meal. I look forward to the next one." Han looked to the maid, feeling grateful for having such dedicated people who pour such passion into their craft. "Your words are too kind. I have no doubt that they would be honored to know that you enjoyed what they prepared for you, master." The maid bowed. Han felt like a parent, seeing their child blossom into a respected member of society. They showed such filial obedience and love even though he hadn't dictated any command on how they should behave. Each of them was a blank canvas, but over such a short time, his creations have evolved into competent and dedicated people. Though Han did place inside each of them that they wouldn't betray him, he couldn't help but think that people on Earth would have accomplished only the bare minimum. But his creations differed in how they went above and beyond his expectations. Chapter 4, Part 29, Book 1, Fantasy World. Han moved away from the table, the food warm in his belly. The food reminded him how blessed he'd become after gaining his ability. "Master, you should probably switch back to your original appearance." Helenia glided towards him. Glancing at Helenia, he raised an eyebrow before his eyes widened. He lightly smacked his forehead. "Thank you for the reminder." Chuckling, "It would be awkward to meet Eli's and Tom's family in my current form." With so much occurring since arriving at Leaf Village, particularly with the encounter with the Lunar Empire soldiers, Han had forgotten that he had altered his appearance to meet with the Lady Knight from a Lumin academic city. He grinned at Helenia, appreciating how she remained on top of matters and helped to prevent him from making errors. Creating Helenia was one of the best decisions he had. Pulling in his will, Han merely imagined his appearance since before, though he couldn't help but make negligible adjustments. The adjustments were so minor that it would be difficult to detect unless another person had a photo of him back when he was on Earth. One of the adjustments was decreasing his weight by close to 10 pounds. Returning to his body shape before meeting the Lady Knight, he grunted slightly as his bones adjusted, bringing along the pops and cracks felt all over. The sensation wasn't as comfortable as cracking the hand knuckles. It was likened to when he dislocated his knees during a martial arts club sparring practice in his undergraduate years. Han couldn't help but let a laugh emerge due to the discomfort. Slowly letting in a quivering breath, Han took a moment to acclimate. He lifted his right arm and moved it in a circular motion, ensuring the shoulder joint was satisfactory. Despite going through the agonizing transformation, Han did enjoy the alterations he made. One of them was his knee joints, which felt like they were freshly lubricated and weren't in pain, one of the downsides of being the weight he was back on Earth. The loss of 10 pounds was also welcomed, making him feel barely better. He raised his arms and twisted his torso left and right, enjoying how he felt more limber. Even if the transformations were seen externally, he welcomed the slight adjustments during the short while when he needed to appear as his older self. In front of him, the air crackled and shattered to reveal the portal leading to the Stronghold. There was a slight ripple along the surface of the doorway as two maids emerged carrying a mirror. While they positioned the mirror, Han frowned, seeing how he appeared, especially in his current attire. "Is there anything wrong?" Brittany's brows were raised as she slipped her arms around his. Breathing in and slowly letting it out, Han shook his head. "My current garment is not particularly flattering on my current body." While it wasn't awful, the vest bulged slightly from the larger belly. He could imagine dads wearing such an outfit on the beach, but Han didn't particularly care for the appearance. "Would you like a new outfit?" Brittany tilted her head. Shaking his head, "I think I will wear what I had on last night. It is a minor issue." Brittany released Han as she took a step back, providing him space. Visualizing his outfit, the current clothes faded as a shadowy black mist covered his form. Like the sun piercing through rain clouds, he emerged wearing the same outfit as the previous night. He turned slightly to check to make sure there were no errors made. He smiled, appreciating how convenient the process was. Though what he now wore didn't feel as refreshing as the one created for the day, it was significantly more flattering. "Thank you," Han looked to the two maids, who curtsied and walked back through the still-open portal. Once they passed through, the tear in space crackled and merged before vanishing. Han smiled at each of his three creations. "I guess it is now time for us to depart." Brittany lowered her brow as she looked to the maids. "Make sure to clean this place and return it to how it was. I do not want people to think that Master is a messy person." "Yes, mistress," the maids gracefully curtsied before returning to clearing away the plates. Seeing how Brittany directed the maid, he nodded. He suspected that she was telepathically managing the maids, but hearing her vocally order them was reassuring that she was also responsible with her role. Though he did not doubt that Helenia would have been competently fulfilling the duties of handling matters related to the supporting staff, Han felt it was good to give Brittany some responsibility on top of being his personal attendant. He was eager to see how she'd blossom in the role. As Brittany returned to holding his arm, he lovingly laid a hand on her head. Brittany looked up, her eyes wide and sparkling with a pink air around her face, a broad smile growing at having his affection. She buried her head deeper into his arm as she giggled. Reaching the open door, Han turned to look back at the room. Though they hadn't spent much time at the location, it was difficult not to feel slightly sentimental about where they spent the night together for the first time on the road. He took the memory and set it aside to be cherished for the future, letting him remember that no matter what happened, he had at least one moment of feeling loved after that event. "My master," Queen slightly raised a hand towards Han, her mouth partially open and her brow raised. Grinning, Han looked at Queen and then at Helenia. "I just thought about how this place feels as the start of our journey together. Even if we are separated, I can hold this place in my heart." In his mind, Han couldn't help but imagine a future where he would need to send out his creations to attend to matters, where he would need to part from them. For a second, Han was tempted to see if his abilities would allow him to glimpse into the future, but at the last instant, like hands reaching for sweets, he pulled back. He grinned, happy that he had the self-control not to look ahead and ruin any surprises. It was also likely that skimming into the future would be pointless for him due to his ability. Any endeavors to monitor what could be would be ever-shifting, just like with the observer effect. The changes may be negligible for the average human, but his power would make events far more chaotic. It would be like examining the surface of a pond with a waterfall. Trying to see his reflection would be impossible with the constant ripples. Chapter 4, Part 30, Book 1, Fantasy World. Walking out of the room, Han casually glanced at the two doors where Eli's and Tom's family stayed. As he passed the rooms, a part of him imagined wishing them well again, even after saying their goodbyes the night before. He may have talked to them again in another life, but Han was glad that he could cleanly end the chapter. The next time he encountered them, it would be like meeting friends after a long period had passed. Han had no doubt that in the future, running into them was a possibility with what he had in mind, and how Tom was a merchant. With the gift given to Eli's and Queen's underlings keeping an eye on things, Han was confident that the village woman would be fine. Just like how he wanted to journey and explore the world, it would be the same with those he would meet in passing, both parties changed by the interaction. Eli's would thrive in the new environment and reach even higher heights as compared to when she met Han for the first time. Walking down the steps to the inn's lobby, he noticed a change in the ambience compared to when he returned to the inn after encountering the soldiers. He smiled, feeling a levity and warmth like spring after a harsh winter. Already, sounds of people chuckling and conversing in the dining area could be heard as he arrived at the ground level of the inn. Han examined the clerk, already discerning a difference in how she stood. Though the woman had the air of a professional, now he couldn't help but catch that she stood a bit taller and with more pride. Slightly turning his head, he glanced back at Helenia and grinned. "Is this your doing?" Han thought. "My lord," the woman deeply bowed. As the woman straightened, Han's eyes noticed a necklace between the woman's bosom and how it caught the light on top of how it felt familiar to him. He could glimpse the symbol of a star and moon on it. "That is a nice necklace you have there." Han's eyes shifted slowly from the woman's breasts to her face, seeing the slight pink of her cheeks. "Mistress Helenia has bestowed this on me." The woman placed her hand on the necklace. "I am grateful for the opportunity to serve." She bowed again to Han. "Perform your duties in the name of our master, and you may be able to witness things far beyond your limited comprehension, Bethany. Do not dissatisfy me." Helenia's eyes were like a new owner of a stray, warning it not to misbehave and create a mess. "Yes, Mistress Helenia, I will fulfill my duties without fail." Bethany's expression was like a priestess hearing the commands of their god. Han lifted an eyebrow, curious about what Helenia had in mind with the woman, but decided not to meddle. "Have you had a nice stay, my lord?" Bethany warmly beamed. Nodding, I was pleasantly surprised by the standards of this establishment. Though the technology wasn't better than modern hotels, he was sincere about his thoughts on what they made available. What he admired the most was how clean everything was for a society close to a similar period as the Middle Ages. They delivered a habitable environment despite the restricted technological advancement. Since Helenia had developed some connection with the woman, he didn't even bother hiding his ability. Raising his palm side up, Han took a moment to consolidate his will just above his hand. This time, he did it without the theatrics, several dense bars of platinum materializing from the void of reality. Bethany's eyes were wide as they quivered in awe. She was frozen as a statue. Keeping himself from grinning at the woman's reaction, he gently set them on the counter in front of her. With each clank of the bars, she flinched. "The people who arrived with me, I would like them to stay here as long as they want. For the change, just keep it for yourself, though I presume even that may not be necessary." Han looked slightly back at Helenia. Helenia merely nodded, not disclosing any details. Smirking, Han returned his attention to the woman. "I will personally make sure that your guests are treated with the consideration they deserve, and will handle any issues if they arise." The woman bowed as she assumed the task. Making a couple of more bars of platinum, he looked at the woman. These are to be presented to the woman, not part of the merchant's family. Let her know that the amount is for any expenditures she has in the next several years or longer. The woman is authorized to spend it however she pleases. Han had a hunch that Eli's wouldn't feel comfortable accepting such a tremendous amount of money from Han, so he determined it would be far more prudent to present it to her indirectly. This way, Eli's would feel compelled to accept it instead of leaving it behind. I will be taking off now. Han waved at the woman as he walked towards the doorway of the inn. Please have a safe travel, the woman bowed her head. As they walked to the carriage with Andrea waiting for them, Han glanced at Helenia, raising an eyebrow. No instructions for her. Helenia shook her head. No, master. That woman already knows what is expected of her. No hint, Han grinned. Making a coy smile, Helenia teased with her eyes. Would you like one, master? Flopping his head to one side, Han sighed. I would like to, but I should abstain from ruining things. Brittany removed herself from Han's arm as she walked over to the door and opened it. Though she acted selfishly, she always ensured she did her job suitably. Stepping into the carriage, Han mentally connected to Andrea. The destination is a Lumen academic city. How soon would you like to arrive, master? Shrugging, I am in no significant hurry, but I also do not see a reason to go at too slow of a pace. As you wish, Andrea disconnected the connection. Sitting down in his leather seat, Han looked to Brittany. Bring me something refreshing. Yes, master. Brittany curtsied as a crackling was heard and space ripped apart to reveal a portal. Sitting on the couch Tom's family sat on, Queen looked to Han. My master, how long will it take for us to reach Illumin? Sensing that the carriage was proceeding towards the second entrance of Leaf Village, Han scratched his cheek. I actually do not know. He opened up a map of the area and positioned it above the table. Placing his hands together and separating his hands from the map, the terrain emerged to transform it into a three-dimensional one. Chapter 4, Part 31, Book 1 Fantasy World. Velisandria pressed and rubbed her thumb into her eye, trying to push out the buildup of fatigue after the long night and traumatizing events from the night before. Flashes of images, blood, limbs, and unspeakable facial expressions from beyond the pyramid invaded her thoughts. She couldn't help but flinch as she pushed back the memories that attempted to flood her psyche. Pulling in a shuddering breath, the world around her slowly came back into focus. Lady Knight. I am fine, Velisandria attempted a smile as she looked to her second. William pressed his lips together, holding back his words. Once we return to Illumin, I will make sure to get some sleep. She chuckled, knowing that William wanted to chastise her on how she wasn't taking care of herself. A corner of William's lips raised. My lady, why do I not believe you? His lips slowly flattened and brow furrowed as his eyes shifted towards the large chest in the corner of the slumbering traveller's dining area, hidden as much as possible from curious eyes. I do not care for how we must take on the role of a delivery service, especially with something as dangerous as that. Without even needing to look at the chest, Velisandria felt the item was exerting enormous pressure, monitoring her and ensuring she fulfilled her role. She didn't even enjoy considering how much wealth was contained inside, making her value her humble background. If she ever coveted wealth, such dreams would have immediately faded from her mind upon receiving such an absurd amount of platinum. It was a quantity that, if leaked, would have every underground organization place a bounty on her and her men's heads. Feel free to let the young noble know you have no desire to deliver his funds to the academy. Velisandria smirked as she glanced at William, before returning her attention to everyone in the immediate area. William shivered. Based on what you told me, I think I am okay with not doing such a thing. I also have no intention of earning the ire of the treasurer. Snorting, Velisandria watched those under her command laughing and alleviating themselves of the mental burden placed on them as they raced to Leaf Village. Even though they didn't need to fight the Empire, heading into an environment where death was a possibility wasn't something easily forgotten. Many of them were still students and in training, volunteering due to their own personal beliefs in justice, desiring to protect the helpless. She felt guilty, making them head back without even having a chance to rest after helping the village try to return to a semblance of normality. It was why she had paid for them to have a hot meal before they began their travel back to illumine the least she could do for them. There was the thought of allowing them to enjoy the baths, but it was dismissed due to their situation. If things had gone as predicted, the journey back to Illumine would have been peaceful as they travelled at a slower pace. The problem was the thing behind her. Having the item in their presence was now more dangerous than if they were to go against trained soldiers. Already, Velisandria detected a few glances from guests of the inn at the chest, curious about the contents. It was evident with the security of it that the likelihood of something valuable being inside was high. Even if the guests, many of them merchants, didn't have any immediate intentions to find out, there was the real potential that they could gossip about it. Unfortunately, gossip was far faster than a horse could travel. Now, their safety depended on whether anyone was curious enough to go against an armed group associated with the academy. Velisandria placed a hand on the sword at her waist, reassuring herself of its presence. "It seems like we are attracting more attention." William casually placed a hand on his mouth while lowering his voice. His eyes looked forward, making sure not to make any eye contact. Agreeing with his thoughts, Velisandria pushed her chair back, causing a low groan as the legs rubbed against the dining area's floor. Standing, she couldn't help but wince at the attention. Seeing their leader standing, the others in their group immediately quieted as they stood, knowing it was time to leave. Even if they were trainees, it was difficult to not ignore the heavy mood. The moment the chest appeared, Velisandria and William had a change in their demeanor. She appreciated that they didn't ask any questions and followed their training. Leaf Village may be a relatively peaceful place, but it didn't change that they were far away from their home and the security it provided. Though they did relax in the dining area while eating their meal, none forgot to keep their sense of situational awareness at an appropriate level. William pointed, "The four of you bring the chest to the stable." Saluting to William, 4 students quickly moved from the group towards the chest in the corner of the room. 2 lowered themselves, and making a grunting noise, they lifted it while using the strength of their legs. The chest trembled as it was raised, but the other 2 immediately placed their hands below the chest between the handles. "It only took those 2 dainty maids," William shook his head. "I have no doubt that even one of them would have been enough." Velisandria shivered as she remembered how effortlessly the young noble's maids carried what would take trained grown men considerable effort to move. "And the master of those things will attend our academy." The blood drained from William's face. "Silence," Velisandria hissed. She couldn't help but check to make sure none of those things were within earshot. After encountering the young lord and his attendants, knowing how easily they could have eliminated her, she couldn't help but tremble. Even though the area had only the other guests and her men, Velisandria couldn't help but think she was being watched even as they spoke. It felt as though even the shadows listened. William immediately snapped his mouth shut. Even though he didn't experience what Velisandria had gone through, just seeing the cheerful and polite women casually carry something that could bludgeon a grown man to death was an image that would haunt him. Chapter 4, Part 32, Book 1, Fantasy World. Seeing that the 4 students had a firm hold of the chest, Velisandria began to weave her way around the tables out of the dining area. Behind her was the sound of metal squeaking and scraping against wood as her party followed after her. Walking down the hallway, she nodded at the maids who passed by on their way to their duties. Their steps were lighter compared to when she first entered the inn, and the information hadn't fully disseminated throughout the village of the Empire, no longer being a threat. Velisandria could understand the feeling since she still had the sensation of being in a dream due to what she had seen. She dreaded the knowledge that she'd need to report to the council, mainly to deal with her insubordinate action to take trainees to defend Leaf Village and explain the horrors she had seen. A smirk emerged on her lips, knowing many would be soothed after seeing the wealth she carried to them. Gritting her teeth, her eyes were fixated on the doors and the bright light of the sun pouring inside. Even with her exhaustion, there was a sense of comfort in seeing the sunlight. Her steps quickened as though desperate to be back in the light and safety. Passing by the front desk in the lobby, Velisandria nodded at the clerk. Her eyes narrowed, noticing a glint of metal between the fingers of the woman. The woman had her hand on something as though it were a religious item. Even with a casual glance, she could readily tell the woman held a necklace at home in a noblewoman's jewelry box. "Thank you for your help, my lady," the clerk bowed to Velisandria. Waving a hand, Velisandria nodded. "Your food was wonderful. I will recommend your establishment if any head this way." Turning away from the woman, Velisandria pushed open the door and breathed in the fresh morning air, still wet from the morning dew. A cool breeze passed through her blonde hair. Velisandria took a brief moment to see the peaceful village as a few villagers walked around, doing their early morning tasks. Even nature had a festive air. The grass between the buildings glittered like jewels from the morning dew. Just like with the maids, there was a sense of catharsis. The fear and panic built up from the fear of the Empire were gone and replaced with relief. Turning the corner, she made her way to the stable, where all their horses were taken care of. The sounds of neighing could be heard in addition to the footsteps of the stable boy. As she reached the end of the inn, a long stable packed with the horses belonging to the guests was revealed. In front were their horses, several eating from buckets hanging from poles. There were also numerous hay bales that a few of the horses were eating from. Velisandria couldn't help but grin, seeing how their horses happily ate the food, their coat freshly brushed. She could tell they were in a good mood, enjoying the break after such an arduous journey. Her eyes spotted one of her men that was keeping an eye on their belongings, currently hanging from poles to allow the horse some rest from the added weight. "My lady," a young boy approached them, removing the hat on his head and revealing his red head. Smiling at the boy, "You did a good job with our horses, especially with the other chores you have, taking care of the others belonging to the guests." Velisandria reached for her purse hanging from her waist. Her fingers quickly undid the latch and she inserted her hand into the leather pocket that had many of her coins. The rest she had inside her saddlebags, along with the other gear they would need for a long journey. Pulling out 6 illumin gold coins, Velisandria handed them to the stable boy. "Here is payment for the horses, wagon and supplies. The rest is for you in appreciation of your hard work." The 6 coins clinked against one another inside the small boy's cupped hands, his eyes wide, feeling the heft of the metal. "Thank you, my lady," the boy nodded. "I made sure to store plenty of canteens filled with our best water and enough dried food to last a while." Hearing the boy's words, Velisandria chuckled as she playfully rubbed the top of his head. Just from seeing the saddlebags, it was clear that they were filled to the brim with supplies. The inn had been generous, even if she had paid the total amount. There were plenty of times when people would try to cheat others out of what was settled, so she couldn't help but smile at how the inn had acted beyond appropriately. She reminded herself to inform the proper department to list the slumbering traveller as an approved location for staff from Illumin going on official travels. Velisandria made her way toward the horse she had ridden, appreciating its smooth black coat that seemed to gleam under the rising sun. Sniffing the air and catching her scent, the horse turned its head to see Velisandria. It nickered with delight, moving its head up and down as it waved its tail. The horse moved to where she was, nuzzling its head against hers. "You miss me," Velisandria laughed as she lovingly petted the horse. While the horse pushed its head towards her, trying to get her attention, she quickly checked to ensure everything was all right. From what she could see, the stable boy had done a proper job. "Stay there," Velisandria pointed at the ground next to her as she walked to the rack that stored her blanket, saddle, gear and saddlebags. As the Lady Knight, she had gained plenty of experience preparing a horse. On top of that, it didn't help that she enjoyed their company, finding them much better company than the nobles at Illumin. If it wasn't for the task she was provided by someone who shook how she'd see the world moving forward, she may have felt that the opportunity to be away from her duties at Illumin was pleasant. Her hands, momentarily resting on her blanket, trembled slightly. In the back of her mind, a persistent thought kept growing since encountering the young lord. She couldn't help but wonder if what she saw was truly the real form and not just wearing the face of a young boy. Making a fist with her hands, Velisandria attempted to regain control over her nerves. As the head of the disciplinary committee, it was vital for her to remain objective, not fall into foolish thoughts, and chase after apparitions inside her mind. Lifting the blanket, she made her way back to her horse, patiently waiting for her to return. She positioned it on the horse, adjusting it slightly to ensure it would be beneath the saddle. The process of getting the horse ready for the long journey back to the city was therapeutic, especially with how she was haunted by dark thoughts. Moving her hands also helped to keep her moving forward. Making sure that the reins and straps were on appropriately, Velisandria looked to the others to see how they were doing with their horses. Chapter 4, Part 33, Book 1, Fantasy World. One of the horses they had purchased from the inn was already connected to the wagon. There was a loud clank and cloud of rust as the chest filled with platinum bars were carefully placed inside. The wagon creaked and groaned in protest under the weight. Despite hearing the wagons complaining, Velisandria felt a wave of relief, knowing they could purchase a wagon. With how heavy it was, she knew it wouldn't be able to ride on top of a horse. She did consider removing the platinum bars and distributing them amongst all the horses. However, she felt that the bars would still be too heavy. There was also the fear of what would happen if they even lost one of the bars during the trip. "My lady," William had on his helmet and saluted to her, "at your command we can depart." Nodding at him, Velisandria made her way to her horse. "Mount up," William commanded the others. There was a loud clang of metal as the students raised themselves onto their respective horses. Understanding that they would leave to return home, a few of the horses dug into the ground as though full of energy. The students riding on the energetic ones gently rubbed the horses' necks. Placing her helmet on her head, Velisandria inserted her foot into the stirrup and hopped onto the horse. "Take care of me," she petted the animal's muscular neck. Like a river flooding from the side, the students began emerging from the inn's stable area onto the main road. Seeing the activity, a few villagers glanced in their direction, curious about what was happening in their quiet village. But seeing that it was them, they returned their attention to what they had been doing. Velisandria guided her horse onto the main road, nodding as the students positioned themselves into a formation just like they had been trained. They made 2 long columns, ensuring to only take up part of the road and not disrupt traffic. Their armors had a dull shine, slightly dusty from the travel and late-night duties assisting everyone. What stuck out the most as she inspected the students was how none showed their exhaustion, even after riding for a full day and arriving to work with hardly a break until the end, close to sunrise. On top of that, they didn't complain even once about the work and how they wished to be back in their warm beds, getting ready to attend class the next day. She felt proud to be leading such a group. If there was a battle she was fated to take part in, she wanted her back to be protected by them. Reaching the front of the column, she had her horse stop next to William, though slightly ahead. William waved an arm forward. "Once we reach the entrance, pick up the pace quickly so that we can return back to Illumin as quickly as possible." With her second's words, Velisandria directed her horse and headed towards the entrance, pointing towards the capital. The journey would be long, but that only highlighted how far they had pushed themselves to reach Leaf Village in time. As their horses marched through the town somewhat fast, villagers waved their hands in appreciation. There were still wagons full of household belongings frantically packed away as people had prepared to flee, but now they were slowly putting things back where they belonged. Like how her students were tired but didn't reveal their fatigue, villagers had broad smiles and hope in their eyes after surviving a nightmarish event. As Velisandria scanned the village, her eyes caught sight of a large shadow covering some of the houses and shops. She frowned. It made her think about the biggest difference in the village from what she knew of Leaf Village. An alien shadow belonging to an equally mysterious, surreal, enigmatic structure without any words to describe its presence, whether as a guardian or some symbol of horrors yet to arrive, was unknown. Many in the village talked in whispers, as though not wanting to attract whatever god or demon the statues worshipped. Even with the purifying light of the sun beating its rays on it, the structure still had an ominous and eerie air haunting the land close. When the village leaders asked her about the pyramid, she didn't know what to say aside from warning about what lay beyond it, and that only those with the solid mental fortitude to handle the traumatizing image to deal with the carnage. At that moment, she also learned that the pyramid had only appeared that night, despite its weathered appearance. As they departed the village, and she could only see the unrestricted grassy fields free of any ominous structures of questionable origins, Velisandria felt herself smile. She felt the sun slowly warm her armor, which was welcomed against the cool morning. However, she anticipated it feeling like she was wearing an oven after the sun reached its zenith. Knowing how hot it would get, she was grateful for the water canteens the inn provided. The wagon even had a few water jars and provisions they could use during the journey back to Illumin. "I do not feel eager about camping outside," William said. "If it was only sleeping outside we had to worry about, I would welcome such a thing." Velisandria chuckled. "At least we did not see much monster activity, which may indicate that tonight will be relatively peaceful." Nodding, Velisandria adjusted her posture on the saddle and said, "There is a chance that we may need to stop early if we spot any forests. We do not have enough firewood for more than one large fire. I prefer us to have several around to discourage monsters from attacking." "At your command," William said. He looked behind and signaled for the columns to increase their speed. "We are fortunate that the inn had spare horses they were willing to sell on top of the wagon. I suspect that the inn preferred to have money saved instead of having animals that would continue to require food. With the Empire making its presence known so close to the border in the frontier, I would expect that to impact how merchants travel. The village will have difficult times ahead. Hopefully, the capital can provide aid to its citizens." She felt bad for the villagers. Life was challenging in the frontiers of the kingdom and made receiving support difficult. Velisandria inspected the surrounding area, happy to see it devoid of any people. She hoped that the rumors of the Empire attacking the kingdom would discourage people from being on the roads for the moment as they traveled back to Illumin. They'd need to worry about monsters when night came, so adding bandits wasn't something she wanted. Though she felt bad for the villagers since negative rumors would make life difficult, she had to keep her students' safety in mind. "I want you to send out scouts to see if anyone is nearby and also spot for any monsters." Velisandria turned her head to William. "Just because our luck holds, we must anticipate things turning bad fast." Chapter 4, Part 34, Book 1, Fantasy World. William slowed his horse before turning to one of the students leading the column. "The Lady Knight wants scouts to make sure that we do not stumble upon any surprises. I want you to select 3 students to form a perimeter around us and 2 more to go further." Though she was nervous about their journey back to Illumin, Velisandria couldn't help but feel it was a fortunate opportunity for the students as members of the disciplinary committee. Normally, they would only have experience inside the city and dealing with other students. Most situations they would encounter would be breaking up students if a dispute broke out between the nobility and commoners. But now, there was the possibility of fighting monsters and bandits. She released a sigh, feeling relieved that she didn't have to throw students into the fire to combat the Empire. Fighting bandits and monsters wouldn't be easy, but survival wouldn't be as hard. 4 students galloped past her as they moved to scout ahead of the group. One headed the way they came to check if anyone was tracking them. She knew it would be better to send out 10 as scouts, but their group wasn't that large. Suppose they were to encounter any monsters or bandits. In that case, the situation could deteriorate quickly before the scouts could return to provide reinforcement, something she preferred to avoid. Having 5 would still allow them to have some time to react to any threats coming their way. The horse's rhythm helped relieve her of negative thoughts, her hips moving with as the horse moved at a relatively fast pace. Velisandria could tell that the horse could maintain the current rate for quite some time through the stirrups and her saddle. As the sun slowly rose higher, approaching noon, all of them were beginning to feel relaxed, but not to the degree of treating it like some casual academic trip. She appreciated that William kept an eye out on the group's mentality, ensuring they maintained an appropriate level of alertness on the road. He'd occasionally head down the column if he heard any goofing around, warning them that they weren't on a picnic. Since they weren't racing towards a destination to protect innocent civilians, their journey would be entirely on the road. The smooth, worn path would be better for the horses and help them maintain their stamina. Velisandria kept her head on a swivel, making sure that nothing was approaching them. Upon seeing movement, her eyes narrowed. "It appears to be one of the scouts," William looked to Velasandria, his visor raised, face slightly sweating. I suspect they are only coming back to let us know that we are approaching the next junction. She went through the map in her mind, quickly calculating as she glanced to see where the sun was positioned in the sky. Everything lined up with what she estimated their position to be on the journey, so she didn't feel any worry. It didn't take long before Velasandria could recognize the rider being one of their students. Slowing down, the student saluted. "My lady, I have come to convey that the way is clear, and the road heading to Illumin seems free of any dangers." The horse under the student was breathing deeply with its nostrils flared. Just like with William, the student's face was beginning to sweat. Her eyes noticed one of the saddlebags had been touched, still slightly damp. Seeing that, she could even feel her own mouth feeling parched. Velasandria saluted back to the student. "Good job. Thank you for your report. Remember to keep your focus since we do not know when there may be a danger. Good job with staying hydrated. Head back and refill your canteen. Also, make sure to take care of your horse before you resume your duties." "Yes, my lady." The student grinned as he gave another salute and walked the horse back toward where the water was kept, along with all the supplies. She couldn't help but smile at the innocent and childlike expression upon receiving a compliment. Taking a hand off of the reins, she reached back to where she stored her canteen. Lifting up the flap slightly, she pulled it out, the metal somewhat cool to the touch relative to everything else exposed to the sun. While holding the reins with her left hand, she opened up the cap and let it swing free from the leather strap. Raising the container to her mouth, she soon felt rejuvenated with the life-saving liquid. Making sure not to drink more than a sip, she swished the water in her mouth to get everything wet and moist before swallowing. Sealing the canteen, she returned it back to the saddlebag just behind her. "Remind the students not to drink the water too quickly since we need to ration our supplies." Velasandria looked to William. Nodding, he turned his horse around. As her body moved in tandem with the horse's gait, she could hear William yelling at a few students who were foolish enough to get caught drinking too much water. She chuckled, remembering the days when she first started out and not realizing how dangerous it was to drink too much while on a mission. It was another thing that students could only learn after gaining practical experience. The fact that the students would forget was why she knew it was important to remind them. With the sun beating down, it wasn't hard to see that they would consume far too. This was in addition to them wearing nearly full body armor. She couldn't help but imagine that the liquid would sizzle if she poured water on her armor. Being able to handle the heat was thankfully due to years of experience since being at Illumin. Hearing a horse approaching from her left side, Velasandria turned slightly to see William grumbling and shaking his head. "How many?" she grinned, knowing even a single student was too much for her second. "Too many for my liking," William sighed, confirming Velasandria's thoughts. "I think we should do some more field training after we settle back into things. Some students had drunk half their canteen before I stopped them." He flung a hand out. "I even threatened a few that they'd need to learn how to pee from their horses since we would not stop for their foolishness." He frowned as he checked their surroundings. She couldn't help but raise a hand to her mouth, chuckling at her second's frustration, reassured that they wouldn't encounter any difficulty due to insufficient water. Having William with her on the excursion helped relieve some of her burdens. Velasandria knew William was joking since they'd be stopping for a moment when they reached the junction and began heading on the road leading to Illumin. But it would be a good lesson for students who didn't remember their training. At worst, they'd soil themselves and get teased by their classmates, the lesson forever seared into their minds. Though William was harsh to the students, it wasn't difficult to see that he just wanted to ensure they were ready for the world once they left Illumin to follow whatever path was open to them. She knew how it was often the case that outside the academy, the world wasn't as kind, and people didn't keep as close an eye out for the safety of those under their command. Chapter 4, Part 35, Book 1, Fantasy World. Raising her visor, Velasandria wiped away the sweat from her eyes, blinking several times as she adjusted to the light and to remove the sting. Though the metal of the helmet was hot to the point where she'd likely burn without her armored gloves, it did provide some shade from the sun. Feeling the sting beginning to fade, she lowered her visor, feeling the temperature quickly rise as she breathed in the dusty air of the road. Her eyes slowly observed the tall grass along either side of the road, wilting under the hot sun. But despite seeing how the grass drooped from the heat, she couldn't help but feel envious and imagined the flow of air through her hair. Each time a breeze passed and entered through the various openings of her helmet, it felt like a flash in the pan, the cool fading away to be replaced by an oven. Despite how her body felt inside her armor, sweat dousing the clothes under them and running down her skin after oversaturating the fabric, she quickly checked that she wasn't revealing anything to the students behind her. Taking a moment, she made sure to keep her back straight as she rode her horse. The knowledge of the students being able to observe her actions helped to keep her mind occupied and not let her thoughts stray about how uncomfortable she felt. It had been some time since they had turned onto the road, and now were on the main path to Illumin. The sun was slowly making its descent toward the horizon. Though she was happy for the coolness of the night, at the moment, her thoughts were preoccupied with trying to spot any forests. Even if the night was several hours away, finding a forest in the endless sea of grass of the grasslands would still take time. Time would also be needed to cut down trees to use as firewood. Wood from a dead tree would be ideal. William moved his horse closer to hers. It seems the scouts have yet to find any spots to set up a camp. His voice was low, covered by the sound of armor and hoof steps. It had been some time since the scouts ahead of them had returned. Only the one making sure no one was following their movements had returned to switch with another student while they rested. She nodded. We may need to think about what to do on the chance we do not locate an appropriate spot. She didn't mention continuing on the road and foregoing sleep. Gritting her teeth, the thought was kept in the back of her mind as an emergency. The training they received would allow them to work for several days without sleep, but it would increase the chances that they'd make simple errors due to sleep deprivation. Foregoing rest may allow them to shorten the trip, but at the cost of making themselves vulnerable to unexpected threats. With that thought in mind, she didn't think it would be worth the time saved. She didn't even consider an obvious solution to their problems, understanding the dangers of over-relying on such resources. Her heart beat strong in her chest due to their present location in the grassland. If it weren't for their horses, the grass on either side would be nearly as tall as them. The lack of visibility was often why bandits would be found in these areas, taking advantage of the environment. They were presently in a grassland area, where visibility was nearly non-existent. Another reason she was hoping to find parts of the forest that penetrated into the ocean of grass. Fortunately, we have yet to encounter any monsters or bandits. William sighed with relief. Nodding, she said, "This is true. Things would be far more problematic if we had to deal with bandits, but even they would be preferential to dealing with Chow and Gwemels. Those things are difficult to spot in areas like where we are." Her eyes slowly scanned the grass to make sure that there were no unnatural movements. As the breeze blew, the grass swayed like the waves of a lake. The swaying grass was a typical flowing pattern that helped expose anything moving through it. William shivered at her words, bowing his head as he prayed to the gods he followed. She could understand his emotions. Bandits may be dangerous, but it was nothing compared to a pack of Chow and Gwemels. Her lips curled into a snarl at the thought of the nasty and sneaky creatures. Turning her head to check on the students, Velisandria saw that they were quiet as they scanned the tops of the grass. They had been silent since entering the area where the grass grew taller on the main road to Illumin. Instead of chatting and making jokes, the atmosphere had become heavy with an unknown pressure. She didn't like to put her students in danger, but there was nothing they could do. The world was full of things that wouldn't find them a threat, seeing them purely as a feast. The only solace she had was how their group was large enough to discourage most monsters from seeing them as prey. It was primarily bandits they had to worry about, considering what they were transporting. Even the most spineless bandit would overcome their trepidations and attack a readied group of Illumin students, due to the absurd amount of wealth they currently had. Putting her hand into one of the pouches around her waist, Velisandria opened it and searched for the familiar rough edges of a mana crystal. If it wasn't for her gloves, she knew that the mana would easily be absorbed through her skin and provide a sensation akin to touching charged metal, a spark that was dull and merely tingled. She pulled one out and closed the pouch out of habit. Raising her visor to expose her face to the slightly cool breeze and breathing in the smell of grass, She eyed the clear crystal barely the size of half her thumb. Even with it close to her nose, she could feel a slight rush as the concentrated mana was breathed in addition to the remote feel of energy contained inside it. Immediately, her senses felt charged, even if a little bit, and her weariness immediately decreased. Her mouth couldn't help but salivate as it anticipated what would happen next. Taking a deep shuddering breath, Velisandria opened her mouth and gently inserted the rock inside. As soon as her tongue touched the crystal, the world brightened, and everything felt more alive. In the air, she could barely see what looked like blue pollen dancing and flowing along with the breeze. She couldn't help but smile, enjoying the feeling of the mana coursing through her body. It felt for a moment like anything was possible. But the feeling quickly faded as she reined in the sensation, making sure not to allow it to influence her mind. The world still felt alive due to her increased exposure to mana, but significantly subdued. William looked at her, his brow furrowed. Are you sure taking a mana crystal was appropriate? Chapter 4, Part 36, Book 1, Fantasy World. The mana crystal in her mouth was like a children's candy. With her heightened senses, the words William spoke were heard much clearer despite the helmet covering her ears. It was as though he were right next to her, and she didn't have her armor while they were in a silent room. I understand the associated risks, but things will worsen if we encounter Chowangwemols. Right now, we are in an area where they are typically found, with the grass being this tall. There is also the fact that we need to spot a forest soon, so we can set up camp for the night. She sucked on the crystal, feeling like she was enjoying a poisonous treat. Releasing a heavy sigh, you may be right, and you are not the type to abuse those crystals. The sun continued to journey through the sky as their group made their way through the ocean of grass, where the road was the only thing that helped to guide them. Surrounded by the tall grass was not the first time for them, considering forests and grasslands were mainly what existed around Illumin. But it also brought them a familiar feeling of having something just out of sight follow them. As the wind rustled the grass, many of the students grew anxious, but were still able to restrain their emotions. Velisandria continued to extend her senses around the group like a bubble that tried to detect anything other than the grass. Her mind tried to find movements that didn't match her students, the horses, William, and the wagon. She was never really talented in sensory magic, though it was a skill necessary to have in her previous duties. Calm your mind, she relaxed and tried to shed away the world around her felt through her 5 senses. It was a complex process while balancing on the horse and trying to maintain some awareness of herself. Slowly the world melted away, and she found herself in darkness aside from a faint bluish glow. Entering the space while also performing a task in the outside world was akin to wrestling a stream, the water escaping her grasp if she was too aggressive. Looking down, the horse had a strange outline as though it was being filtered out. This was the case with William and the students behind her. As she turned her head, the grass was transparent like everything else she actively tried to keep out and not waste energy to detect. Without realizing her action, Velisandria licked the crystal in her mouth, and the world she saw became negligibly easier to hold onto. Up above her, the bluish glow of the world faded, and only a black nothingness could be seen. She couldn't help but feel tempted to increase what she could see due to the crystal in her mouth, but the thought was quickly dismissed. While in the world, there were tendrils of fear slowly growing inside her the more she relied on the crystal. I am here just to monitor our immediate surroundings. I just need to gain a few seconds to help alert the group if something is approaching us. Velisandria tightly held onto the thought, forcing the temptation to ingest the crystal and absorb all the tantalizing mana in one sitting. Checking through the grass, she sighed in relief to see that there was nothing around them. Is there anything out there? The voice of William echoed in the world, as though her mind was trying to conserve its energy and remove anything that didn't align with her purpose, but would only take more mana from her. There was a ripple in the world as William talked to her, making her reflexively try to hold onto the state of mind that was precariously balanced. His words were like him tossing a ball as she juggled other items far more dangerous. Licking the crystal, the world stabilized in her mind though the bluish light decreased proportionately. Taking a slow, deep breath, she waited until she felt things had stabilized. She slowly shook her head, feeling the mana in the air react to her distraction. William stayed silent, understanding the struggle of maintaining the mental world created when using sensory magic on the scale Velisandria was working with. The delicately held world that allowed the user to see their surroundings could shatter instantly from even the slightest lax in concentration. Velisandria's lips wordlessly moved, chanting out the words that helped her to concentrate. Everything is an illusion, my mind is the world, the flow of mana reveals all. Repeatedly, the words silently poured out of her mouth to help maintain her ties to the area around her. No longer did the heat bother her, but even then she could feel the sweat dripping down her face. A drop of sweat traveled down her to her eye. There was a stinging sensation, but all she did was slowly blink and attempt to clear the salty liquid. It helped that the pain felt dulled though her surroundings trembled, ready to burst. Continuing with the words, Velisandria fought to maintain her concentration, knowing that she'd need to retain it until they reached an appropriate place to rest. The mana inside her slowly decreased like a hole at the bottom of a bucket. Even with the crystal, the fact that she didn't crush it in her mouth and swallow the pieces made it so the rate at which her mana reserves were being used was greater than what the crystal supplemented. Fortunately, it helped reduce the rate at which the energy inside her was consumed. William shook his head as he watched Velisandria try to detect any dangers in the area. She is pushing herself too hard, he grimaced, wishing there was something he could do. The issue was that though he knew how to use sensory magic, from his experience his technique was significantly worse than hers. Even with a mana crystal in his mouth, the exchange would be too severe, and he'd run out of mana within an hour. Worse, if a monster or bandit attacked their group, he'd need to take another crystal. He shivered at the thought of taking more than one in a day. Licking his lips, William tried not to imagine the feeling of power he'd gain upon taking a crystal. The fact that his body was so eager made him feel warier of the crystal. That was on top of how most people who used sensory magic could barely hold onto the necessary state of mind, even with minor distractions. It was one of the reasons why only a few tried to develop proficiency with sensory magic. William tightened his fist, wishing there was something he could do to lessen her burden, but knowing there wasn't anything he could do. He just needed to focus on guiding their group to a camp so that she could rest for the night. Seeing the sun getting closer to the horizon with nothing in sight for them to stay safely in the grasslands, William prayed for any help. Chapter 4, Part 37, Book 1 Fantasy World. Velisandria licked the crystal, the world inside her mind shaking upon her tongue touching the crystallized mana, and finding that it had shrunk dramatically compared to when she had first begun sucking on it. Her body trembled, sweat poured down her face, even with the day starting to cool. Everything is an illusion, my mind is the world, the flow of mana reveals all. She desperately clung to the words like they were some blanket she'd hold in her arms as she slept, scared that the monsters would return. Even with the mana crystal and her mental state, employing sensory magic was a struggle. It didn't help that she hadn't had a chance to rest. Using such magic was already tricky when one was fully rested, so trying to keep an eye out all around her and the group was taxing her mind. The only thing allowing her to merge with the current of mana that allowed her to spread out her consciousness was the combination of her chanting and the crystal rapidly dissolving in her mouth. So far there had been no signs of monsters, and a lack of any forests for them to stop. There is about an hour before the sun sets, William reported, just like he had been to allow her to know how much time had passed. He paused for a bit. What do you want us to do? His voice was low to not rip her from her mental state. Clenching her teeth, Velisandria didn't trust her ability to maintain the mental world. Carefully, she used one hand and pointed forward, using a standard hand signal they trained students to use when oral communication wasn't ideal. Even with the slight hand movement, she clenched her teeth harder as cracks started to form, but were soon healed as she regained her mental concentration. As the last of the crystal dissolved, she let out a trembling breath and slowly withdrew her consciousness from around them. Compared to when she first began spreading herself into the surrounding terrain, the task of bringing everything back into her mind was as easy as floating along a calm river. The world slowly came back into focus, though her surroundings were slightly blurry. With one hand she held her head, trembling from the hours spent in the mental world, a task she hadn't needed to perform for years. Velisandria breathed in the air that felt alive compared to when she used sensory magic, dulled to help her conserve the precious mana inside her and the crystal. Lifting her visor, she could now see how her hands shook like they did the first time she entered a battlefield. It felt like everything had been drained from her body, and even staying on the horse pushed her past her limits. "My lady," William gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Velisandria jerked as she reached for her sword, her eyes wide in alarm. It was only at the last moment that she recognized her second. William's brows raised with concern, clearly understanding what she was experiencing. "Sorry, William," Velisandria attempted to smile as her face poured with cold sweat, as though she had been woken from a nightmare. Her heart beat fast as adrenaline pumped throughout her body. "Were you?" Velisandria shook her head, taking in a shuddering breath, still feeling like an animal ready to bolt upon detecting a predator. "I could not see too far around us, not even a quarter of a mile," she grimaced. Raising her head to locate the sun, she could see that it wouldn't be long until the sun finally set, and they'd be dipped into darkness. Returning her attention to William, "I could not even see the scouts we had sent out." Her second was silent, understanding the implications. Even if they hadn't found anything to report back to them, it was still expected that they'd have returned at least once. The fact that the scouts hadn't returned had a chill run down her back. "I want everyone prepared to engage once the sun goes down," Velisandria ordered. "As you command," William saluted, before turning his horse mana crystals. Without even taking a moment to consider, she shook her head. "Unless it gets to that point, I do not want people using those things. I would rather risk my own safety." William nodded before directing his horse and making his way back. Thinking about what lay ahead, her hands trembled as she touched the bag on her waist. Even though it wasn't possible to feel the mana inside them, she couldn't help but imagine the alluring charge of energy fluttering against her fingertips. Klaus guided his horse forward, his mind focused on trying to spot any threats to his fellow group members and the Lady Knight behind him. His eyes scanned the tall grass, desperate to find any signs of a forest for them to camp the night. Making sure to stay moving and not stay still for too long, he also kept an eye out for any signs of movement. He couldn't help but remember the class he had taken the prior year, explaining the types of monsters that could be found in the nearby area. And the one he didn't look forward to encountering was what typically used the grasslands as a home. He shivered slightly, remembering the image of the long monster moving quickly in the terrain's cover in the book. Even worse was how they were just as clever as bandits. Looking up at the sky, he frowned, knowing it was far past when he should have returned and reported what he had seen. But he also knew that everyone was hoping for rest, and he and the other scouts were the only ones that could offer such an opportunity. "I'll just stay out for another hour. If I head back now, I'll have to waste time returning to this point." Klaus checked to make sure that he had the road still in sight. The last thing he needed to do was to get lost. Fortunately, the sun was a good reference point to help guide him back to the road. In the grasslands, there weren't many places that indicated civilization. The roads were the only reason people risked entering such treacherous terrains. Having given himself enough time to regain his strength, he focused and guided the mana inside his body toward his eyes and ears, using sensory magic to help enhance his vision and hearing. It was nothing compared to what the older students at the academy could perform, where they created a sphere around them to detect any movement, but it was enough for him. His vision strengthened, and he could immediately spot where the grass parted in a straight line. Sensing the mana slowly being pulled from his body, he slowly scanned the surroundings to see if he could spot any trees. Chapter 4, Part 38, Book 1, Fantasy World. "What do you want us to do?" Velisandria sighed at the question, the sky turning orange to signal the arrival of night. Despite their best efforts, they had not found a suitable location to camp for the night, and now it was time for her to make a decision about how they'd proceed. She felt torn, knowing that rest was necessary for the group, but also knowing the dangers in the grassland terrain. In addition to whether they should proceed or not, the scouts sent out ahead of them had yet to return. Do you want to send out more students to try to locate the scouts? Looking at William, she saw his hands tightly clenched into a fist. I know you want to send people to find them, but you know I cannot do that. He bit his lips to stop himself from arguing with her. She could understand why he felt frustrated, but she also knew that he understood why such authorization was unreasonable. They may only be trainees under the disciplinary committee, but even bandits would have a tough time handling them. That was in addition to how the students would know that protocol dictated that escape was all that mattered, and to avoid any confrontation. This meant not returning had something to do with their inability to escape. In her mind, she attempted to anticipate what would prevent the students from returning. What she did predict was how whatever prevented them from returning would attack them once night came. All around them were the tall grass of the grasslands, a terrain that allowed many things to conceal themselves. When dealing with an unknown threat, it was the type of environment that was the worst to engage in combat. Behind her, the students were already pulling out portable mana crystal lamps. The bright light of the lamps fighting off the long shadows, already emerging, due to the sun beginning to go beyond the horizon. I want a few of the students able to use sensory magic to be on rotation, just enhancing their vision and hearing. There should be 2 on each side of the formation and 1 behind. If they hear anything, I want them to immediately report it. I do not care if the sound is made by a harmless rodent. She ordered. As you command, William stiffly answered as he made his way back to the students behind them. She let out a long sigh, knowing William was unhappy with her. Turning to the saddlebag on the other side of her water canteen, she pulled out the portable lamp. Opening the device up, she pressed a switch. In moments, a light began to grow as the mechanism inside was powered by the unrefined mana crystal. Adjusting the metal blinds so that the light didn't kill her night vision, she moved it to the other side of her so that the light was shown on the tall grass. Grimacing, Velisandria didn't enjoy how the light made the grass feel more ominous, with how innumerable shadows were made, as the light poured out of the lamp onto the plants. She could hear behind her the movement of the students as they got into position, trying to sense anything approaching their group. Compared to in the daylight, William's voice wasn't as loud. It was as if he was concerned about attracting anything beyond their view and concealed in the dark. With the sun having set and the moon and stars replacing it in the sky, she couldn't help but feel a similar ominous sensation as the night before upon approaching the enigmatic pyramid. There was a strange mood that she couldn't shake off of her. Looking ahead on the road, Velisandria felt a shiver pass over her as she saw the nothingness where the light from the lamps failed to penetrate. Stop being a child, you are the Lady Knight of Illumin. This is not the first time you have travelled such a path. She chastised herself and tried to regain much of the mental strength she seemed to have misplaced after that night. Lady Knight. She jumped slightly, but realized that it was William returning to his position next to her. The lamp was already set up on his horse, illuminating the other side but casting a slight shadow on his figure, which gave him a sinister appearance. It reminded her of how she and her classmates would try to scare one another as they told ghost stories instead of sleeping inside the dormitories. But once he approached her, the light leaking from her side helped to remove some of the darkness, and allowed her to see his eyes searching her face as though trying to understand what the issue was. Are you okay? William reached out a hand and placed it on her back. Wearily nodding her head, sorry. I guess the lack of sleep and using the sensory magic is catching up to me. He removed his hand and paused before saying, I would suggest that we camp here for the night, clearing out enough space to help defend our position. Velisandria nodded, comprehending what he had left out. The fact that the scouts failed to return meant that this region was far more dangerous than usual. Not only would they be exposed with no good terrain advantage, but they also didn't know what was out in the grassland and whether it was actively stalking them. Let us just pick up our pace for a bit. There is still the chance that the students ahead are making their way back after trying to find a place for us to rest. She tried to offer an excuse for the students to be missing, but deep down, her instincts were informing her that the students were either eaten or killed. Even with bandits, there would be no benefits to keeping them hostage when silencing them would be easier. Signaling to her horse, Velasandria increased the speed they were traveling. Behind her, both columns of students followed. There were no questions or doubts as to why they were moving faster, likely agreeing that they needed to return to Illumin as quickly as possible. The lamp resting on the horse's side bounced and made the shadows dance, occasionally casting what appeared to be faces and eyes between the stalks, as though the inky darkness itself were tracking their movements. Chapter 4, Part 39, Book 1, Fantasy World. Raising the visor to his helmet, Klaus stared at something he didn't know what to think and something which made him break out into a cold sweat, understanding the implications of his discovery. His mind screaming at him for why he wasn't running immediately back to the group. His horse snorted as if to tell him how he needed to follow protocol, especially after encountering something significant. I know, Klaus looked back at the horse before turning his head to observe what his lamp's light was illuminating and would likely haunt him for a long while. In front of him could only be described as a lake of blood, an amount so tremendous that it wasn't able to be absorbed by the ground. With a simple glance, he imagined the width to be several horses wide, but not very deep. It wouldn't even leak into his footwear if he were to step into it, though ridding the blood from them would be another matter. If it hadn't been for his horse reacting to the smell of the blood in the air, he thought it would be unlikely that he would have stumbled upon the horrifying sight. His eyes slowly examined the red blood as he directed his lamp to provide better illumination. Though he wanted to increase the light by opening the shade more, a whisper in his mind warned against such action. The blood still glistened under the light, indicating that it wasn't a significant amount of time since the massacre had occurred. There was a glimmer that captured his attention. Despite knowing that he should immediately retreat back to the group, he also knew it would be vital for the Lady Knight to have as much information as possible. As his body trembled like a leaf in the wind, he carefully moved closer and crouched to see what the light had discovered. His stomach immediately dropped upon finding out what it was. Jerking back, his feet were swift at helping him regain his balance, so he didn't fall back onto the dirt or the blood. It was a long deadly claw attached to the leg of what could only be a Chawan Gwemul. The long brown fur of the monster was drenched entirely in its own blood. Making sure not to step in the blood, Klaus attempted to get a better view. If compared to an individual, the place where it was cut off was just below the knee joint. Moving his lamp closer, the area of the leg where it was removed wasn't clean like it would be from a sword. His eyes widened upon realizing what the pattern reminded him of. The wound was jagged and messy, as though something had feasted on the Chawan Gwemul, dined on something that made even trained soldiers nervous about encountering. Raising his head to look at the immense pool of viscous red blood, a thought gradually came into focus. He remembered how the Chawan Gwemul was a type of monster traveling in packs when hunting prey, with their bodies longer than a horse. Klaus felt his throat become dry. As the wind blew and made the grass around him sway, he jumped pulled out of his thoughts. What in the world could gorge on Chawan Gwemuls in their natural environment, and how could we not hear them? His hands trembled as he stood. Despite how being out in the grasslands and taking on a scouting task wasn't his first and something he was relatively familiar with, there was never a time when he felt so alone in the dark. Instead of the light being a solace to him, it made his surroundings darker, as though it was delaying and observing when would be an adequate time to devour him. As the grass swayed in the wind, he couldn't help but imagine that it sounded closer to the rustling of insect wings. He couldn't help but shiver as his eyes tried to penetrate the dark. For a moment, Klaus thought about enhancing his senses to see if he could spot any additional clues, but standing next to an enormous amount of relatively fresh blood removed the bravery he felt any other time. Backing away slowly while looking at the grass, he cautiously maneuvered closer to his horse. "I think you're right about us getting back with the others." Klaus looked back to his horse, which was digging into the ground with one of its front hooves. Even more than him, it wanted to get away, discipline being the only thing keeping it stationary and waiting for its rider. Securing the lamp on one of the straps, he quickly jumped onto the back of it. Grabbing the reins, his eyes darted to the sky to check the position of the stars and figure out where the road would be located. The last thing he wanted to do was flee in the opposite direction of safety. Off to his side, Klaus heard the sound of clicking noises and a deep low buzzing that seemed to reverberate in his chest. Not wasting even a second more, he adjusted his weight and signaled the horse to go into a full gallop, wanting to flee from whatever was making the unusual yet familiar sounds. Despite the refreshing wind on his skin, he didn't pay any attention as he desperately moved towards the road leading to the Lady Knight and the others. He didn't even bother to check behind him to see if any monster was chasing after him. Still, there was no doubt in his mind that if he hadn't fled as quickly as possible, it was a real likelihood that he'd be consumed just like the pack of Chowan Gwemols. As his horse galloped towards the road, he tried to ignore the stray thoughts in his mind, such as where the bodies were. Velisandria tried not to think about their horses as they quickly moved through the grassland, the dread in her chest not having faded. She couldn't help but feel the sense that they were being hunted was related to her instincts. It urged her that they needed to get out of the area as soon as possible. Though the moon and stars above were the same as any other night, there was nothing ordinary about their current circumstances. Despite feeling fatigued, she was only able to push herself further thanks to the thoughts racing through their mind. A horse. She turned her head to look back at one of the students tasked with using sensory magic to detect anything out of the norm. I hear it as well, the second student chimed in on the same side as the first. Hearing that two of the students on the same side had detected the sound of a horse, she couldn't help feeling relieved to know it could be one of the scouts sent out ahead of them. The fact that the scouts hadn't returned was one of the factors that made their surroundings feel far more dangerous than usual. So to hear that one of the scouts could be returning, and with potential information that could shed light on what they could expect, made her smile with relief. Chapter 4, Part 40, Book 1, Fantasy World. Velisandria's eyes desperately stared at the tall grass that flew by as their group galloped forward, hopeful of finding out what was happening, and why she was feeling a similar sensation as when her eyes were exposed to the horrors that lay beyond the pyramid. The inner voice screamed and pleaded that the students were wrong, and there wasn't any sound of a horse. How they needed to escape from the grasslands. Wanting to clear her mind of the bubbling anxiety piled on top of their current mission, and what she had experienced in Leaf Village, exposed to a being that shouldn't exist in their plane of reality for a moment, her hands twitched towards the pouch containing the mana crystals. Her mind shrieked at the dangers, and how it wished the exhaustion would end and things to be better. On the horse, racing on the worn road, balancing herself on top, was just another layer of stress piled on. Despite the awareness, a thought oozed alluringly past all the warnings. Just another crystal to help alleviate all her weariness, merely one more to help her through the nightmare. Clenching her hand on the reins, she forcefully shifted her concentration to finding the scout that had returned. The scout would need a competent leader, not someone saddled by stray thoughts. It was all on her shoulders to get them all back alive to illumine. Scowling, Velisandria knew that once she returned, the student council would have words with her about how she had positioned students under her care in danger. Regardless of how many innocent villagers were to be slaughtered by the blight the Lunar Empire had become, many of the members would regard what happened to a small remote village with apathy. Though they would claim that, as the student council, their obligation was to the students of the academy, deep down, she knew that they were far more interested in preserving the balance which allowed Illumin to be independent. The independence of Illumin was directly linked to the council holding sole power over the city. Gritting her teeth, she cursed the student council and how they behaved with their unquenchable greed. But it was also their desire for power, and what she was carrying to Illumin, which would allow her to evade much of the punishment she'd have normally been sentenced to after flouting their will. There. Velisandria's eyes snapped towards where William had pointed, her heart feeling slightly relieved. Though the other scouts sent ahead of them may not return, at least one would return. She could feel a little of the weight on her ease. Exploding out of the tall grass was a horse covered in lacerations. Rivers of blood poured down its body as it crumpled on the road, a pool of blood forming outwards as its sides rose and fell from exhaustion and trauma. Witnessing the horse lying on its side, her eyes frantically searched for any indications of a rider. Raising a fist and yanking on the reins, causing her horse to dig its hooves into the ground. The only thing preventing her from flying over its head was how tightly she clenched the saddle with her thighs. However, it still didn't stop her bottom from lifting slightly off the seat. "Hold!" William shot out an arm simultaneously at the students behind him. Behind her, there were yells as students desperately stopped their horses. A few curses were thrown at others who had nearly run into them. The lights from lamps swung all over the place and added to the chaos. Neither William nor Velisandria paid attention, as their eyes rested on the horse. Leaping off from the back of the horse, she dashed towards the dying animal. Her breath ragged as she dragged every ounce of remaining strength into her legs. Despite not seeing a rider, her mind attempted to convince her that the student must have fallen off at the last moment. "Lady Knight, wait." Her ears barely heard the words from her seconds as she urgently approached the horse. But as she got closer, her eyes widened as they took in the sight of what had happened. As the sides of the horse began to slow and it struggled to breathe, its mouth was coated in red foam. Noticing Velisandria and recognizing her, the legs of the horse awkwardly and ineffectively moved as it endeavored to fulfill the last of its duty. Crouching next to the horse, tears spilled down her face as she placed a tender hand on the neck of the loyal animal. It was like a hose had been opened as the pent-up stress flooded out of her heart, as though it wanted to drown the world with her grief. "You did good," she struggled to smile. Feeling her hand on its neck and hearing her words, it was as though the desperation it showed was replaced with relief. Soon the flow of blood stopped gurgling out from the wounds all over its body, and she could feel the muscles on its neck relax. Footsteps were heard approaching her, but she didn't acknowledge William. "Lady Knight." Velisandria removed her hand from the loyal animal and undid the strap to her helmet. Pulling it over her head, she let it tumble to the ground. Freed from the sweltering heat, the air would have felt refreshing to her under any other circumstance. Mutely, she attacked the straps to her armored gloves until they loosened and slipped from her hands. Wearily placing her shuddering hand on her face, she didn't bother to move and was thankful to William for not saying anything. "They are all dead." Velisandria simply let the obvious statement hang in the air. There was a silence aside from the sounds of horses dozens of feet away from their position. Despite being curious about what had occurred and why they had stopped in such a manner, none of the students raised a ruckus now that they had regained control. A few horses snorted and let their riders know they didn't appreciate the harsh treatment earlier, though even they attempted to stay as quiet as possible. Taking a long deep breath and letting the night air flow into her lungs, Velisandria's lips silently moved as she attempted to get a handle. Crouching on the ground as she covered her face, she barely registered how even her thoughts were silent, as if equally exhausted by reality. For a moment, there wasn't any concern about how much time had passed, whether there was something out in the tall grass, getting back to Illumin, being lectured by the student council, or even the encroachment of the Lunar Empire into the Helios Kingdom. A burst of sardonic laughter sprayed out her mouth, realizing that even the mysterious young noble hadn't crossed her mind for once since the first accursed meeting with him. She felt a hand on her back, and soon everything that didn't seem to matter gradually came into focus and back into her consciousness. As though emerging from the dirt road, what felt like roots penetrated through the armored boots and pierced into her flesh. They crawled beneath her skin, deeper into her weary body, and continued throughout her body. Each tendril was a reminder of everything happening in the world and demanded her undivided attention, refusing to allow her to forget that they existed, and she had yet to escape from her duties. She could feel them crawl and squirm under her skin as they made their way up her back and burrow into her mind. They served to remind her of the responsibilities she held as the Lady Knight, and to get her people back to safety. Removing her hand and taking in a slow breath of the cool air, even using her hand to toss her sweat-drenched blonde hair off the back of her neck before it clung back to her armor. Strangely, even with the helmet removed, there was no sense of release. Her shoulders were again heavy with the decisions needing to be made. Chapter 4, Part 41, Book 1 Fantasy World. Slowly getting up, Velisandria felt her legs tremble, her body struggling to stand with all the armor she still had on her. She gritted her teeth and vowed her body would get the rest it required once they returned to Illumin. She tried to disregard how the destination felt worlds away from where they stood in the dark of a lethal area, and already having lost members to mysterious creatures. "You going to be all right?" William began to reach out to support his leader before wavering and returning his hand to his side. She nodded, comprehending why he would be concerned. Straightening, a groan escaped from her mouth. Her head, for a moment, felt light and caused her to take a step forward to preserve her balance. But the wave only lasted for a fleeting moment, likely stemming from the weariness built up from the long day on top of the tension and emotional pain, upon learning that the people she had sent out were eaten or killed by whatever was in the grassland. "Oh, my lady." Waving a hand, Velasandria shook her head. "I do not think I can avoid it, especially with how things are advancing." "Are you sure?" William raised an eyebrow. Sighing, "Unfortunately, being conservative in our current situation would not be wise and could cause us to forfeit more men." She reached into the pouch that held the crystals. Without the gloves, the moment her hands made contact, there was a muted charge from her skin exposed to the refined crystals. Pulling one out, she held it in her hands. The effects were nearly immediate, even in her hands. She could feel her mind, shrugging out the fatigue like one would remove a thick blanket off of themselves on a frigid morning, and be mentally awakened by the cold hanging in the air. Rather than letting it be in her mouth, she decided to keep the crystal in her hands. Fortunately, the rate at which her body would absorb the mana would be notably less than if she placed it into her mouth. The hazard of the crystal would be less, even if it was refined. Grinning, feeling better, she nodded, the world becoming vibrant and humming. What she relished was how much of her confidence and strength oozed throughout her body. It helped her regain the resolve which allowed her to survive in such an environment that came with her life path, especially after becoming an orphan early in her life. But a portion of her mind was aware of how much of it was synthetic. It stemmed from the items supplementing her mental faculties. Her mind still needed time to wind down and have a chance to process everything. She comforted herself with this fact. This was only a bandage, an emergency measure. Even with her sharper vision, mana was redirected into her eyes and ears, the sensory magic helping to pull in all the details around her. Seeing a flashing of lights around them, she turned her head towards the light. A student rushed up to where the two stood, next to the lifeless horse. In the student's hands were portable mana lamps. "Lady Knight," the student slowed and approached her and William. William reached out for both lamps. Keeping one for himself, he passed the other one to Velasandria. He then turned to the student. "I want a perimeter set up around this horse, at least 15 horses wide. While cutting down the grass, report any clues that may be discovered." The student saluted, and quickly darted back to the 2 columns to transmit the order. With the lamp in her free hand, she illuminated the horse. Her eyes, boosted by her mana, widened upon catching how the injuries weren't aligned with what she was used to witnessing from an attack. Indicating with a finger, assuming that the horse had not stopped and kept on going, "What do you make of the length of the gash?" She directed her attention to William, hoping that she was imagining, and arrived at the wrong conclusion despite the help of the mana crystal. William stared at the horse, a hand on his chin. Time slowly passed, but his eyes stared at the slash she indicated on the horse's side. Behind them, the students assembled teams, with each appointed leader giving out commands to their group. 2 were assigned to stand close to Velasandria and William, directing their attention to the other side of the road. Each of them had placed their lamps to hang from the side of their waist to allow their hands to be free to use their swords if necessary. Other groups began using their swords to slash at the tall grass, while also keeping an eye out for any of the native monsters. As the night passed by them, slowly, a perimeter was constructed to permit them to see anything that would approach them, even under cover of the night. Velasandria shifted her attention to the students, frowning at if her decision was correct for them to stop. The problem was that if they were to continue toward Illumin without properly making an assessment, it could have a negative impact. On top of that, seeing the injuries on the horse gave her a sour feeling, like something was off about the situation. It was why she hoped that William would put her mind at ease and assert that what she was thinking was utterly off the mark. The grasslands were already perilous, even if not more so than any other region depending on the time of year, as predators became active for whatever reason, whether for the mating season or to prepare for the season becoming colder. There was also the persistent reminder of the overflow, which is set to arrive soon. Seeing the unusual patterns on the horse and the students that failed to return made her concerned that there was a connection. And if it was due to the overflow, then the student council would need to be notified. Preparations would need to be made. These slashes are too long for swords and don't match up with Chowan Gwemel attack patterns. William broke his silence. Looking to William, why do you think that? In this area, if an attack is not caused by bandits, the likelihood is great that it would be a Chowan Gwemel. Her stomach slowly began to sink as she tried to offer alternatives to the deduction she had also arrived at. William turned his head to look at her, his eyes directly looking into hers. He was already cognizant that she knew why it couldn't be the case. These are not wounds from the claws of a Chowan Gwemel. Chapter 4, Part 42, Book 1, Fantasy World. Clenching her teeth before relaxing, Velisandria nodded. That is what I was afraid of. She directed her attention to the horse, staring at the wounds on the horse and not recognizing the injury marks on top of the student not returning. This means that this is much worse than what we could hope for. Though she initially thought of finding more evidence to present to the council, the problem was that the wounds on the horse were significantly vicious compared to a Chowan Gwemel. The two stood while haunted by the evidence in front of them. In the background, the sounds of students cutting down the tall grass continued, which would help to provide extra security. Each of the students worked diligently despite the disadvantageous conditions. Several groups walked around the perimeter to make sure that nothing was overlooked as they opened the area. Lady Knight, I advise that we take drastic measures and return to Illumin as quickly as possible. We are not prepared to handle this, and the Student Council, in addition to the Adventurers Guild, must be briefed on this matter. William didn't remove his eyes from the horse as he quietly shared his thoughts. She furrowed her brow, reading between the lines of her second's words. The idea of having all of them consume the mana crystals didn't sit well in her mind. Letting out a long sigh, she merely nodded. Receiving her order, William turned towards the area where students were constructing the perimeter. Suspend the creation of the perimeter. His voice thundered and caused everyone to halt what they were doing and turn toward him. We are in an emergency situation. With the authorization of the Lady Knight, all of you are ordered to consume a mana crystal and regain your strength. Several of the students flinched at the order, while others raised their eyebrows and widened their eyes at hearing something none expected, even with how fatigued they were. Velisandria knew that the students would be confused, considering all the training they had received. To have trainees take mana crystals wasn't something to be taken lightly, and only stressed how things had turned a dark corner. Keep an eye out with your fellow members and report any issues. We will immediately return towards Illumin with no stops and at full speed. Members are allowed to change horses when necessary, but priority is to be placed into getting far away from here. Hearing William give such commands caused the air to become heavier, as the full weight of their situation came into mind for each student. Though it could have been compared to when they were asked to support Leaf Village to support against the Empire, this time was different since they had lost classmates. A few members whispered amongst themselves before they began to reach into their leather pouches to pull out a mana crystal and place it into their mouths. Velisandria noticed how the students straightened their backs as energy flooded their bodies. A few even grinned at the increased power, though the more experienced members instantly chastised them. She nodded approvingly, glad to see that each member was observing and making sure the younger students didn't get carried away with the influences of the crystal. This meant their training worked appropriately, which was forever unknown until a real-world scenario occurred. Placing the crystal into her mouth, her body stiffened as the flow of mana increased. She began breathing in deeply and letting the air out to help her gain control. Having already consumed a crystal, she needed to maintain her body's inner balance. Closing her eyes, she cracked her neck and took a moment to calm herself. Feeling the increased mana inside her, she felt like she was lighter. She opened her eyes and proceeded to pick up her helmet and gloves. Returning to the tunneled vision that the helmet provided and having her gloves on, she turned around and made her way back to her horse. William followed immediately behind her. The real question is whether we will encounter any of those creatures, whatever they are. William frowned as they reached their horses. He quickly used the lamp to check to make sure all the straps were good before attaching the light and getting back on. She didn't even want to answer his question, fully aware that their group could be forced into engaging with creatures beyond their training if they did encounter the monsters, especially ones in the same area as Chaon Gwemels. Going against the Empire would be insanity with their forces. Still, it didn't mean it would be hopeless, considering they'd be going up against other humans. But there was no telling how their group would be able to adapt to monsters that they weren't familiar with. This was on top of them having limited experience dealing with monsters. There wouldn't be many that could even remember the last overflow, let alone having fought against the unspeakable things that devoured everything that moved. It might as well be a blight on the world. Velisandria struggled to hold back her thoughts and suspicions about the wounds on the horse. Just like William, she quickly glanced at her horse and returned the lamp to where it was before she got off. Behind them, one of the older students approached them on his horse. "I would like to report that all members of the disciplinary committee present are ready for your orders." William turned to the student. "Good job. Make sure everyone knows that we will be moving with the objective of getting out of here, not getting into a fight. Focus on moving forward, but also keep one eye on our surroundings." Seeing that the student understood, he waved for them to return to their position. Velisandria took a moment to make sure that everyone was good before she commanded, "Back to ILLUMIN." Dirt was flung into the air as her mount propelled itself into the night. "ILLUMIN," everyone behind her shouted and chased after her. The wind flowed through the opening of her helmet, blowing cool air on her face. Compared to how they raced to reach Leaf Village in fear of not making it in time to help them out, the sensation she felt was the complete opposite. Flashes of her mind transporting her back to times when she fled from tsunamis of danger, never knowing whether she'd return home. But despite the menace, the thought persisted: how she would return to Illumin even if she had to crawl using only her hands. Gritting her teeth, her instincts told her that something was coming to not only Illumin, but also all the nearby powers. She couldn't help but believe that the Lunar Empire would only be a minute player on the massive playing board. Chapter 4, Part 43, Book 1, Fantasy World. The sun began to rise, slowly pushing back the night sky like a flaming orange spear, and clearing away the oppressive air they had to travel through. With the arrival of the morning, Velisandria couldn't help but feel a tear starting to form as they raced down the road. They had yet to encounter any of the monsters that had left behind the distinctive markings on the horse, in addition to evading encounters with the Chaon Gwemels. Her eyes gazed with elation upon seeing the high walls like the face of a sheer impenetrable cliff, surrounding one of the greatest independent cities she had ever seen. "We made it," she sighed with relief upon seeing her home. With how the sun struck the walls, it blazed like a beacon to their group, greeting them back into its protective arms. As though symbolizing that their treacherous journey was over, the tall grass that had surrounded them ended. The terrain was opened at least a mile away from the city. Though the grass would still be taller than what would be found inside the city, it was to the degree of being around knee-height. Upon witnessing the city walls, William raised a hand to indicate the group to slow down and give their horses some time to recover after racing for so long towards their destination. There were cheers behind her as the students praised their arrival and escaped the nightmare they had experienced. Though she felt the desire to reprimand them for letting their guard down, she couldn't help but empathize with their sentiments. Never before had the roads been as treacherous as they had been for them the night before. It was unusual and something she'd need to bring attention to later when she met with the Student Council and the Adventurers Guild's leadership. But as her eyes glanced at the surroundings of the city, she saw the forest of tents of prospective students waiting to be accepted to the academy and allowed to become residents of the city. Compared to when she left for Leaf Village, there were far more tents and prospective students waiting outside the wall, making her think that more students had arrived while they were gone. She presumed they came from the capital and other more populated locations. With their large number, they would be unlikely to be attacked by bandits or monsters. As they approached the sea of tents, her eyes caught a few insignias on the portable houses, in addition to guards keeping an eye out for any trouble. Even though this time of year when new students arrive the city would provide security for all participants, there would always be those who would have security specifically for when they camped outside the walls of Illumin. A few guards noticed the insignia on her horse that indicated her being the head of the disciplinary committee. They bowed their head and greeted her. She nodded at the guards, aware of her reputation among those with power. But even if they didn't care for her, there was no chance that they would directly oppose her, since she was part of the student council, the supreme power of Illumin. Letting out a sigh, she questioned whether being in the grassland where monsters roamed or exposed to the cutthroat nature of the nobility and those with resources was worse. While passing by the tents, she did notice the families that had formed a makeshift tent with a blanket to at least protect them against the sun. Observing their clothing and seeing that it was barely hanging from their bodies, she frowned. Leaning her head close to William, "I want you to find out what the Peacekeeper Company is doing and why they aren't providing resources to those who need them. Have them write a report about the people outside and how they will distribute aid. Even if not all the people here will become students, I still want those who attend to be taken care of while they are our guests. The different companies do seem to be slacking at their jobs, considering how dangerous the roads have become." William's voice was flat. The only thing the Peacekeeper Company seemed to be doing properly was making their rounds through the camps and the immediate area, ensuring that fights and disputes weren't getting out of hand. But this was the bare minimum of their duties. She made a mental note to send out disciplinary committee members to keep an eye on things. With how strange the monsters were behaving, at least in the grassland they travelled through, she refused to have any loss of life. "I think someone realized you returned," William pointed with his chin. Raising an eyebrow at his comment, Velisandria checked out ahead of them, and her eyes widened slightly upon seeing 5 people from the special division of the Academy Guards approaching her. Seeing them, a groan escaped from her mouth. "If they are here, I suspect the president is not happy with your actions." William chuckled. "I bet they were ordered to stay at the entrance until you arrived." Rolling her eyes, "I can imagine our dear president doing that. He tends to not be pleased when someone intentionally disregards his orders. Even if they were a separate force that had no oversight from the student council, basically allowing them to do whatever they thought was necessary to keep Illumin safe. She had to grudgingly admit that she got pretty close to the line of what she was authorized to do as the Lady Knight. And finding out that she had taken students and resources to charge into a battle they would have no hope of winning on top of losing students, it didn't take much effort to hear Nathaniel yelling at her for how foolish she was. It wasn't unreasonable that she'd be thrown in jail for her insubordination. Even if it wasn't for an extended period, sleeping in the jails wasn't something she enjoyed. As the members of the special division approached them, they slowed and gave a quick salute. One of the members in front moved her horse closer. "Lady Knight, we are happy to see you safely arrive." Despite the welcoming words and smiling, the smile failed to reach her eyes. Her blue eyes slowly scanned the students behind Velisandria as though tallying up the numbers and comparing them to a mental list. Returning her attention to Velisandria, the special division member lacked any warmth and was direct. "Upon spotting you from the wall, we have sent out members to report your return to the council. We are to notify you that the president demands your presence and has asked that we escort you so you may give your report. I would hate for you to lose your way." The woman smirked. Velisandria couldn't help but smile, seeing how the special division member was itching to drag her down from her horse and treat her like a common criminal. But even after her disregard for the council's order related to Leaf Village, as the Lady Knight and head of the disciplinary committee, meant that she could be seen as the leader of the Academy Guards. Though she didn't have any influence on the special division, it signified the woman couldn't outright show disrespect. Chapter 4, Part 44, Book 1, Fantasy World. Seeing the smile on her face, the special division member scowled, clearly not appreciating the response. The woman undoubtedly wanted to say something but managed to hold her tongue. Sighing, Velisandria turned towards William. "Dismiss everyone and have them rest for the day. They still have classes tomorrow, so suspend training for a few days so they can catch up with their assignments. I also want you to supervise the delivery of the young lord's money to the academy." While William gave the orders, She motioned for her horse to move forward around the Special Division members. She watched as the groups began turning around to follow after her, as though half expecting her to try and escape, causing her to scoff at the thought. Though she knew they were just doing their job and clearly didn't appreciate her disobeying the president's orders, seeing their fanatical attitude toward her was tiresome. But at the same time, she did understand. They were essential to Illumin's security as part of the Academy Guards, and took their duties seriously. Velisandria breathed deeply and slowly let it out. Even if she wasn't looking forward to the scolding she'd receive from the student council, she had to admit that, ultimately, it was better than traversing a hostile environment. As she passed by the tents and children excited to take part in the examinations, she couldn't help but smile. It always made her proud to be part of the academy. She wanted to help create an environment that would allow children all over the nearby area to receive an education that would enable them to improve their lives, in addition to the societal benefits they could provide. Despite the flaws of the student council, she knew that it was far better than what was out in the world. Illumin was one of the few places where humans and non-humans were able to peacefully coexist, her mind thinking of the other nations that primarily focused on their own people. The closer she approached the walls of Illumin, the more she couldn't help but admire them. They were so tall that when a person was close to them, it would seem as though the walls stretched out to the sky and were as impregnable as mountains. Illumin was a city that had survived numerous overflows and helped to provide a sense of security for its inhabitants. I get emotional every time I see the walls from the outside. They are majestic. Velisandria turned to the voice. It does give a sense that everything will be fine as long as Illumin stands. She reached for the strap of her helmet and removed the oven from her head, enjoying the cool morning breeze, which was refreshing and didn't feel cold despite the sweat in her hair. Taking a moment to attach her helmet to her side, she turned her head to look at the woman. The council was not happy that you took such a risk, the Special Division woman said. Velisandria merely looked at her. Apologies, Lady Knight, I am Samantha, a member of the Special Division. Samantha bowed her head. I imagine someone from your position has a certain disdain for how I behave and act out my duties. Velisandria chuckled at seeing how the woman was behaving compared to before. I apologize for the disrespect I have shown to you. Despite my personal feelings on the matter, I still should show deference to someone of your status as part of the student council. Samantha took in a deep breath, clearly not happy to say such things. Raising a hand to Samantha, Velisandria shook her head. It is understandable that you would feel that way, considering how you are part of the Special Division. Though you may serve the council, you would be receiving orders primarily from the president. And how I behaved would not be something anyone in the Special Division would enjoy seeing, even if it was another council member. Samantha lightly smiled. Thank you for your understanding, my lady. Seeing that Samantha was still interested in receiving an answer to her behavior, though I was reckless in how I moved to protect Leaf Village against the Lunar Empire, I had no desire in a direct confrontation. Then why? Based on reports I received and the current situation, I knew that the kingdom would not send aid despite knowing that their own people were in trouble. I could not bear to stand by and not try to do something when they were relatively close to us. Velisandria sighed, feeling like she was back in front of Nathaniel and arguing about sending aid to the village. Before Samantha could dispute, she added, "It ended up being a good thing that I did go to Leaf Village." Raising an eyebrow, Samantha waited. Though the actions committed by the Empire are beyond excusable, I was also able to witness things that I still struggle to grasp. She moved a slightly trembling hand to brush back her sweat-soaked hair. Glancing at Samantha, the only reason I mention this to you is that you are a member of the Special Division, so I know your loyalty to the Academy is without question. Samantha furrowed her brow. Images of what she had witnessed beyond the pyramid flashed through her mind, escaping her attempts to keep them locked away deep in her subconscious. The forces the Empire had sent faced something unspeakable that night. This is on top of an unusual structure that appeared, something that had never existed before. Staring directly into the woman's eyes and keeping her voice low, I suspect something even more dangerous and sinister than the Empire has appeared, and every power, including us, needs to be cautious about not attracting its attention. The previous contempt directed to her on Samantha's face dissolved. Samantha looked away from her and stared ahead of them, stunned by the raw emotion displayed, but unsure of what to say. Velisandria knew that it would be difficult for anyone to believe her, considering they hadn't been there to see what she had seen. What made her worry was how that night coincided with her encounter with the young lord. There seemed to be too many things coincidentally aligning together: the Empire's sudden increase in aggression toward all their neighbors, the overflow approaching them soon, and the arrival of the person she met with that night. Reaching the gate into Illumin, her eyes looked at the long line of wagons waiting to be inspected before being allowed entry. Compared to usual, there was an entire platoon of guards from the City Wall Company dealing with those entering through the gate. On top of checking each wagon and group entering, a few seemed to keep an eye on the camp outside the wall. Though they were letting the Peacekeeper Company handle security outside the wall, it showed how much they tried to pay attention to matters related to the city's defense. Instead of going to the back of the line and waiting her turn to enter, she navigated her horse toward the gate. Though Velisandria didn't enjoy how she was able to cut past all the people patiently waiting to enter the city, she did acknowledge that the information she had needed to be delivered to the council due to its urgent nature. Chapter 4, Part 45, Book 1, Fantasy World. My lady, one of the City Wall Company guards noticed her and quickly bowed. Rushing to approach her, "My lady, we are glad you have returned safely." Smiling and nodding her head, "Thank you, I must head in to see the student council." Though she appreciated the warm welcome, she imagined that Samantha would not be happy with her delaying her lecture from the council. Of course, he awkwardly smiled, likely understanding what would happen after the Lady Knight had left the city. "Before I continue, I would like you to convey my concern about the prospective students and their families. I have seen numerous families without basic necessities." She couldn't help but frown, feeling that such a lack of duty had shamed the city. "I understand that it is not under the purview of the City Wall Company, but I would like you to talk to your commander and have you work with the Peacekeeper Company. Members of the disciplinary committee will be sent to ensure that those who come to Illumin are treated respectfully." Seeing the guard beginning to wilt from her lecture, she remembered that the guards were likely trying their best and not doing anything out of malice. Softening her voice, "All of you are part of our great city, and although things have become busier, I believe you will be able to ascend to the occasion." The guard's eyes were looking down during the lecture, but near the end he looked up at her and smiled. Saluting, "I apologize for not meeting your expectation. We have failed Illumin and will make the necessary changes to redeem ourselves." Raising a hand, she couldn't help but feel warmth in her chest, happy that she could lead such people who shared her love for the people. Continuing through the gate, her eyes wandered to look at the grand entrance into the city. Like many other large cities, the security measures were numerous, not just to protect against invading forces, but also against the ocean of monsters that appeared during the overflow. One of the doors was thicker than a person lying on the ground, taking a significant amount of time to close, but once it sealed the gate, not even the strongest of monsters would be able to damage it. There was also a portcullis that could quickly close and provide time for the main barrier to move into place. The gate was like a tunnel into the city. It was massive enough that even 50 horses could line up comfortably inside it. She looked and saw some wagons off to the side in carved-out wall sections where further investigations could be made. With the thick wall, there was enough space to hold officers inside and even house people who had committed crimes. As she moved away from the beginning of the gate, the light slowly began to dim, and large mana lamps were hung to provide illumination for everyone doing their jobs. As people went about their duties, they occasionally greeted her before returning to what they were doing, which she enjoyed seeing. Despite her position, she had never been the type to flaunt her political power inside the city. It was why she didn't mind that not everyone ran up to greet her as she made her way through the entrance. Even with the people camping outside the walls, everyone was busy admitting merchants, residents, and visitors into the city. She watched as members of the City Wall Company ran back and forth, with documents or merchants filling out their information about their purpose and how long their visit would be. There were also lines of students returning for their assignments or duties with the Adventurers Guild. Though other cities were similar in filtering people coming and going, it was nowhere close to the number of safeguards put into place inside Illumin. It was something she was proud of as the Lady Knight, having the knowledge that people inside Illumin would be secure from danger. Soon, the light began to increase as they reached the other side. Just like when they first entered, another line of people was waiting to leave the city, talking with the City Wall Company guards. She nodded her head to the members of the company before entering the outer area of Illumin. Compared to Leaf Village, Illumin was entirely different, just with the number of people and structures housed inside the city. Though the sun provided some light, the outer area was still covered in shadow from the wall and the multiple levels. Using the wall as a support structure, levels were created in order to properly use the limited space inside the city. Looking up at the different levels, she watched as wagons traveled the paths after being lifted up with large elevators to help them reach where they needed to travel. On the ground street, staring at the numerous levels above her was like being at the bottom of a canyon. She could see the bridges connecting different parts of the levels, allowing people to navigate their way through the maze. Walking along the paths or crossing the bridges, humans and non-humans of various species went about their day. Despite the large number of people walking on the main path, they quickly stepped out of her way when they noticed her insignia. Some of the people moving out of her way had smiles, but the number of happy people was balanced with those who looked with distrust. The mana lamps hanging on various poles and walls created shadows on their faces, giving the ones with frowns a more menacing appearance. Passing by shops, Velisandria noticed students inside them. The ones she saw picking out food gave information about their financial situation. She gripped her fist, angered by the difference in opportunities between those with financial means and those without. It did make her appreciate that the Adventurers Guild had a branch inside Illumin, since it enabled those who didn't have funds to earn a living and help support their educational expenditures. Moving deeper into the city, the number of levels above them began to decrease. She couldn't help but feel her mood lift, feeling the warmth on her skin. There was also a decrease in mana lamps turned on, with more of the light reaching the ground level. As they made their way closer to the academy, the surrounding noise decreased and gave a calmer air. With the number of levels decreasing, she could begin to see the wall of the academy. They weren't as imposing as the wall around the city, but they still served the purpose of separating the city into an inner and outer area. The closer they approached the walls, she noticed more students hanging out at cafes with their friends or shopping for supplies for their classes. She couldn't help but think of her circumstances when she arrived at Illumin, hanging out with friends close to the wall, enjoying the sticks of meat the stores sold where they played. There often weren't places for people to sit and relax as they enjoyed their food. However, some business owners had worked together to build counters on which people could place their meals while they stood and ate. But closer to the academy, a few of the cafes had a sectioned-off area where customers could comfortably sit together as they enjoyed meals that she hadn't been exposed to until much later in her life, closer to when she became the Lady Knight. A feeling of bitterness bubbled inside her, knowing that the other council members were raised in an environment where they could casually dine and not be concerned about when their next meal would arrive. Chapter 4, Part 46, Book 1, Fantasy World. The path began to widen as they neared the wall of the academy, and soon the people walking about were primarily students. Even the shops became ones that catered more to the needs of students and what younger people would enjoy, especially those who had significant financial resources readily at hand to spend on luxury items. Velisandria scanned the area as they moved onto the road that encircled the academy, providing a barrier between the outer and inner regions of the city. The road even had lines indicating how merchants were supposed to enter the academy and provide space for them to be searched. Past the road, there was only the wall. Sighing, she tried to remind herself that the road was merely to make it convenient for traffic, to reach the numerous gates and help with the flow of students and guests entering, something the gate into Illumin struggled with due to only having one. While it helped to defend when the overflow occurred, the single entrance into the city perpetually had a line that sometimes stretched as far as the eye could see. She chuckled at herself, knowing of a small temporary village of tents created to provide housing to those traveling to the city and unable to enter before the gates closed for the night. It had grown to a significant size with the trade opportunities presented. But as she looked at the road that surrounded the academy, all she could see was a border that marked those with means and those without. Approaching the wall, she checked the line of wagons waiting to enter the academy to deliver supplies to the various departments through the commercial entrance, a massive gate to allow multiple wagons to enter at the same time in case something special was being delivered to a professor or teacher. It was also pleasant to see that the merchants waiting to enter the academy were relaxed and didn't appear impatient for sometimes waiting more than a few hours. But seeing the disciplinary committee having several platoons of the general purpose department going through multiple wagons at a time, as they questioned, the merchants gave her confidence that the line would proceed at an efficient pace. The security division of the academy guards had an equal number of platoons doing a quick sweep of wagons. They also had a few members close to the line of students and guests waiting to enter through the smaller gate for only people. The members were easy to spot with their black uniforms and red accents. A few of the general purpose department members turned their heads to check who was approaching the gate from the incorrect angle, not getting in line, but riding their horses directly toward the entrance. One of them pointed at two members and conveyed their orders before making their way toward her horse and the special division members behind her. Seeing the disciplinary committee members approaching her, several students looked in her direction. Recognizing Velisandria, many of the female students began to cheer and try to catch her attention. "Lady Knight, we love you." Hearing the cheers from the female students, Velisandria couldn't help but feel her cheeks become slightly warm. She raised a hand, acknowledging their loving and kind words. Being a member of the student council in charge of discipline, it was difficult to adjust to the positive attention she received from portions of the student population. Even though she wasn't a popular figure for many, there was still a percentage of students that showered her with adoration. It reminded her of the report she received about how a fan club was dedicated to her, written up by a member of the intelligence department. What made the information worse was how William would often tease her about having a fan club. A few of the members of the auditor's department put it upon themselves to keep track of relevant sales of merchandise related to her, even going so far as separating them between the inner and outer regions of the city. Many in the disciplinary committee would whisper amongst themselves and giggle, enjoying how their leader was popular. Even though Velisandria knew it was all done in good fun, the knowledge still made her self-conscious of the attention. "Lady Knight, we are glad that you have returned safely." A long blonde-haired woman in the white uniform of the General Purpose Department of the Disciplinary Committee gave a salute before her eyes flickered to the black uniforms with silver accents of the Special Division of the Academy Guards. Velisandria smiled approvingly at how her subordinate kept her thoughts to herself, not antagonizing the Special Division. Though she understood that seeing a superior treated like a criminal wasn't palatable, it was understandable after what she had done. They needed to accept punishment when appropriate if they, as the disciplinary committee, were going to set the proper example for the students inside the academy. "It looks like you are having quite a time," Velisandria casually said to her subordinate. Nodding, the woman smiled. "Yes, there seem to be new stores that have become popular with some of the students. One of the stores is offering some type of deal for new customers, a free slice of limited-time cake for new customers." She giggled at the end. "Did you get a chance to have a slice?" Letting out a sigh, the woman shook her head. "Unfortunately, I have not. I tried to go when I had some time, but they were out for the day by the time I could order. The lines are quite long." Raising an eyebrow, Velisandria wondered if she should stop by and see if she could get a slice. The only downside was looking inconspicuous so no one would know it was her. Seeing her subordinate's long face, she didn't want to use her power to cut through the line. At the same time, she couldn't help but think it would be a fun day. But her mood took a nosedive, remembering that it was likely that she would be punished and miss the promotional period. Her subordinate opened her mouth but then decided against it, returning to pay attention in front of her as she walked next to the horse. With the other members recognizing her, They gave a quick salute as she reached the gate and entered through. "Thank you for your hard work, Lady Knight," the woman saluted. "All of you are doing a great job. Continue to protect the academy." Velisandria waved a hand to all her subordinates as she entered the academy. Compared to the outer region of the city, the academy was open and had large grassy fields with tiny forests. While the outer region focused on the efficiency of space, the academy was designed with a particular aesthetics. Students could be seen enjoying the lovely day, walking on the paths, or enjoying a relaxing picnic. Younger students could be seen playing tag in the forest or on one of the playground sites scattered throughout the academy. Entering the academy felt as though she had stepped outside, but without the monsters and threat of the horrifying natural disaster of the hurricane of monsters that would sweep across the lands and devastate communities. In front of them were tall structures that seemed to reach for the sky and elegant buildings where classes would teach thousands of students. The center of the academy was a tower stretching higher than all the others like a bridge to the gods above them. Velisandria's eyes stared at the tower that seemed to defy what humans were able to accomplish, a place that controlled all matters related to not just the academy, but also the city. It was also where she and the other members of the student council would meet. The place they were approaching, and where she would inevitably be lectured about her negligent behavior. Chapter 4, Part 47, Book 1, Fantasy World. Continuing down one of the main paths that led to the center of the academy, where all the buildings were located, Velisandria couldn't help but smile at seeing all the students happily enjoying the open fields or studiously poring over the textbooks. She noticed a few flashes of light from students attempting to improve their connection with the mana in the air. Though I enjoy exploring the outer part of the city, there is always something magical upon entering the academy. There is nothing more that I treasure than this place. Turning her head to look back at Samantha, Velisandria couldn't help but crack a smile. Even though Samantha was escorting her to the student council, it was true that the academy felt like a unique and magical place that couldn't be replicated anywhere else on the continent. Though Velisandria knew little of the people that lived beyond the endless land of sand south of the kingdom, and the nations they lived inside, thinking that there was a place better than the academy was difficult for her to imagine. "It truly is a magical place," she nodded. "I have so much to owe this place since the academy accepted my sister and me, even if we came from a fallen house." Samantha stared at the students going about their daily activities, likely with classes over for the day. Her eyes then slowly looked sideways at Velisandria. Velisandria continued to look at the sights of the academy, feeling it was a common tale. It wasn't unexpected to discover that Samantha was from the nobility. There weren't many in the special division of the academy guards not from a prestigious family background. Instead, she would have been surprised if the woman was from a commoner family like she had been. "Lady Knight," a student waved her hand. Next to her was a classmate whose face was red, embarrassed by her friend. However, the classmate shyly glanced in Velisandria's direction. Velisandria happily waved at the student and the classmate. "The two of you paying attention to your classes," she shouted to the two students. "Yes, Lady Knight," the student who had waved said in a loud voice. In contrast, the classmate's voice was significantly lower, as though not wanting to attract attention. She tried to hold back a giggle, seeing that the two had notepads that clearly had her face drawn on the back. The sight of the notepads was evidence that the two students were fans of hers. Though she never understood the benefit of purchasing items with her likeness on them, it wasn't likely she would admonish the students. Velisandria may not have enjoyed the distribution of such goods, but deep down, she sensed that many students admired her due to her background and what she was able to accomplish, and the items purchased were used as a way to motivate them. A few nobles may be part of her fan club, but she knew that most members were from a simple background. As they traveled toward the center of the academy, she looked at the long buildings with windows scattered densely on the sides, the top levels having balconies with a few students unwinding under the sun. Each row of windows indicating the floor where students would be housed. The student dormitories were clustered together and built to circle the academy. They weren't as tall as many of the other structures or as elaborately designed. But a benefit was how they were sometimes closer to class buildings, or other resources often used by the students. The rooms weren't special, but for many, they would be better than they had before arriving at the academy. Brushing back some of her hair as the lazy breeze blew past, she fondly remembered the one she stayed at when first arriving at the school as a child. It was a simple unit she was assigned to, with multiple rooms that allowed 2 students to stay inside each one. There was even a basic kitchen available for them since they couldn't afford to get school meals. Velisandria couldn't help but smile, reminiscing how she'd stay up late giggling with her roommates in the small common area where they also ate their modest meals. Students emerged from the dorms, many appearing as though they had just awoken. Of course, as students left to head to class, some returned to the dorm to get ready to sleep. The bags under some of the students' eyes hinted at how much time they had dedicated to their classes and other activities. Along the road were small temporary shops that sold snacks and other food items. A student could be seen behind the counter, taking orders from the line of students, many of who didn't have time to head into the outer area of the city to pick up food for the morning before or after class. The shops that were dispersed near the basic dormitory area were helpful since they allowed people to avoid taking time out of their busy schedule to shop at the stores in the outer area of the city. A few of the students looked to see who was making their way through the dormitory area of the academy before their eyes widened upon seeing that it was Velisandria and the special division of the academy guards. "Good morning, my lady," several students greeted her. Nodding, she greeted them back, waving at a few while passing them by. Compared to the outer area, where people needed to move out of the way due to how busy the city was in the morning, the roads were relatively empty, with the students mainly using the sidewalks. The few students walking on the side of the road would occasionally look behind them, making sure that no wagons or horses were traveling toward the central area of the academy. "I imagine all of you are pretty busy juggling your duties as academic guards and being a student." Seeing all the students, she couldn't help but feel social. Sighing, Samantha nodded. "I am fortunate to not have too many classes that I have signed up for, but after my shift is over for the day, I will need to head to the library and read up on the chapters." Her shoulders slumped, not enjoying the idea of having more work to do after work was finished. Velisandria's eyes casually looked at the large building with different sections between the dormitories. The size was nearly double the size of the neighboring structures, with dozens of large windows to let in natural light. A flow of students entered, walking up the steps and entering to reach their class. There were a few that frantically ran towards the building, gently pushing aside other students in their haste. She chuckled as she shook her head, thinking that the student would not have a fun time being late. Chapter 4, Part 48, Book 1, Fantasy World. As they traveled deeper into the academy, the buildings became larger and more scattered further away from the dormitories. A few buildings were significantly larger than the dormitories and could be seen upon entering the academy. Some didn't have as many windows, but still maintained the natural feel with their smooth and curved exterior. She could imagine the activities taking place inside them, some training areas for students to practice entering into areas where monsters would congregate. These were also helpful for student clubs that needed the space to develop their skills in a safe environment, one of the many areas available for them. One of the major libraries in the academy was in the shape of a massive dome. Inside, the library would be a sea of bookshelves, feeling like a cave with how little light entered into the deeper areas. The academy had designed the structure to help preserve books due to how light could negatively impact and damage them. Mana lamps would help provide light for students delving deep into the caverns of knowledge. As a member of the student council, she was aware of the underground tunnels filled to the brim with books, scrolls, and artwork to be protected from not just monsters, but factions that would desire them destroyed. For most of the younger students, the main libraries weren't used instead. The smaller locations were preferable. She didn't envy the staff responsible for maintaining the facilities and organizing everything. At the same time, the academy's vast library was what allowed them to continue to push the boundaries of knowledge. Velisandria watched as students made their way into the buildings on their way to their daily activities, wondering what the world looked like for them. She hoped that they remained ignorant of the horrors of the world, while also worrying that they were ill-prepared to handle what could be waiting for them. Reaching the center, her eyes couldn't help but look at the imposing tower which dominated her field of view. The base was broad, close to a mile in diameter. With white walls that were smooth and curved, they caught the light to the point where the tower seemed to glow. Surrounding the base was arched entryways with students coming in and out, going about their day. It truly is something I cannot imagine to be made by man. She smiled and gazed at the structure that filled her with wonder. Approaching one of the entryways, she noticed several students in black and white uniforms approach them, indicating their position with the administration division of the Academy Guards. Seeing how young they were, it was clear that they were lower-level guards of the division tasked with guiding students. "My lady," one of the guards, a boy with short black hair, bowed to her. Velisandria casually dismounted her horse. Giving the animal an affectionate pat on its neck, she directed her attention at the young guard. "Please hand over my horse to the disciplinary committee's area. Let them know to give her some snacks to reward her hard work, getting to Leaf Village and back to Illumin. She will also need to be brushed down and examined for the usual after such a hard run." "As you wish, your commands will be fulfilled," the boy indicated for one of the other guards to take the horse. A young girl with braided brunette hair respectfully approached the horse. She accepted the reins from Velisandria before guiding it away toward one of the entrances to the underground stables beneath the tower. Samantha and the other Special Division members dismounted and handed them to the other Administration Division guards. The horses would be taken to the stables controlled by the Academy Guards. A few students casually glanced in their direction, curious about what was happening since people with horses would head to a different area to access the tower. Mainly, students would walk to where they needed to go, not including the large carriages that transporting students along set routes to different parts of the academy. Going inside the tower, Velisandria enjoyed the open area with how high the ceiling was. It felt open and free. What helped was how there were windows on the ceiling, allowing sunlight to enter and light up the interior. Hanging from the top were large crystal balls with several mana lamps inside for when the sun set for the night. Just like any other time, the interior was filled with students. With how the tower's ground floor was designed, there were plenty of areas for students to relax and hang out with their classmates. Couches and comfortable chairs were organized close to one another. Plants were scattered throughout the area, even groups of trees that created tiny forests. The forested area created a nice contrast to the seats, desks, and other constructed items used throughout by students and staff. Considering how being outside instead of stuck inside, the greenery relieved mental stress that could be built up as students studied for classes or turned in items for their various courses. In the nearby forest, elves were resting against the trunks as they socialized with one another. There were also beast people that also tended to enjoy nature, similar to the elves. A few students were taking a short nap in the branches after a hard day of work. Navigating through the students, Velisandria checked whether any obvious issues could be seen. It was a habit that she developed with her position, needing to check if anything nefarious or detrimental to the academy was occurring. Typical of a school, there were a few students that were arguing about some matter, but it was only a short time until disciplinary committee members approached them to see if there were any issues. She nodded in approval, glad to see the peace maintained inside the tower. "Busy as usual." Velisandria looked to Samantha, who was looking at the line of students waiting to talk to someone at the administration division. Ahead of the line was a row of stations where members of the administration division were assisting students. Some of the students were next to carts with monsters lying on top, having been hunted by the group. The creature would be presented to the administrative division to show that the assignment had been completed, so the students would get credit. It would then be taken away by members of the logistic arm of the support division to be dismantled and turned into resources for the various departments in the academy. That is one of the nice things I like about Illumin, how it never gets quiet. People are constantly doing something, whether related to their studies or connected to the Adventurers Guild. Velisandria grinned. Due to the sheer size of the tower, it took some time until they reached the stairs, which would lead to the next level. But despite the distance, she didn't mind since being back in Illumin was something she enjoyed, the reason why she never left despite the offers. Matching the architecture of the tower, the stairs were like ivy, growing along the side of the central area where students not part of an organization were not allowed access. Compared to the buildings outside for classes, training for different departments or libraries, many organizations that helped keep running Illumin were located inside the tower. This meant that the central area was restricted to only those who had permission. Reaching the wide stairs carved into the wall that separated the public and private areas, students made their way to the upper levels. With how the stairs curved along the walls, the journey was a significant effort, but enjoyed by most since it allowed them to see the sight of the ground floor. Chapter 4, Part 49, Book 1, Fantasy World. Students walking down the stairs bowed their heads to Velisandria as she made her way toward the second floor. Smiling at the students and curious about what the students that passed her by would be doing for the day, she also appreciated the time walking up the stairs as a form of meditation. Being back inside the academy couldn't help but make her feel joy, her steps feeling lighter than when she journeyed outside the city. Time quietly flowed by as she took each step closer to the first floor's ceiling. Like how the first floor had been noisy with all the students turning in their assignments or hanging out with one another, voices soon cascaded down the stairs. Velisandria stepped onto the second floor and took a moment to look around. Her eyes widened slightly, seeing the number of students waiting in lines, some hanging out with their classmates and talking about the day. "I see some of the upperclassmen preparing for their combat exams," Samantha said. Looking at some of the students and noticing their grades, Velisandria nodded, realizing it was about that time in the year for students to reserve some of the practice rooms inside the tower. "I do not expect you will have difficulty gaining access to a training room," she smiled at Samantha. Samantha shrugged and raised both hands. "I am fortunate to be connected with the academy guards, so I will be able to use the official training rooms. I suspect it is the same with the disciplinary committee, even the opportunity to train with the older students." Her eyes looked curiously at Velisandria, as though unsure whether the Lady Knight would answer. Seeing Samantha's attempt to gain information in such a juvenile manner was amusing. It reminded her of her younger days when she had to gather information for her missions. Velisandria nodded. "That is correct. Just like with the academy guards, we try to reward our members with small perks to help them with their school work. With how much our members spend time keeping the city safe, I think it is reasonable to support them in their journey to becoming better students." Though each organization inside Illumin kept some things secret from the others, especially the disciplinary committee, she didn't think there was any reason to keep something as minor as student training a secret, since everyone else was doing something similar. There may be elements that are unique to each organization. However, the training was relatively identical for those who still needed to pass their general studies and enter their specialization years. Velisandria couldn't help but feel inspired, seeing the students waiting in line to reserve one of the training rooms and check out rental weapons. Watching everyone working hard to improve themselves made her optimistic about the future, whether it was related to the overflow or some other event that dared to threaten the peace around Illumin and inside the kingdom. She was also reassured that the academy was moving in the right direction with its curriculum to provide enough training in simulated combats and applied theory. Even if there were issues inside Illumin, there was a sense that things would work out in the end with the growth of the next generation. It made her wonder if she was in the presence of the next student council members after the current members stepped down due to age. Compared to the first floor, the second was not nearly as open. Most of the space was used for the training rooms. The area around the stairs to the first floor was the only part where students could chat with one another while they waited for their rooms to become available. Not wanting to take up any more time, she made her way toward the elevator next to the stairs. Though it was nice to take a moment to observe how the older students were performing in their classes, there was no need to keep the president waiting. He was already in a poor mood, and she didn't see a reason to make things worse. "I assume you will be taking the elevator," Samantha smiled. Velisandria raised a hand to her mouth as she chuckled. "If we were to take the stairs, I suspect the council would be waiting for several days. Though, if you are interested in training with me, I invite you to join me sometime." Samantha smirked. Though the stairs reached all the way to the top, the number of steps involved was measured in the thousands. But this was why some students enjoyed taking the stairs as a form of intense training to increase their stamina. The journey up the stairs would take a day or two, depending on the individual's stamina, so students would often bring along supplies. Knowing the stairs were often used for training, the council had set up numerous stations where people could rest. There were even tiny inns where people could rest before continuing their journey. She thought back to the times she challenged the tower, climbing up the stairs while carrying full gear on her, sweating and breathing deeply, stubborn to reach as high as possible. If she wasn't so busy, trying to see if she could walk to the top as quickly as possible while wearing all her gear was an interesting thought, and something she would be okay with attempting. Even if she didn't consider herself an old woman, her body was definitely not like it was back when she was younger. Making their way on the perimeter of the open area, they made their way toward the elevator. In front of them were several lines of students waiting for one of the many elevators to open. Even with how many there were, due to the height of the tower, it would still take time for people to enter one of them. She was glad that they would be able to take one of the elevators reserved for employees of the academy, specifically the one for council members. Reaching the elevators, she couldn't help but look in the direction of the stairs. Compared to the first floor, these were isolated, so the only thing seen was the white steps that seemed to endlessly spiral toward the heavens. Being unable to see the outside made walking up the stair a test of mental stamina. The perk of being able to use the reserved elevators is one of the reasons why I enjoy working as an academy guard. Velisandria grinned at the young guard, nodding her head slightly. Though it wasn't good to flaunt or brag about having special access, it was something that they tried to casually mention as a way to attract more students to sign up to join one of the many organizations in the academy. Since all the organizations are made up of students, it was necessary to offer incentives, since students would already be busy with their classes. Samantha turned to the other academy guards. "I will escort the Lady Knight. Head back to the main office for your next assignment." Saluting to Samantha, her comrades made their way to one of the other reserved elevators that would lead to the floors that the academy guards used for administrative work. Having already pressed the button to summon an elevator, Velisandria raised an eyebrow. "You are still planning on escorting me? I understand that it may appear as though I am disrespecting your authority, but I still have my order that I need to fulfill. Once the elevator reaches the top, I will make my way to the office and move on to my other duties. I hope you can understand." Samantha slightly bowed her head. Velisandria stared at the young woman before taking a breath, wanting to roll her eyes. Since she was a council member, it was still within her authority to order Samantha to not continue escorting her. The problem was that it didn't sit well with her to do such actions considering the girl was only doing her job. It was annoying, but she dismissed it as punishment for ignoring the president's wishes. If it were any other time, there was no chance she would put up with such insolence. Even if she didn't enjoy throwing her weight around, it was also essential to make sure that others didn't view the disciplinary committee as a weak and toothless group with no authority. As the leader of her organization, it was up to her to show others that she and her people weren't easy to push around. There was a ring that indicated that their elevator had reached them. As the door opened, the two entered the small room. Velisandria made her way to the controls and pressed the button for the highest level. There was a slight tingle on her finger as something scanned to confirm her identity before the button lit up. The elevator then began to move upwards with a slight tremble. Leaning against the wall, she rested her head on it. She closed her eyes, enjoying the silence, which would last for a little bit with how tall the structure was. Aside from Samantha being inside the elevator with her, Velisandria appreciated the moment of rest that she got. The young woman even seemed to give her some space. She hadn't gotten any sleep and her body was complaining. Relaxing, her mind slowly drifted off. But as soon as her eyelids closed, the images of what she had seen beyond the pyramid returned. Chapter 4, Part 50, Book 1, Fantasy World. Lady Knight. Velisandria jerked and bolted awake, slightly raising her arms, her eyes wide in alarm as her heart pounded in her chest, racing as fast as her horse did that night towards Leaf Village. Her eyes quickly tried to grasp what had happened, her conditioning switching on, searching for any threat, but soon landed on Samantha's face in front of her. Slowly the haze of sleep lifted from her mind as she recognized where she was. As she relaxed, a warmth was felt on her face. "Are you all right, Lady Knight?" Samantha raised an eyebrow in concern. Velisandria nodded her head. Wanting to hide her face, she fought the urge and took a deep breath, slowly letting it out past her lips. She laughed lightly, knowing how she must have appeared. "Sorry, I did not get any rest and must have dozed." There was a chime of the elevator before the doors opened. Turning to look outside, she could see the glossy marble floor, walls, and numerous potted plants. The deep black columns were also a remarkable contrast to the white marble, presenting a mysterious tone for guests of the student council. There was also the lack of voices in such a large open area, with ceilings taller than any other floors besides the main floor. Shifting her attention back to Samantha, Velisandria said, "I guess we reached the floor where I need to step off. I hope we encounter each other in a better light when you are not escorting me to be disciplined." She attempted to make her words light-hearted as she gave a brief wave and entered the floor of the student council. "May your day be better," Samantha bowed as the doors gradually closed. Running a hand through her blonde hair, trying to relieve some of the embarrassment she felt, Velisandria grabbed a moment to collect her thoughts. The last thing she wanted was to show up in front of Nathaniel with her face red as a tomato. Though it was understandable that she was exhausted from her excursion, it wasn't acceptable for her to be so defenseless in front of others. The last thing she needed was for William to hear about what happened. He would tease her, but she knew he would be troubled and even more of a mother hen. Smirking, sometimes she didn't know who was in charge of the disciplinary committee. Frowning, what she didn't enjoy was how there was a slight echo in the deep shadows of her mind, still rebounding from what she dreamt about. It felt like a wound, still trying to mend, tender to the touch. Feeling better, she determined it was time to get what would happen over with. Prolonging the inevitable would do no one any good, likely only worsening her situation. She took a breath before eyeing the wooden desk with a marble counter. Behind it were several stunning women quietly performing their duties, such as organizing the president's calendar and tasks that needed to be handled throughout the day. She walked up towards the desk and tried not to look too directly at them. She knew that the women were aware of her presence, another of their duties being a type of bodyguard for the president. While they may make any man pause, mesmerized by their celestial appearance, she wasn't foolish enough to look down at them. Their physical beauty may give the impression of being only valid as decoration. Still, even she would have difficulty fighting off the women if they were to act in a coordinated fashion against her. "The council is waiting for you." Velisandria raised an eyebrow, considering the voice came from one of the women who didn't even bother looking up to greet her. She felt a slight twitch on her face. It was as if their duties were more important than interacting with the head of the disciplinary committee and a current council member. Even with her authority, the reception helped put her current tenuous position into perspective. Seeing the main hallway past the desk, she made her way toward the chamber where the council would be waiting for her. There was no reason to make a commotion with guards just doing their duty. The hallway leading to the chamber of the council was long with tall black archways. Though no windows allowed natural light to filter into the area, there wasn't a sense of being cramped. She imagined that even beast people wouldn't struggle with their often larger frames. Her eyes slowly scanned the floor, walls, and ceiling. "It does create a sense that one is entering into the space of power," Velisandria chuckled, thinking of how often she had to walk through the hallway ready to be chastised for her behaviors of disciplining the students connected to powerful noble families. It was an experience different from when she walked with her fellow council members to a meeting to decide on new policies or change the curriculum for the coming year. Her footsteps echoed on the marble floors as she stepped fearlessly forward. Even if she knew that her actions were bordering on abusing her authority, if she were given the same opportunity, there wasn't a shred of doubt that she would not regret charging out to aid people in danger again. She was comforted by the knowledge that the people under her would reach the same decision. It was one reason why she felt safe approaching the council. She did nothing she should be ashamed of, allowing her to face what was ahead. As she approached the doors to the chamber, a loud creaking noise rumbled as though the air was shuddering around her, a reminder to anyone that entered that the council had sole power inside Illumin. Near the back of the large and open-area chamber was a crescent table with each member of the council already seated, save one. Numerous coloured flags draped from the ceiling to the ground representing each organisation that made up the council. Each member sat in front of their respective flag. One lone chair was near the end of the table to her right. Behind the chair was her flag, a white background with her organisation's coat of arms. A gavel and sword crossed behind the head of a noble wolf howling towards the heavens. The white symbolised her role to be pure and without bias, not tied to any other organisation at the academy, separated even from the student council. Nathaniel sat in the middle of the table in front of his black flag that had a large red sun with a longsword in front. It helped to make clear what the position of the president represented, the sole power of the academy with the ability to enforce their word. The imagery fit with what was about to happen to her, being in front of the president under the heat of the sun. If it was anyone else outside of the council, they would pause for a moment before they spoke. This was especially true with Nathaniel, who preferred people show deference to him and his words. His eyes penetrated into anyone he cast his attention on. Velisandria casually glanced at members of the special division of the Academy Guards lined up on either side of the black carpet leading to the council's table. The Academy Guards provided security and ensured the safety of each member of the council. They were lightly armoured, holding a spear and sword at their waists. The way they dressed demonstrated the authority of the council and prevented any guests from acting up and showing proper decorum inside the chamber. Seeing them wasn't new for her and often appreciated since it helped provide some leverage whenever anyone had an audience with them. Still, at that moment, she couldn't help but feel their sharp eyes directed at her. She confidently walked down the carpeted black path without allowing anyone to intimidate her. Instead of making her way toward her seat, she continued until reaching the end of the carpet. Stopping, she stood silently and looked directly at Nathaniel, trying not to appear too defiant but also letting him know she wouldn't be pushed around. In front of her, Nathaniel rested his chin on his thumbs, and his fingers intertwined. His expression was flat as though trying to understand what had gone through her mind to defy his ruling. The other members of the council remained silent, waiting for him to speak. There was an oppressive atmosphere as the silence continued, the only sounds made by Velisandria approaching them upon entering the chamber. "Do you understand why you have been summoned to stand before the student council?" Nathaniel finally broke the silence with his low voice, similar to a parent tired of lecturing a child who wouldn't listen to the household rules. His eyes narrowed. Not wanting to deny anything, she said, "Yes. Despite your words to not get involved with what was happening to Leaf Village by the invasion of the Empire, I decided to take members of my organization to support them." A few members gasped, shocked by how she answered. There were whispers and a few glares thrown her way, annoyed by her behavior and disregard for the sanctity of the council. They especially didn't care for how she stood straight without any appearance of regret for her actions. Behind her was a creaking of metal as members of the special division moved slightly in astonishment. Their discipline and devotion to their position prevented them from making any sound. "I would like a justification for your actions. As we had previously discussed, there was nothing that could have been done. Though we may have been able to protect them against the Empire if we had sent a significant amount of our military forces, it would have left us vulnerable to other threats. On top of that, it would ultimately accomplish nothing since the Empire would just send more troops. Not only did your presence likely antagonize the Empire, but it accomplished nothing in the end." Nathaniel's voice remained calm, despite the heat slowly beginning to build. "Are you saying there was nothing wrong with staying off to the side, when even the kingdom has continually kept their armies within the central area and abandoned the out regions?" Velisandria narrowed her eyes, already knowing the answer from the last time they had debated about sending aid to Leaf Village. "How else do you expect us to stay neutral?" His voice slowly rose. "Your actions jeopardized this academy's policy of neutrality that we have maintained for decades. Decades. Woman, do you not understand what you have done?" Nathaniel slammed an open palm on the table, the sound cracking through the air. The heat from the words was like the coat of arms behind him and his tongue as sharp as a sword. A few members flinched from the noise, but their focus stayed on Velisandria. Velisandria could empathize with Nathaniel, though he sometimes seemed to care more about the nobility inside the city and often dismissed the plight of the common students. She knew that deep down, he truly cared for the welfare of Illumin. Just as much as he was angered by her actions, he feared the future and the consequences that could fall onto all of them. At the same time, she knew that what she did was the best for all of them. The Empire needed to know that people were willing to stand up against them. Understanding that what she did was ultimately the correct answer allowed her to stand tall and firm against the onslaught of anger directed her way. Though I may disagree, I will still abide by the wishes of my fellow council members and accept any punishment. I only ask for all of you to understand my actions and why I deemed them necessary. She lowered her head as she waited for Nathaniel's answer. Hearing her answer, there was silence as though none of them knew what to say by such a statement. A few couldn't believe how audacious she behaved for someone summoned to receive punishment. A light cough was heard, making Velisandria raise her head. She turned her head to the right and saw Alice holding a hand in front of her mouth. Nathaniel raised an eyebrow and asked Alice, "Does the treasurer have anything to add before I make my decision?" His lips were white, pressed tightly together. Alice looked at Velisandria before her eyes shifted to Nathaniel. She smiled coyly before saying, "I want to first say that I officially disagree with the actions of the Lady Knight and feel that they have put our city in a potentially precarious situation." Seeing Nathaniel clenching his jaws, there may be something that the council should hear before reaching a decision. Some members leaned closer to others as they whispered, likely trying to figure out what kind of game Alice was playing. As if enjoying the suspense in the room and having everyone's attention, Alice lazily continued. "Before the respected Lady Knight arrived, I had received information that she carried back a large sum of money in the form of platinum bars." Nathaniel's eyes widened slightly, glancing at Velisandria before shifting back to Alice. Tilting his head slightly to his right, he sneered, "Are you saying that a few bars of platinum are enough to dismiss what the Lady Knight has potentially done? Are the lives of our students so cheap?" "President, when did I say it was a single bar?" Alice smiled as she leaned back in her seat, a cat playing with her food. "We still need to measure how many ounces are inside the chest containing the bar, but at a quick glance, I was told that the chest holds an amount greater than 500,000 IAC coins." One of the members began coughing, struggling to recover after hearing the staggering number. Nathaniel whipped his head towards Velisandria. "Velisandria, explain." His voice cracked near the end. Velisandria nodded. "I was surprised by the amount as well, but what Alice says is true. I should start from the beginning. By the time we had reached Leaf Village, the Empire forces had already been defeated." She frowned as the words left her mouth. "I soon met with a young noble who informed me of his desire to attend our academy." Taking a breath in an attempt to center herself, still finding what happened to be a blur in her mind, she continued, "After I told him the cost of attending the academy and hearing his wish to be accompanied by his servants, the young lord presented to me an amount that would even make the Lunar Empire's emperor pause." Nathaniel was silent, furrowing his brow. His eyes looked at Alice and then back to Velisandria. He was clearly struggling to believe her words, but Alice's support made it difficult to doubt the story. "With that said, I suggest that we provide this young lord with the best that we have to offer." Alice looked at Nathaniel, finding the situation both intoxicating and amusing. "Considering the sum and the number of servants this lord is planning on bringing, we will need to select one of the mansions close to the tower. He could become a great asset to Illumin and this council." Seeing how Alice reacted to the news of the amount she had paid for his tuition, Velisandria had no doubt that Alice was already thinking about how to get closer to the mysterious young noble. She wouldn't be surprised if Alice began openly salivating like a pack of wild dogs discovering a heap of roasted meat prepared in the middle of the forest. It may give her a moment of pause, not expecting such good fortune in front of her, but her instincts would override any caution. Nathaniel coughed, attempting to clear his throat, spreading his hands. "Lady Knight, while I am still angered by your actions and still believe that they merit some kind of punishment," he coughed again, "I have also decided to put into consideration your contributions to this academy." Though the ends were crooked, he attempted to smile as if it was his first time. Turning to look to the other members on either side of him, I believe that we are all in agreement that we, the Council, be merciful towards our fellow member. All of us can agree that the Lady Knight is an honourable woman with our best interests at heart. He placed a hand on his chest. I would be pained to condemn someone I have so much respect for. Does anyone disagree with my decision? There was silence in the room aside from an occasional uncomfortable cough. Slapping the table, Nathaniel smiled broadly as he successfully shifted gears to the reality in front of him. With that finished, I would like the Lady Knight to take her seat. We will now move to what is next on our agenda. Alice began clapping, followed by the rest of the council. Velisandria smiled lightly, glancing at Alice, knowing the woman had saved her. That woman is good at the game. I guess I should not be surprised by a noble like her, she thought to herself. Making her way toward her seat at the end of the table, Velisandria couldn't help but sigh. With the help of Alice bringing up the platinum bars and the amount she delivered from Leaf Village, she was able to evade any significant punishment. However, she may end up with more paperwork from the council to remind her that even if they are pleased with the money, it doesn't mean they forgot the disrespect she showed them. Reaching her chair, she nodded at Olivia, who oversaw the support of Illumin, such as dealing with logistics, janitorial, medical services, and other functions less respected by many of the other members. Olivia shyly nodded a greeting to Velisandria. Chapter 5, Part 1, Book 1, Fantasy World. A warm breeze flowed by, carrying the smell of the surrounding tall grass and the few scattered trees. The sky was a bright light blue with a few wispy clouds lazily drifting in the air in no hurry. An atmosphere of anticipation permeated throughout, the magical sense one felt when a new adventure was going to begin, along with the joy of encountering unique experiences and individuals. Han took a casual deep breath in front of the carriage as he felt alive even after the long trip to Illumin. Slowly turning his head, he took in the sight and was eager about what types of events he could trigger in a new environment such as the Academy. Ahead was a dense forest of tents in front of the titanic walls of Illumin. Seeing the city's popularity, he couldn't help but smile. Though he hadn't been in Eletran for long, the events that had transpired made him pleased that he had chosen the fantasy world as the first place he'd travel to with his powers. As he slowly raised his gaze to see what could be mistaken as the side of a canyon, the rough, craggy walls didn't disappoint to provide the sense that he was in some kind of fantastical story, similar to the ones he had read as a child. He couldn't help but slowly gaze at it, and think of the uneven surface that didn't appear to have any spacing like cement blocks would have. With how it didn't seem to have any layers, it could have grown out of the ground like some mountain towering over the exterior area as it captured the light of the sun. He could imagine that the shadow cast would be as if the sun had disappeared at certain times of the day. What made the impression greater was the dimension of the city and how the wall had to shroud all of it. The magnitude of the giant walls prevented any chance of catching sight of the city's interior. Just looking at the exterior of the city gave off an arcane texture, deserving of such a famous location inside the kingdom. The site could easily house countless secret societies, the kind found in well-known universities, where members later became influential members after graduating and affected government policies. There are a lot of prospective students already waiting to be accepted into the academy, he casually said as he noticed how diverse the crowd was. The first thing he glimpsed was that not all of them were humans, many being non-humans of a diverse group. Most were humanoid, but a few had bodies that aligned more with what type of non-human they were, similar to Anacolles and Aracia, where half of their bodies were non-human animals. There were mammalian, avian, reptilian, insectoid, and other unknown beast people. But something in common between humans and non-humans was how nearly all of them were with their families. Just like the humans, the older beast people appeared to try and keep the spirits of their children raised, so that they wouldn't become discouraged about the outcome and unhealthily focus on whether they would be students of the academy and live in Illumin. The cloud of anxiety slowly moved throughout the camp as emotions slowly rose and fell like the tide on a sandy beach. The only people that appeared less concerned were those dressed in significantly superior outfits, and staying in larger tents with guards keeping an eye out for threats. I see that there is a difference in treatment with those trying to attend this academy. Helena sniffed with contempt as she joined her master outside the carriage. I can imagine what the reality inside this place is like for those who get accepted if they do not originate from families with influence. She smoothly brushed back her black hair and rolled her eyes. Master, with how hot it is, please accept this drink. Brittany carried a silver platter, a glass cup filled with water, and cut-up fruits inside, resting on the polished metal. The exterior of the cup glistened with condensation. Taking the glass, Han took a sip of the cooled drink, feeling refreshed even if the heat didn't affect him. He placed the cup back on the platter and smiled. Thank you, Brittany. You do such a wonderful job of caring for me. He placed a hand on her back and gently caressed it, enjoying her curved figure and how it lightly trembled in excitement from his touch. Queen was the last to exit the carriage, the air slightly cooling. Her eyes stared coldly at all in front of her. I do not know what you can expect of them, Helena. She snorted. These people are barely civilized, not knowing how to take care of their own. They would be better off just aligning themselves with our master. While his creations talked about the prospective students and how their life was different due to their station in life, he couldn't help but notice people in uniforms walking amongst those who didn't appear to have a basic level of clothing, and handing them what appeared to be supplies, a few of the items being clothes. Seeing that clothes were being handed out by people wearing uniforms with black and brown colors, while others had colors with blue and gold, made him think the academy had different departments going around and supporting those that were impoverished relative to the nobles. Seeing such behavior made a corner of his mouth lift. Master, Helena asked. Raising a hand, I suspect this academy will be more interesting than I thought. Seeing such a stark difference between the economic classes made me think of how it was similar to books I read about my world's history and fictional books where nobles and commoners were depicted. But seeing the academy being proactive and supporting those without the same resources as the nobles made me think my preconceptions could be wrong. Even after sharing his thoughts, he struggled to imagine that he was entirely correct. He couldn't help but think that someone with compassion saw what was occurring and the difference in appearance, deciding to make a change. Han began walking towards the academy, his creations following closely behind him. Even with the vast prospective student population, a system of roads existed to help people navigate their way around. The road system naturally forming like how they do at festivals. Entering the area, a few sitting next to their shelters turned their heads, widening their eyes in surprise to see Han and his entourage. A few parents, especially the beast people, pulled their children close to them as they bowed their heads. Though it appeared that they were being respectful, the slight shaking of their bodies exposed their fear of catching the attention of someone they didn't dare to offend. Seeing how they behaved wasn't surprising to him since it was seen in his world. People fearful that they would make a mistake and have their lives ruined by those with power. Nearing decorated tents with flags on top that lightly flapped in the soft breeze, Han saw the guards in front of each tent wearing slightly different uniforms with various emblems based on which family they served. He couldn't help but smile slightly, causing a few guards to frown. It was amusing how the guards acted when his group approached them. Scanning the armor worn, he compared them to the lady knight he had talked to the night before. She may have been rash, but the equipment she wore and how she held herself showed that her training was superior to the guards with their hands close to their swords. He smiled at how they were trained enough to not be foolish and touch their weapons. With how a few of the guards behaved, it was easy to anticipate how his creations would react, seeing people taking such a threatening stance and directing such hostility in his direction. Tossing the thought around in his mind, he assumed that there could be some type of agreement with nobles and other families able to hire guards. Since they didn't rashly behave, there was a possibility that any kind of altercation could earn a quick dismissal before a prospective student was accepted. As he walked on the main road and saw how the families were organized, it appeared that a type of border had been formed, dividing those with resources and those without. Even if it wasn't official, the people waiting to be accepted had already organized themselves as if it was natural. To his left were tents that belonged to nobles, with at least a few being merchant families. At the same time, the other side was an extreme difference, like comparing night and day. While there were people who had tents, there was a sizable number of people that either only had a makeshift shelter using sticks and a blanket, or were exposed to the elements. The people wearing uniforms belonging to the academy were mainly seen on one side, interacting with the commoners and ensuring each family was cared for with basic necessities. Emotional words of gratitude were heard as parents accepted blankets and wrapped them around the numerous children close to them. A few people wearing the academy uniforms glanced in his direction before looking away, clearly thinking he was another noble applying to study at the academy. "Master, I believe that we should head over there," Queen pointed ahead of them. Han looked to see where Queen indicated and noticed a long row of tents the length of several nobles' tents side by side. The tents looked to be the kind used at concerts and public events, with several long lines. He could see that the tents had queues in front. Just like with the ocean of families and how they organized themselves, there were lines used just for nobles, while the others were for commoners. Inside the tents were academy workers sitting behind desks with tall mountains of papers, handing them to the prospective student before directing them to a new line. "I do believe you are right, Queen," Han nodded. "They appear to be collecting information for various criteria used to determine whether the applicant meets their requirements to attend," Helenia suggested as she studied the lines. "I agree," Queen nodded. She turned her head to look at the sea of tents. "With how many people here, I suspect the process has been taking several days. We should probably get in line." Han began heading toward the line of students. Looking at the one for commoners and the one for nobles, he then made his way toward the one for commoners. "Master, do you think we should be lining up in the line for commoners?" Brittany tilted her head, unsure of the actions of her master. Han shrugged. "I am in no hurry and do not care to interact with nobles." He anticipated that someone would or already had noticed his presence, so someone from the academy would soon be approaching him. With how much money he gave the Lady Knight, it was reasonable to predict they would be alert of when he would arrive. There was no need to bother about which line would be best, since neither would fit his unique case. Seeing Han and his creations get in line meant for commoners. The people hoping to be accepted turned their heads to briefly check them out before their eyes widened in alarm and quickly looked away. Han could hear some of them whisper amongst themselves, confused why people, clearly part of the nobility, were lining up in the same line. A few individuals argued whether they were in the right area, as if they were the ones that had made a mistake. It wasn't strange for them to think such things considering how odd it was for nobles to willingly be close to those they viewed as beneath them. Despite the fuss generated, Han thought it was fine. There was a small part of his mind that found their panic to be amusing, but not enough to feel troubled by it. As prospective students were slowly processed, the line unhurriedly moved at a snail's pace. Glancing over in the direction of the nobles, even for them, it wasn't much faster. However, none of them made a considerable fuss aside from the occasional complaint. There were servants coming and going, bringing cool refreshments to the nobles they served. One of the nobles could be heard complaining to his servant about his glass not being properly chilled. Listening to the nobles as though he were watching a reality show, he held another glass of fruit-flavored water, appropriately cool in his hand with the occasional clinking sound as the ice melted and shifted into position. A few commoners looked in his direction, licking their lips but quickly glancing away when they thought he noticed their actions. It was clear that they were thirsty, being under the hot sun for so long, but it was obvious that such experiences were not new to them. Compared to the nobles, there were some mothers that would walk up to the lines where their kids stood with a water bag in hand. Compared to the nobles and his glass, he expected the bag to be warmed by the sun. But with such weather, even slightly hot water would be welcomed. In addition to the mothers, a worker for the school was pulling a wagon with a large container. The sloshing that could be heard indicated the contents as the individual served water to the commoners. But even with the water wagon slowly navigating up and down the lines, his presence was still unusual and distracting. Not just the cold glass of water in his hand, but a few of the boys attempting to sneak a peek at his creations, their faces turning red due to the outfits. Just like the guards at the village where they met Eli's, Han didn't mind their glances, empathizing with them since even he knew how his creations appeared. Not just with their physical appearance but even their garments that flattered their figures. He remembered when he first saw what they wore that morning, his breath was taken away, admiring them and feeling blessed that he could be surrounded by such beauty. He wouldn't mind snuggling up to them, even with people around his group. Still, he found control over his lust, considering he and his creations were already a distraction. If it wasn't for the fact that he suspected that the nobles would be annoying and think it was fun to do things outside the norm, Han would have lined up with the other nobles and not cause undue nervousness for the commoners waiting to learn about their status. "Master," Queen said. Turning his head towards Queen, he soon heard frantic steps and huffing of someone quickly approaching them. He could see a young man attempting to maintain some level of composure while at the same time hurrying to complete his tasks. If Han hadn't anticipated that the academy would send someone to meet him and his party, and how the man was heading straight their way, it would be easy to not realize that the man was an employee of the academy specifically for him. He smiled as the man slowed to a walk, attempting to regain some of his lost dignity. Just like all the other workers of the academy, the man wore a light jacket and formal pants. But different from some of the workers, this individual's outfit was decorated with some kind of symbol that appeared to be a sun with a sword in front. The color that this person had was mainly black with white highlights. He was curious about what the colors meant and was determined to learn about them in the future as a student. "My lord," the man breathlessly greeted Han with a strained smile, drops of sweat forming on his forehead. "Forgive us for not greeting you sooner," he bowed. A few commoners close to them shivered slightly as the air dropped several degrees. They looked around, confused by the sudden chill, but upon seeing something they quickly faced forward, no longer concerned about the mystery. "I see that this is how the academy treats those that have contributed much," Queen hissed as she narrowed her eyes. The academy worker's face paled, not only from the accusation, but also due to slight exposure to the murderous air hovering around Queen. His mouth opened and closed like a fish, as he helplessly flailed for any words to convey his jumbled thoughts. "Please forgive my disrespect. The A Academy did not have any intentions of showing disrespect to my L-Lord or towards my ladies." One of his hands grasped his chest, and his eyes were wide as if they would tumble out of their sockets in fear. Chapter 5, Part 2, Book 1, Fantasy World. Han held back a smile, finding the situation to be amusing, not because he enjoyed seeing the panic on the young man's face, but due to how those in the upper levels of Illumin likely didn't seem to take him entirely seriously, seeing him the same as any other noble that attended the school. Watching people suffer wasn't necessarily enjoyable for him, but what was pleasing was making sure that others understood what they were dealing with. Knowing how such academic organizations behaved from his own interactions with such institutions on Earth, having them overly underestimate him would only cause issues further along in the future if those in power saw him as just a walking purse that handed out money. The Lady Knight may partially understand that he shouldn't be someone trifled with, but it wouldn't be the same with the others. "He should be glad that I did not have Anacoles and Aracia escorting me," Han thought, knowing the jungle sister would behave in a manner that wouldn't be enjoyable despite their beauty. It would be a memorable encounter that the worker would not appreciate in the long term. Raising a hand, Han indicated for Queen to stand down. "Considering how we did not send someone ahead and let the academy know to expect us, I think it is reasonable for them not to be waiting when there was an undetermined time for our arrival. The fact that somebody was assigned to welcome us shows how much they respect us." The murderous air gradually faded, as if it were morning fog slowly evaporating from the first morning rays as the sun slowly rose. Though the aura wasn't as oppressive as before, there was still a glint in the eyes of his creation. The color returned to the man's face as though a boulder had been lifted from his chest. There was still sweat as his eyes shifted from Han to his creations, the impression that Queen had left on him not yet fading away. It was as though he were an animal that had its neck in the jaws of a large predator, but was allowed to escape. He was clearly unsure whether it was safe or if he would soon become a meal after being toyed with. Trying to lighten the mood, the man presented an awkward smile that failed to reach his eyes. "There is no reason to apologize, my lord. He chuckled in a way that it sounded as though something was lodged in his throat. We should have been more attentive. You have presented us with quite a sum, and it truly is a blemish on our honor for you to have waited in such a heat and for so long. He pulled out a handkerchief from inside his jacket. My word, it truly is quite a warm day. His hand quickly moved to wipe his forehead, seeming to instantly drench the cloth. It is a wonderful day, Han nodded, motioning a hand to the tent where one of the academy workers handed the paperwork to a student. I am impressed with how you deal with so many students. This is my first time seeing so many people in one place. I can only surmise how populated it is inside of the walls. His lie effortlessly rolled off his tongue. The awkward smile the worker had been wearing soon reached his eyes as his back straightened. He looked to the administration tent, and then back to Han, beaming with pride from Han recognizing their efforts. Yes, we are proud of what we have organized, allowing students from all over to come and have the opportunity to participate in enrolling in our illustrious school. The man puffed out his chest as though he were personally responsible. I even saw that your school is caring for those waiting for a family member to be accepted. Han casually mentioned. Though his words were just to compliment the school, he did think of what they did as something to be admired. Even if the opportunity to feed those less fortunate than them was used as a way to present a better public image, Han didn't think it was a bad thing, since the people who didn't have much in resources would be able to walk away with at least something, if not in addition to having a family member be accepted into a school, similar to what he imagined would be an Ivy League level school for the fantasy world. Nodding at Han's words, we understand that not all are fortunate and have the resources to take so much time to travel, especially without the guarantee that they attain what they aim for. This is why the academy guards and other departments are taking care of families and prospective students while they hear the results. The man's face beamed at having someone recognize the academy's good works. Since you are here, Han started out as though it just came to his mind. I must confess that I do not know what I need to do in order to get considered to be a student at the academy. Would you be able to walk me through the process of what type of information I need to provide? He laughed as though he were embarrassed by his ignorance while anticipating the response. Hearing Han's question, the blood on the man's face looked to be sucked out as his eyes darted to where Queen stood next to him. There was a slight tremble, clearly remembering the experience from earlier, but being able to retain some semblance of bodily control after having experienced it once. My lord, the worker laughed nervously, you surely jest. You have already paid such a significant amount up front. How can we have you continue to wait in line under this heat? The Lady Knight has already asked us to bring you to the academy so that you may take a small exam. An exam? Helenia raised an eyebrow. Why yes, the man said, taking a step back. It is just a minor exam, nothing that needs to be concerned about. We just plan on using it to determine what class to place the lord in, but I am sure that exceptions could be made. Honestly, the exam is just a formality considering the circumstances. He placed a hand on the back of his neck to try and lighten the mood. Han raised his eyes, thinking about what type of exam would be done in a fantasy world school. The only exams he had in mind were the ones provided during his schooling, but that didn't seem to be the same type of exam he'd be taking. As he thought about the exam, he glanced at the kids waiting in line and saw the varying ages. His eyes widened slightly as he checked them out, and realized it was unlikely that any of them were formally educated, or could have received one outside what Illumin had made available. The fact that older kids were applying to the academy suggested that the kingdom that Illumin existed inside didn't have a standardized system for kids like in post-industrial societies on Earth. There was a slight curve to the corner of his lips, imagining what the exam would be composed of and what it would test. The man let out a sigh of relief. Where will this exam take place? Han asked the man as he looked around, not noticing any other prospective students that appeared to be participating in an exam. The fact that he was in a fantasy world meant that it could be anything from a written to a physical exam. Adjusting his jacket, the worker turned slightly and motioned towards what appeared to be the main entrance into Illumin. The Lady Knight is waiting to facilitate the practical examination. I will be guiding you into the academy. I hope that this is acceptable. Interesting, Han smiled, not bothering to address the man's anxiety. Brushing his hair back and not trying to make his nervousness too obvious. Yes, you will be able to view the outer part of Illumin that surrounds the academy as we make our way to the testing area. I do think that the sight will be quite enjoyable. The worker bowed slightly before guiding them toward the gate. Compared to when he first approached them, his gait wasn't hurried, though it seemed as though he felt more relaxed facing away from Han and his creations. Han couldn't help but find the worker to be amusing. Just by observing the man's appearance, he suspected the worker was around the age of a typical first-year college student. With how the man interacted with him, he didn't think it was the first time the worker met with an influential figure, though not anyone at his perceived level. It was transparent that though the amount he paid to the academy might not have been known, someone had informed the worker that it had been sufficient beyond what anyone could produce in one sitting. Even without using his powers and just going off of how the Lady Knight responded, it wasn't difficult to deduce that it was absurd. Then there was how his creations, with their ethereal beauty, would enchant even the most experienced man. Even on Earth, a man's worth would often be correlated with the class of women he kept close to him, causing others to make an instant judgment that the man shouldn't be treated as an average random individual that could be met off the street. As they moved away, he observed his surroundings. While the commoners didn't make much of a fuss, seeing him escorted away from the lines to the main entrance into the city, the nobles in the other line whispered amongst themselves, a few of the brave ones even throwing daggers with their eyes. Seeing someone other than them being treated with preferential treatment wasn't an affair they had to deal with often, even more so from someone they weren't knowledgeable about. Their eyes were clearly cycling through the long mental list of nobles in the nearby kingdom and empire. Though the interaction wasn't long, the way the worker behaved fearfully helped add credibility to Han's pedigree, even if it was unknown. This was why a few of the nobles simply glanced in his direction, their eyes only lingering slightly longer on Queen, Helena, and Brittany for apparent reasons. Han casually returned a few looks, seeing that, just like with the commoners, there was a range of age, with some appearing to be barely old enough to apply to school while others hit puberty. The ones that had struck puberty were the ones that threw the most glares in his direction. It didn't help that Han smirked at the nobles due to how they looked like immature children in his eyes, only able to borrow the power deriving from their families. He presumed the older ones were troublemakers, since he would speculate that nobles would send their children as early as possible. And even the younger ones likely came from lower-ranked nobility, since higher-ranked ones would have had someone from the academy greet them like with Han. I am curious about the type of exam they will have me do. He tilted his head with his hands held behind his back. I am sure that whatever they expect will be far below what you are capable of, Master. Brittany had maneuvered her way so that she walked on the right side of Han, slightly pressed against him with one hand gently resting on his shoulder while the other was on his bicep. Though I feel it is insulting for them to send only one individual, considering what you have done for them. She pouted cutely, annoyed on his behalf. Queen rolled her eyes at Brittany's behavior, but instead of commenting on how close Brittany was to Han, she said, "After what our master has demonstrated to that foolish hot-headed woman, I do find the demonstration of their appreciation lacking. I do not believe that even they would be able to gather so much wealth as quickly as we have. There must be other variables causing this insult, whether intentional or not." She turned to look at Helena. "What do you think?" "While I agree, I believe that the Academy is trying to save some face to not place themselves below our master. The fact that the woman arrived with only her unit that night, there are clearly some political factors at play that we are unaware of. It is possible that we should have presented another chest, just to demonstrate what we are capable of." Helena frowned, agreeing with the two. Casually listening while enjoying the day with the soft sense of Brittany pressed against him, he chuckled. "Master, I will assign my minions to look into what they are potentially conspiring, so that we are not caught unaware. Their treatment makes me suspect that they are taking Master lightly. They will have one last regret if they are foolish enough to try anything beyond this level of disrespect." Queen lowered her voice to avoid being overheard by the worker and anyone nearby. Even after passing by all the lines of students waiting to apply, there were still rows of tents with families. He could understand Queen's caution to not alert anyone who may be intentionally overhearing their discussion. It was possible for them to wrap a barrier to block any attempts to spy on them. He didn't think it was prudent to alert hostile elements of such ability. Illumin would be their first exposure to what the world had to offer regarding a sizable developed population. Even seeing the extent of the protective wall alerted him that the number of people living inside was magnitudes greater than in Leaf Village. The city would give him insight into what he could expect on top of seeing how other nobles from the nearby countries behaved and what they could produce against a hostile force. He wasn't worried that any of the surrounding nations were a threat, but it would potentially spoil his experience if he were to ramp things up too quickly by revealing his cards. He couldn't help but smile, thinking of being able to savor the world he found himself in. Though there were other places he could travel to, it would be better to squeeze out as much as possible before moving on. As you can see, our city is quite popular with the amount of traffic seen each day. The man ahead of them innocently looked back while motioning to the line of wagons waiting to enter the city. Han turned to look at the wagons. From what he could tell, the people waiting to enter were merchants bringing in items. He had no idea whether to sell or to deliver. He glanced to see people in uniforms and armor similar to those moving throughout the camps of families, but these workers were likely taking on a more security-focused role, fulfilling their duty to check out the wagons to see if any contraband was being smuggled into Illumin. "It looks like you have a lot of security," Han casually mentioned. Nodding, "Yes, my lord. Since our academy is an important hub for not only trade, but the types of people that live inside Illumin, many of them nobles from the surrounding nations, it is important for us to maintain a certain level of protection so that nothing happens. It would be quite a diplomatic scandal if a foreign noble were kidnapped or injured by those who wish to see us fail in educating the people." There was a glint of pride as he talked about the academy, as though he genuinely believed that the school was some type of a beacon against the darkness that impeded the spread of knowledge and discovery. He did admit to not taking the Lady Knight's words overly seriously, biased from living on Earth and what modern society had provided for nearly everyone around the world, but that was until he saw the significant number of people patiently waiting to attend. It was easy to imagine that Illumin supplied a valuable service. If the academy didn't exist, there was nothing like universities that delivered the research and studies that Illumin currently offered to the Helios Kingdom and the Lunar Empire, but also the other regional powers. He didn't have a difficult time imagining that the research performed inside the city was significant enough that competing nations would willingly coexist with potentially hostile neighbors. "I remember the Lady Knight telling us about how different nations are attending this academy," Han said. The worker looked back and smiled as they approached the entrance. "This is true. We are quite fortunate that the surrounding nations depend on our ability to remain impartial despite current political strains that naturally develop as people compete over resources. It just affirms how important of a service we provide." Chapter 5, Part 3, Book 1, Fantasy World. There was an apathetic air around Queen and Helenia as they stood nearby the line of wagons waiting to enter the city. Even with their silence, Han didn't even need to assume their thoughts on what was around them. Though the answer was already evident, Han tapped into the consciousness of his creations. As soon as the connection was established, his mind felt like it had expanded as though floating on top of the ocean, aware of all the life forms swimming within. Each of his creations lightly sucked in air and let out a pleasurable sigh upon the establishment, joined with his mind. There was only a fraction of a second where they paused, imperceptible if viewed by an outsider. "They do seem to have a good handle on things." His thoughts flowed outwards to each of the three. Breathing in, Queen mentally rolled her eyes. "Even if with all the security I see, there is no doubt about items being successfully smuggled into this city, let alone any individuals that could pose a danger to the individuals that man thinks are so important. Their security may as well be pure theatre and appear to be impressive, but compared to the Stronghold, this is nothing." Waves of contempt flowed through the connection, floating on top like a slick of crude oil glittering under the sun. Han couldn't help but mentally chuckle at the sensation. "That is true, my beautiful creation, but even compared to modern times, I feel that this city is doing a decent job. Even with all of the modern technology that Earth had at its fingertips, there were plenty of times when those with ill intentions were able to enter and carry something as simple as contraband or destructive items with the intent of taking lives. Hearing her creator, the ripples traveling through the bond quieted as though the waves became calm and the air ceased to move. The crude that floated on the surface faded away as though absorbed by the water. There were occasional disturbances on the calm surface, but it was similar to the distant rumbling of a passing storm far off in the distance. Queen may have contempt for what she saw, but her thoughts were comparable to the mild annoyance someone would feel hearing an incompetent individual bragging about a minor accomplishment, similar to a grown adult telling their friends how they regularly brush their teeth before going to sleep. Helenia's words were empathetic compared to Queen's words, and warmed the surrounding waters like a noon sun on a cloudless sky. Our master is correct. Though these humans and beast people may be like children in their fumbling to complete their tasks, it is due to them not having anyone to show them the proper manner or disciplining them when they fail. Just as an adult would not humiliate a child who attempted to help in a clumsy manner, there is no need to belittle these people who are just trying to keep their city safe, even if their actions are ineffectual. They are ignorant, so unless you are willing to teach them, I suggest you calm yourself. She chastised Queen, her chilled words creating bits of ice to slowly begin forming on the surface of the ocean that represented the consciousness they shared. Queen's lips curved downwards, displeased with having been disciplined but understanding when she may have overstepped. Seeing her frown caused a few merchants to glance at her before they raised their eyebrows in confusion, shaking their heads before returning to work. There was a decent amount of preparation needed before the guards reached them to check if there were any illegal goods. They moved with assured motion, having completed the journey multiple times. Despite the heat of the day as the sun continued to rise, there were no complaints heard from any of them. Han nodded approvingly at how the merchants behaved, admiring their attitude. Even if they reacted to Queen's disapproval, they continued only mildly distracted by the mystical beauty. But he could understand why people responded to Queen. On top of her deathly presence that would make any man feel weak in their knees, her height was imposing on the average person. Even if he was an inch or two taller than many of the residents in Eletran, Queen was several inches taller than him. Glancing sideways at Brittany on his left shoulder, he knew she would also tower above the others if she wasn't purposefully lowering herself so she could cuddle with him. With her height and how much she needed to adjust herself, knowing Brittany, there wasn't any point in asking if she was uncomfortable. Her smile was broad as she happily embraced him. "If you follow me, we will be entering through the gate." The worker looked back at them, his smile doing a decent job of hiding the echoes of his apprehension. Even if he appeared relaxed as he guided Han's group, it would be difficult for ordinary people to shrug off what he had experienced. Despite his creation's thoughts on the matter, Han slowly started to think that the man had some potential with statecraft. He couldn't help but think that if it weren't for the unusual circumstance and his creation's intimidating aura, it was possible that the young man missed the opportunity to display his full capabilities to Han. Similar to a man arriving at an interview after having gone through some difficulties before the meeting began. But instead of feeling guilty, Han believed that the experience would serve to temper the man's mental strength due to his exposure to the void of unknown his creations, represented for those not of Han's creation. The young worker would be able to leverage the day and someday be able to speak in an eloquent manner, even in the presence of people holding a higher political position. He didn't know what the king of the Helios Kingdom or the emperor of the Lunar Empire would be like in person. Still, it wouldn't be unreasonable for the two political figures to be nothing to the murderous air that Queen could unleash onto an unsuspecting individual. The exchange with the man was like throwing stones into a still pond, the ripples of their interaction colliding and spreading out in a chaotic pattern. Han couldn't predict the outcome of their meeting, but he felt a sense of curiosity about what might happen if their paths crossed again. It was like he had planted a seed that could either grow into something beautiful or wilt away and die. In a way, he felt like a traveler in a forest, tossing an apple core with its seeds onto the ground, wondering if it would sprout into a magnificent tree or simply rot away. As Han approached the gate, His mind conjured up vivid images of a long, winding cave tunnel that seemed to stretch on endlessly like the insatiable jaws of some ancient creature, hungrily devouring each passing wagon in a surreal daily sacrificial ceremony. The tunnel was a masterpiece of architectural engineering, with uneven rocks forming a textured atmospheric impression that was almost non-existent in modern designs. Despite its age, the structure still maintained its own structural integrity, providing ample clearance for even commercial trucks delivering inventory to megacorporations. As Han's eyes roamed over the mammoth tunnel, he couldn't help but marvel at the sheer amount of labor and ingenuity that must have gone into its creation. Finally, his gaze landed on the partially exposed, thick metal gate that guarded the tunnel entrance, conjuring up images of medieval times and epic battles. He could almost hear the deafening clash of swords and armor as armies futilely crashed into the metal gate, their limbs sticking through the small openings before being impaled on the defenders' spears like a bloody pincushion. Through his mental connection, he felt a warm mental tremor. He grinned as he turned towards where Queen walked, impressed. His thoughts flowed towards her. Slowly taking a breath, Queen simply nodded, not wanting to say even a tiny compliment, but unable to hide the pink clouds that floated casually above the ocean. With the surrounding wall and how thick it feels on top of this gate, I do not believe Illumin would struggle to defend itself against a single army, not including the Empire. Helenia nodded approvingly. The Empire seems to be a unique presence in this part of the world, Han commented. I would be able to trample through all of these defenses. Queen mentally complained. The pink clouds sulked, childishly sprinkling light rain onto the ocean. Hearing the petulance in her voice, Han nearly snorted loudly, barely containing his amusement at the last moment. It was moments of such cuteness that he appreciated his adorable creations. Excluding the mind-shattering power that you would be able to crash into the near-fortress defenses of this city, I do believe that we need to factor in the number of people that would be included in the armies that would have the ability to wield some type of magical attack. Helenia sighed as she raised her eyes, as though finding Queen's immaturity tiresome. Han nodded in agreement. Based on what we encountered outside the walls of Leaf Village, even for a small force, there appeared to be quite a few magic-using soldiers, mages if we had to give their roles a name. If it was a properly sized military force, even with the walls that Illumin has for protection, I now wonder how long they would be able to last, even against a single army. Based on what we learned about the Empire, there is no question that their military forces were superior to the surrounding sovereign nations. I imagine the nearby powers would try to mimic the formations used by the Empire, mixing regular soldiers with people that could use magic. The difference in military forces also made the Lady Knight foolish, even if it was the moral action to perform. One of the variables that would help was the existence of the organization called the Adventurers Guild on top of the other nations that have citizens attending the academy within the city walls. But the question was how much of a defense all the various factors would provide for the small city against a nation like the Empire, which would have no issues marshalling a force large enough to decimate the city, based on information he knew. As you can see, our city is more than capable of handling a large number of businesses coming and leaving the city. Even if we had as many merchants leaving the city so early in the morning, the gate would be able to accommodate them. The young man said to them before indicating to one side. In addition to the security check we perform before merchants and visitors are able to pass through the opening into the city, there are routine checks made on wagons we deem require additional checks. Such a system allows the city to maintain its high level of security, so there is no reason to feel in danger, even if you were to live in the outer areas of the city. There was a sizable confident smile on the man's face, ignorant of what Han and his companions thought of Illumin's ability to keep their citizens safe from danger. Han's impression of the man increased, finding that the worker was performing at an acceptable level by showing them around and making sure that their concerns were adequately addressed. It was similar to attending an open house in a wealthy neighborhood, which had a security gate with several armed security on the premises to ensure no one with ill intent was to enter. If he weren't who he was, there was no doubt that he would be comforted by the amount of attention they placed on the safety of their residents. Listening to the last part, his ears perked upon the revelation of an outer area of the city, insinuating that there was an inner area. Hearing about different regions in a fantasy city piqued his inquisitiveness. Such a division often indicated a difference in socio-economic opportunities, but that was the extent of what he felt on the matter. While he did appreciate how the city cared for the people waiting to be admitted into the school, Han also knew that cities often had drastic differences in living conditions, and were just a natural part of civilizations with their limited abilities and access to resources. Tilting his head slightly and checking ahead, he imagined that it wouldn't be long until his curiosity would be sated, making him hold his tongue with asking the worker about the outer and inner parts of Illumin. The surrounding area was bustling with activity, with the sounds of creaking wagons and questions being asked echoing off the stone walls. Sounds of metal clanking as guards patrolled the area added to the ambience of the enclosed surroundings, as if they were traveling through an underground world, isolated from everything else due to the enormous length of the tunnel. It was equivalent to working in an office, with the sound of phones ringing and co-workers consulting one another as they handled the needs of their customers within their isolated cubicles. There was also the occasional raised voice, as a worker questioned a merchant that didn't provide an answer satisfactorily. Han cast a casual glance around the vicinity, noting how the medieval-style group operated and contrasting it with his past experiences on Earth. He remarked, "Well, at least they're keeping themselves occupied." Queen reluctantly took a deep breath and admitted, "Although their performance falls short of the Stronghold standards, I may have set my expectations too high." As she spoke, the connection emitted a sweet and floral fragrance. "Your sentiments are understandable, Queen," Helenia replied with a gentle smile. "Being here does feel like a step backward, a world far removed from the grace and splendor of our master's home, a sanctuary that surpasses anything these primitive creatures could envision. Nonetheless, it is commendable that you have chosen to adopt a more rational approach. As someone who will be in the presence of our master while we are here, I must be mindful of how my behavior reflects upon the one who created us," Queen stated with a hint of resignation. "It seems prudent for me to become accustomed to this substandard way of living, considering that our master will be attending this academy for a while." Her cheeks took on a subtle reddish hue. While Han did enjoy how his creations behaved, he also appreciated how they could keep things in perspective. His creations were not like the humans and beast people, so it was essential to keep things relative to one another. If the people were to know what his creations were able to do with the powers that he bestowed upon them, he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. "As you can observe," the worker continued explaining as they walked through the tunnel, "this passage also functions as the headquarters for the city guards. They ensure our safety by keeping watch and reporting any suspicious activities to the academy guards, who then relay the information to the student council." The worker gestured towards the bustling activity surrounding them. As they traversed the seemingly interminable passageway, their footsteps resounded loudly in the cavernous space. Merchants and city guards alike cast surreptitious glances in their direction, their curiosity piqued by the unexpected visitors. Han couldn't help but notice the subtle whispers that trailed in their wake, carrying a palpable undercurrent of interest and intrigue. Despite Han's unremarkable appearance, he was acutely aware that the attention was not on him, but on the women accompanying him. He grinned to himself as he caught a worker trying to steal a glimpse of Helenia while pretending to be nonchalant, only to stumble awkwardly on the uneven stone flooring. Papers fluttered to the ground as the man flailed his arms in a desperate attempt to regain his balance. The incident was a testament to Helenia's innate allure, which seemed to captivate those around her with effortless elegance. Her presence commanded attention and held it, making her the center of attention amidst the bustle and commotion of the tunnel. They carried on with a serene composure, seemingly impervious to the curious gazes and covert glances that followed them like a persistent shadow. To them, the scrutiny was akin to the dull hum of background noise, easily drowned out by the melody of their tranquil day. Like a warm, sunny day spent lounging on a picnic blanket, their peaceful demeanor exuded an effortless grace and poise that belied the hectic surroundings. The unwanted attention was akin to the buzz of pesky insects or the whine of bothersome flies, easily brushed aside in the face of their idyllic surroundings. He was well aware that their distant demeanor only added to the mystique that surrounded them, but he made no comment. As the architect of their enigmatic appearance, he was not one to begrudge others the opportunity to observe and admire his handiwork. With his free hand, he tenderly stroked Brittany's arm, eliciting a joyous giggle from her. She basked in his affection, content to revel in the moment without questioning the reasons behind it. As he trailed his fingers over Brittany's smooth, velvety skin, Han couldn't help but contemplate what might transpire if any unwary individual attempted to make a pass. At best, his creations would effortlessly rebuff any advances, but at worst, the consequences would be severe for the hapless perpetrator. Either way, Han felt a surge of pride and satisfaction at the thought of his handiwork standing up to any potential threat. Chapter 5, Part 4, Book 1, Fantasy World. The worker continued to point to various areas that he believed would captivate Han and his creations. The man's mannerisms loosened and relaxed the longer he was around the group. If there had been an air of immobilized terror hindering his ability to effectively communicate with them, such an impression was slowly fading away. While the worker was unstrained in their presence, it did lead to his occasional furtive glances at Helenia, Queen and Brittany. The attempts were respectfully hidden, camouflaged by his looks at Han, while he indicated the numerous elements inside the tunnel. I do respect his attempts of trying to not come across as too obvious. Han thought of others in the past few days who were more blatant in their desires to ogle his creations. If he is so concerned about us not knowing his thirst, I could remove his eyes, Brittany giggled, a smile widening across her face. As the sweet twinkling of her laughter echoed through the enclosed space, a few nearby workers felt their cheeks flush with warmth. Her infectious giggle was a welcomed respite, akin to a refreshing breeze that invigorated their spirits amidst the slightly stifling atmosphere. There were audible sighs of regret upon seeing Brittany moving away from them. Han couldn't help but stifle a smirk as he observed Brittany's nonchalant mention of such a savage punishment, despite the seemingly mild and harmless situation. While her appearance gave the impression of a gentle forest creature, like a delicate rabbit, the truth was a stark contrast, far removed from the surface level of things. Though her words may have sounded light-hearted, there was little doubt she would carry out her threat with conviction. It was precisely the stark dichotomy between her hidden depths and outward demeanor that he found so alluring. As they made their way forward, the tunnel gradually surrendered to the dawning sun, allowing its rays to trickle in and dispel the darkness. Like a gentle shower, the light slowly grew in intensity and flooded the once obscure passage with a warm, welcoming glow. The radiant beams of the sun washed over everything in their path, painting the world around them in a vivid palette of colors. And now we are entering the outer area of Illumin. The man spread his arms wide to welcome them into the city. As they emerged from the tunnel, Han's eyes gradually adjusted to the light, but it wasn't long until he could see what could only be described as a canyon. The city was a layer of floors stacked on top of one another, as though the people who built Illumin were trying to reach the sky. There were people walking about their day on each of the levels within close proximity of one another, a shadow of the world that he had left behind. Though it was nothing compared to the Stronghold, he couldn't help but be impressed by what humans could accomplish. He couldn't help but think the city was like a fantasy version of the cities he was accustomed to in the past. I must say I can see why people are so impressed with this place. Queen's eyes slowly scanned the nearly awe-inspiring view before her. This truly gives me pause beyond what I would have expected. I had envisioned something similar to Leaf Village, but the sheer amount of effort and dedication into creating this place exceeds every aspect of that quaint village. A corner of her mouth was slightly raised, faintly revealing a smile. Many have similar thoughts when entering our city. Though there may be other cities that are more glorious compared to Illumin, I do not think they could compare in terms of what we offer to the world. We are unique in how each resident in this city could someday become a member of the student council and lead everyone. The man's eyes sparkled. His joy was infectious, happy to have people witness what he believed to be the greatest place on the continent. Han watched as wagons were raised to the higher levels, similar to elevators but on a larger scale. Even back on Earth, such a mechanism wasn't widely available and was limited in usage. The fact that the elevators were able to lift up the weight of such vehicles and rise or lower in such a smooth manner gave a sense of familiarity. A juxtaposition of modern technology and the appearance of ancient times back on Earth made him aware of what people are capable of, pushing boundaries with their innovative creativity. Who came up with that? Han pointed at the elevator lifting up one of the wagons. The man looked to see the elevator, and then back to Han. He smiled as though excited to talk like a parent who enjoys bragging about their children. The technology was developed inside the academy, similar to many of the devices that we use that are far ahead of what is available in either the kingdom or empire. His back straightened slightly. Han's eyes slowly checked out their surroundings, thinking how people in different locations could arrive at such a different conclusion. Where the cities on Earth built individual structures with multiple floors, Illumin was like a city stacked on top of one another. There was the soft squeaking sound of rolling wheels crunching over the dirt and stones on top of the road. Han pulled his eyes from their surroundings, seeing an elegant open carriage with the sides painted white and intricate gold floral decorations, in addition to animals that he wasn't familiar with that was likely linked with the mythologies of the current world. White horses that were carefully groomed pulled the cart while a driver in an outfit similarly dressed to the man guiding them sat in the front. The main difference was the primary color of the uniform, being blue with white accents. Their guide quickly moved towards the carriage. Opening the door, he bowed, "Please enter. We will be heading towards the academy now." I surmise that it is quite a distance. Han turned and glanced down the long main road. Though the walk wouldn't bother him, it would indeed make sense to take a carriage and comfortably observe their surroundings instead of walking to their destination. He noticed that there weren't other carriages waiting to pick up students, indicating that the lone vehicle had been waiting for them merely because of his status. If he hadn't presented them with an absurd amount of money up front, he suspected that even with the Lady Knight's suggestion, others wouldn't heed her words and just think of him the same as any other noble son. "I suppose we should not expect much," Queen sneered with dissatisfaction. Stepping on the foothold and entering the carriage, he touched the door as the vehicle shifted slightly from his weight. Han proceeded to sit on one of the cushioned seats. The cushion on the seat was a bit stiff, making him chuckle at the thought of how he'd become spoiled by not only his own abilities, but also the treatment his creations gave him. It was only a short time since he was satisfied with the hard plastic seats standard on the city buses, on top of never having enough space as people were crammed together. Still, now he was accustomed to being treated to luxuries beyond anyone aside from the handful of influential people able to afford such a lifestyle beyond what any king could have imagined in the past. There was the sound of the door being closed, and their guide leaning forward to whisper something into the ear of the driver. The driver moved away a little, startled by the information, before he turned his head and awkwardly smiled. "Welcome to our humble city, my lord. I assure you that the ride will be enjoyable in addition to the wondrous sights that can be seen before we reach our destination." "We are in your professional hands," Han simply smiled, knowing that their guide had warned the driver. There was a slight jolt as the horses began to pull the carriage forward, enough for the guide to move forward slightly as he used his hand on the side of the vehicle to stabilize himself. His eyes looked at Han and his creations and smiled as though saying, "What can you do?" Helania and Queen were silent, unimpressed by the treatment, but decided to keep quiet out of consideration for their master and his wishes. Brittany sat beside Han, embracing his arm as she casually looked at their surroundings. While Helania and Queen glanced at the passing structures with mild amusement, Brittany had a bored expression, aside from how she would occasionally squeeze Han's arm closer to her body as though it was energizing her. Due to the size of the carriage, Han sat with Brittany and Helania on one side while Queen sat across from him on the same side as their guide. As he lounged on the seat, not minding the soft embrace of Brittany, his eyes enjoyed the scenery of the various stores and the people they passed. Just like with the people who waited outside the walls of Illumin, waiting for whether they were accepted into the academy, there was a wide range of different species of people. What also came to mind was how many of the residents that they passed by only gave a few looks at them before no longer paying attention, as though they weren't interested in things that were above their heads. His eyes opened slightly when he saw children running about in the streets, expertly evading people as they played. Some of the children are those born inside the city, many of our residents having formed families during their lifelong studies. The guide noticed Han spotting the children playing. Looking to the guide, are they not students as well? Han raised an eyebrow. The guide nodded. Not all children become main students of the academy. If they are unable to pass the exams and other requirements, the children will attend a transitional program to get them caught up so that they can be accepted at a later time. What if they are unable to pass? Queen asked. The guide turned to Queen. We have various programs that will allow them to gain a position in Illumin. He assured them. Students forming healthy families and having kids is something we try to encourage since we feel everyone can provide some kind of value to Illumin. Even in the worst of cases, as the children age, they can attend classes to allow them to join one of the many divisions and work on basic tasks within their abilities. We are always looking for people, so everyone has an opportunity. Indicating to one of the shops, these shops still count as being a part of the academy, so many children of students who were unable to enter the academy could work for the countless shops and businesses. We even have some that will become apprentices of merchants that come and go as they trade with the city. Queen and Helenia looked at each other after hearing the explanation, their eyes meeting the other, as though some kind of message wordlessly flashed between them. Tilting her head, Brittany sniffed the air. Seeing Brittany smelling something wafting in the air, the guide said, though we have many shops that offer various materials and items that could be useful for students, there are plenty of stores that sell a variety of dishes that many enjoy. His chest puffed up slightly. Though the stores out here may not be at the same level as the ones located inside the academy, I assure you that the food they offer is better than what you would find inside the villages and towns of the kingdom. The man's words caused Han's ears to perk up again upon catching how there existed a difference between where they were going and the area around them. It didn't surprise Han much, understanding that there would often always be a difference in status. Just as not everyone could become part of the nobility, the city of Illumin would place a greater emphasis on those it deemed to be useful. Since it offered the children of students who couldn't pass the requirements to enter the academy a place to earn a living, he could imagine how academic performance and individual wealth would separate people inside Illumin. Enjoying the ride through the city, Han noticed that the number of levels was beginning to decrease. When they were close to the outer wall of Illumin, the levels were stacked to the point where he needed to crane his head back, nearly staring straight up into the sky. But now, it was easier to see the blue background of the sky with clouds lazily drifting across it. When he looked ahead of them, he noticed there was another wall. Are those walls part of the academy? Han casually asked the guide. Without turning his head, the man nodded. In addition to the walls, the city has also been designed to accentuate the academy that we are proud of, making it easier for people to gaze upon it from a distance. I thought you had mentioned that nearly all citizens of Illumin are students of the academy. Why is there a need to partition off the school from the rest of the city? Helenia raised an eyebrow as her eyes coolly rested on the man. A slight shiver was noticeable as the man tried to regain himself. That is indeed the case. But inside the academy, many of the students are diligently studying in their respective disciplines. With that in mind, we want to offer an environment that encourages students to be free to experiment with what they learned. This is why the decrease in level is not only to allow an easier view of our great campus, but also to mitigate any distracting elements that could negatively impact students inside the academy. He attempted a smile, but it was diminished by the slight trembling from the attention he was receiving from Helenia. Han felt a slight degree of sympathy for the man, understanding how intimidating it would be to have a woman like Helenia cast such a cool expression in their direction. Though she may seem to disapprove of how Illumin divided the city between an inner and outer section, he didn't believe it bothered her much. At least to the level the guide assumed she did. She likely was asking out of curiosity more than anything. He couldn't help but smile as he saw the gentle breeze flowing through her black hair. Aside from some strands, Helenia's hair cascaded down her left shoulder, allowing him to see her graceful porcelain neck, which contrasted perfectly with the near-midnight black hair. There was a gentle squeeze of his arm from Brittany, who didn't enjoy his attention being directed to others. The action was cute in how selfish it was, making him place a hand on her head and lovingly pet her fiery red hair. Enjoying his affection, her eyes cutely closed as she rested her head on his shoulder. Han couldn't help but imagine her like some cat that enjoyed monopolizing its owner's attention. With his abilities, giving her cat ears wouldn't be a difficult task, though he did appreciate her appearance, as is without any modifications. Thinking of improvements, Han may not have considered any physical alterations for Brittany, but it did make him contemplate other things that would benefit her in the future. The carriage lazily moved towards its destination, not in much of a hurry in order to provide an ideal riding experience for Han and his creations. Even if they didn't speak much aside from the occasional words from their guide, letting them know various factoids about the outer area, he merely thought of the ride as an opportunity to enjoy time with his creations. His mind drifted back to when he had to work tirelessly in order to continue the process of building a life for himself and Bait. There was a faint sting in his heart, thinking about her. As if a cold hand had emerged from the darkness of his subconscious and slowly exerted its influence, he couldn't help but wonder how she was doing. A faint bubble floated towards the surface. I should check in and see how she is doing. But Han quickly buried the idea. He needed to move on, even if it was difficult considering the numerous years between them. Leaning his head lovingly on top of Brittany, he reminded himself once again how it was better how things ended between the two of them. Thoughts would inevitably surge into his consciousness, and with each reminder, the next time wouldn't hurt as much. He lightly breathed in the floral scent of Brittany, happy that he was surrounded by the three women. Images of his other creations soon flowed to the top and surfaced, making it so he couldn't help but smile. The pain in his heart slowly slipped back into the void of his emotions, waiting to return when he'd least expected it. Chapter 5, Part 5, Book 1, Fantasy World. With how the carriage would occasionally shudder due to the slight unevenness of the road and the pace they were travelling, Han couldn't help but imagine how it would be easy to doze off with how comfortable he was feeling. Brittany's soft body pressed against him, and the warmth of her face on his arm was particularly welcomed. He couldn't help but smell a sweet smell coming off of her, as though entering a candy shop. Her faint fragrance made her presence that much more enjoyable. Instead of them heading to an appointment to take an exam, the experience was more akin to a comfortable date on a beautiful day where the sky was blue, and the breeze was slightly warm from the sun. If it weren't for how he was curious about the exam he'd be taking, under the supervision of the Lady Knight, Han would have suggested that the wagon stop and they take their time while also checking out the local businesses. His eyes observed the residents of Illumin going about their day. Seeing a few of the students holding hands, it was easy to mistake that he was back home on Earth. He couldn't help but smile when he saw one of the couples, where the young woman raised a hand to her mouth and giggled at something funny the young man had said. She brushed back her forest green hair, revealing pointed, slender ears. Continuing down the road, it was only a short time before they neared the walls surrounding the academy. Han noticed an increase in students wearing uniforms walking about on the sidewalks on either side of the road. It was different from earlier, when many of the residents were wearing professional or casual outfits. On top of the number of students, there was also a change in the height of the buildings and the removal of the multiple levels. Compared to earlier, when they entered the city near the massive walls where it felt like a canyon with the levels and buildings stretching towards the sky. The height of the buildings, and only having one level gave a sense as though they were moving toward the center of a vast bowl. The surroundings no longer felt like a dense and somewhat claustrophobic-inducing area, as though it was similar to an old walled city long ago demolished. Now it gave the impression of the downtown area in a somewhat remote European village. The vibrant and refreshing colors made it easy to want to explore and see what was offered. Sensing what Han was thinking, with the academy the focus of Illumin, the city is modeled to cater to what is pleasing to the students. As you have likely noticed, the buildings are becoming shorter and no longer stacked on each other with countless levels. This allows the students to walk around in an environment where the amount of sunlight would not be restricted. The types of businesses that are able to set up locations closer to the academy are also ones where the quality of products and services offered are higher. The guide explained, indicating stores with outdoor seating areas where students could be seen relaxing and talking amongst themselves. A few students casually glanced in their direction, but they didn't give them as much attention as he expected. It made him wonder whether it was due to not wanting to come across as rude like some tourists from the countryside. Han did suspect that his creation's ethereal beauty was beyond what they'd have been able to see even in their upper lifestyle. A few young girls gracefully raised a cup of tea to their lips. Next to one of the girls, a man dressed in servant attire bowed so that he could whisper something in her ear. She nodded, slightly raising a hand as if giving out some kind of order. Based on how some of the students behaved, Han didn't need the guide to indicate the upbringing of the students sitting outside, drinking tea and eating snacks. He guessed they were children of people with sufficient means, possibly connected to the nobility. There was the way they moved, lacking any urgency as someone from a simpler upbringing would naturally have. Only some of the lower nobles enjoy dining at the shops outside of the academy. It does not change the fact that such establishments are able to rival ones found in larger cities. I have had the luxury of dining at many of these locations, and assure you that the quality is without question. Even inside the capital of either the Helios Kingdom or Lunar Empire, it would be quite difficult to find locations serving better items. The guide smiled as though proud of the ability to eat such a level of food. Han nodded, impressed. This caused the guide to straighten his back with pride. Queen discreetly rolled her eyes at the man's behavior. Turning her head while still glued to Han's arm, Brittany closed one of her eyes. "I do hope you would give us some recommendations," she cutely asked. The man's brows raised as he quickly bowed his head. "My lady, I would be honored to offer some suggestions. Knowing that someone simple as I could help you have an enjoyable day with my lord would fill me with great satisfaction." There was a reddening of his cheeks. Hearing Brittany engage with the man, Queen stared at Brittany, her eyes narrowing. Sensing Queen's eyes on her, Brittany removed the cute smile from her face before she smirked as though she were making a challenge. Helenia took a slow, deep breath but remained silent. Seeing how Brittany acted towards Queen, Han imagined that she was attempting to demonstrate how easy it was for her to be hospitable towards those she felt were beneath her. He had a feeling that Brittany couldn't care less what the man suggested, but was using it to poke fun at Queen, who had acted overly critical despite Han wanting them to be friendlier to the people associated with the academic city. While it may have been childish on her part, Han couldn't help but internally grin at how she behaved. He also thought it was okay for them to have some level of rivalry. "I am sure Brittany would enjoy the locations you recommend for us." Han gently patted her head to show how much he appreciated her attempt to be civil towards life forms that she might deem inferior. The guide raised his eyes before lowering them and bowing his head, honored by the recognition. Queen's mouth opened slightly as though a venomous retort would fly out of her mouth, directed at the childish maid. Still, at the last moment, she frowned and merely turned her head to look at the buildings on her side. Han was glad that Queen had looked away, since he was well aware that Brittany was grinning smugly, as though celebrating her victory at receiving a compliment from him. Seeing Brittany celebrate her victory over Queen made him chuckle slightly and tussle her hair. Her actions were cute and something he knew he shouldn't encourage, but it was out of his hands due to how adorable she could be when the situation warranted it. His gaze drifted toward where Helenia sat. Helenia turned her head to face him. She had a slight smile on her face, understanding what her master was thinking. She then directed her attention to Queen. "It will be good for us, knowing where would be a good place to spend time with our master." Her eyes indifferently switched to the guide before honey flowed from her mouth. "To be willing to go above and beyond your duty, letting us know where we could go in such a new environment means a lot. We are greatly appreciative of your hard work. I am sure the Lady Knight will hear how thankful we are towards you and your dutiful care." The guide's face now glowed red. He raised a hand and rubbed his neck while trying to maintain a professional demeanor and fighting from grinning like a fool, clearly not used to having the attention of an individual of a similar caliber as Helenia and Brittany. "You are too kind, my lady. I am a humble worker merely doing what should be done as a representative of this wonderful city that has offered me so much. As the guide gave more suggestions of where they could go to find entertainment inside and outside the academy, Han's eyes drifted towards the tall white wall surrounding the academy. While it was a fraction of the height of the main wall of Illumin, the size was larger than the closest buildings. On top of the wall were alternating statues of men and women in flowing robes and gowns. While some were obviously human, some sculptures were modelled after beast people. In front of them was a large and a smaller gate. Next to the larger one was a line of carriages, just like the line of carriages waiting to enter the main entrance into the city. But with the smaller gate was a line of what appeared to be students waiting to get in as they talked to guards. At least Han thought they were guards based on how they carried themselves. He also saw that some of them had a sword or weapons. There was clearly a system to check the people entering the academy area. It may not have been at the same level as going into an airport. Still, Han wouldn't be surprised if the academy was aware of all the identities attempting to enter the grounds. Wrapping around the wall was a wide road, with numerous carriages either moving towards where they were or going to a different location. Han assumed that just like the gate in front of them, other gates would allow easier access to different parts of the academy. He wouldn't be surprised if there were gates at each main cardinal direction. Compared to many of the wagons waiting to be searched outside of Illumin, the ones waiting to enter the academy were sturdier and built to carry more cargo. This was evident with the numerous boxes of varying sizes, expertly stacked on top of one another with several thick ropes to keep them secured. As the carriage got closer, it was easy to hear the creaking of the wagons as they moved forward or stopped. Han was reminded of waiting to go through tolls on the highways whenever he had to travel across the country. The long lines of cars waiting to deposit their loose change into the enormous funnels before being allowed to get back on the road toward each of their destinations. So seeing the sheer amount of cargo being transporting on nearly all the wagons, Han imagined the wagons to be a fantasy world's equivalent to commercial trucking, which allowed for the easy transportation of goods across countries around the world. Standing next to each of the wagons were dozens of workers, some dressed in outfits similar to what factory workers would wear that were designed to get dirty and protect the body from cuts as they moved items. In contrast, others wore armor that differed from person to person, and a wide range of weapons being carried by them. Those are adventurers from the Adventurers Guild. Whether they originated from the branch inside of the academy or outside, I could not say. The guide said, offering important context, making sure not to assume what Han and his companions would know. Han looked to the guide. I believe this may be one of the first times we have seen adventurers. Our family has been out of touch with worldly affairs, so seeing an adventurer is a unique experience. He knew that there was no reason to give an explanation. Still, it would also help people remember why things that would be mundane for the average person were new to him. There was also how people would try to remember if they had ever witnessed anyone of similar beauty as his creations, considering it would be unusual for no one to remember such captivating individuals. For his goal in the fantasy world he would be living in, there was no reason to cause others to be suspicious of him. It's good that Queen will be using her forces to keep an eye out for any rumors that could start due to their presence, Han thought. Even if there was no threat to them from outsiders, it wouldn't be good to be caught off guard and have to clean up a mess that would have been easy to handle if they knew of the machinations and cultural norms ahead of time. Maybe I should have Queen use her forces to spread positive rumors about us. Rumors that would help make how they appeared out of nowhere sound reasonable and not out of place. I see, that would be completely understandable, my lord. The guide nodded, not questioning the reason. With how many supplies the academy requires, ranging from foods we may not produce locally to equipment for students, we must order a massive quantity of items. In order to make the journey in a timely manner, keeping their safety in mind, merchants will frequently hire adventurers to provide security against bandits and monsters that may come across their paths. He used a hand to indicate the people next to the carts. For merchants that work with the academy directly, the amount they earn is sufficient to hire a sizable number of adventurers. You mentioned that the guild has a branch inside the academy. Queen no longer appeared to be sulking from her interactions with Brittany. Han could tell that Queen was back in her official role as someone in charge of his military forces, on top of ensuring he was safe from harm. Seeing how responsible she appeared made him think how attractive she was. There was something about a professional woman that attracted him to them, likely due to how they focused on their tasks. "Yes, my lady," the guide nodded. "The branch inside the academy is used by students, even those who may not intend to become an adventurer. We try to encourage students to take on jobs to provide them with a range of life experiences they may not have encountered due to their prior life outside our facilities. This includes both those from noble births as well as commoners." The carriage soon began to slow down. "Please state your business for entering the academy." A young man walked to the carriage and stood beside the vehicle, close to the guide. Just like with the guide and the driver, Han noticed the color of the uniform the young man wore. It was white and rather plain compared to what the guide and driver wore. "I am currently escorting a new student and his people to the academy at the wish of the Lady Knight," the guide explained, as though he was expecting the question. "He has contributed much to the school, so the Lady Knight will oversee his exam." The young man's eyes widened before he regained his professional demeanor. He then looked at Han and his creations. Han was now sure that the young man was part of some security force, just like those at the main gate into the city. Based on how the man didn't seem alert, it was easy to tell that the questions were a matter of formality and not something meant to be invasive. It had a similar vibe as when entering a corporate building and having to check in at the front desk, letting security know the purpose of the visit. There was likely documentation that would be filled out and sent to a department so that a record could be made of him and his creations entering the academy grounds. Han noticed how the guard reacted to the guide mentioning the Lady Knight, which was a reminder of the amount of influence she likely had inside the city. The guard nodded, satisfied with the explanation provided by the guide, before motioning a hand to one of the other guards nearby. There was a slight creak as the large doors slowly swung open to allow their carriage through. "I hope that the questions did not bother my lord," the guide nervously laughed as his eyes darted to the women, unsure of how they'd react to the guard stopping them. Regardless of status, everyone attempting to enter the academy will be questioned in a similar manner even if they have become a regular, known by the guards. Han nodded. "It is nothing to be concerned about. I am sure that they are only hoping to maintain the security of the academy and have everyone's best interest at heart." He turned his head, looking at the guards, and he noticed that some had black with red highlights on their uniforms. Returning to look at the guide, Han asked, "I am curious about the uniforms. There appear to be people from different departments guarding the gate. Is that typical?" "Yes, my lord," the guide smiled. "Those who only wear white are from the disciplinary committee, part of the general purpose division. They are often seen guarding important locations at the academy, such as the gate we just entered through. The ones in black with red highlights are part of the academy guards, specifically the security division. You will see them the most since they are primarily responsible for keeping the academy safe." Placing a hand on himself, "I myself am a part of the administrative division of the academy guards." He pointed a thumb at the driver. "He is part of the support division in general support, which often needed to fill up duties as they are created. They are somewhat of a jack of all trades when it comes to duties that are taking place in the background. Each of our organizations has a primary color. At the same time, the highlights indicate where we work and the types of duties we are responsible for." "Master, look at that tower." Brittany pulled on Han's arm, grabbing his attention. His eyes were soon filled with a tower, with such a height that one would think it could reach into the edges of the world's atmosphere. While they had been distracted on the way towards the academy, not that they were inside the walls with nothing to obstruct their view, Han admitted that it was something beyond what he was used to seeing. While it may be an exaggeration to describe how tall it was, he had no doubt that it would dwarf anything built on Earth. Considering the level of technology inside the world they currently resided in, he couldn't help but stare at the structure that seemed to defy standard engineering assumptions. The guide puffed his chest out, exuding pride from the reaction to the tower. "The tower is what we are most famous for, a structure that is the tallest structure north of the Great Desert." Chapter 5 Part 6, Book 1 Fantasy World. Han's eyes were drawn to the tower that stretched towards the heavens, as though the people who walked on the ground were hoping to build a bridge and reunite with the gods above. Despite his own ability, he couldn't help but find himself drawn to it, as though appreciating another artist's work, while making his way through a gallery. Though the sheer scale of the tower was immense and dominated much of his thoughts, a curiosity slowly blossomed in his mind. A slight crack in his lips made him glad he had chosen to visit Illumin. As his gaze lowered slowly, he blinked, noticing quite a number of buildings despite their insignificant impression compared to the tower. It was as though they had slowly come into focus due to the towers capturing his attention. After taking a few moments to see what was in front of him, it didn't take long before he noticed how all the other structures radiated away from the center. His eyes slowly surveyed each of them, seeing how each was relatively unique, though a few shared a similar appearance. "This is such a large area," Brittany said, moving away from Han and looking around, a giant smile enhancing her dazzling face. Even Queen's eyes slightly widened as she coolly observed their surroundings and admired the area. As the carriage made its way towards the tower, each of them looked at the scenery. With the gentle breeze and the sun above, seeing the large grassy area was calming to view. Compared to the outside of the wall where the city existed, there wasn't a feeling of being cramped. Instead, it was as if they were back outside of Illumin. On the grass, small groups of students sat and talked to one another, oblivious to the world around them. Even though the carriage passed by, not many looked in their direction, though when they did, they gave a friendly wave. Even as they socialized with one another, it was easy to see that each of them was hard at work, studying to understand the material covered in their classes. Long winding paths could be seen, allowing students to navigate around the area. Sometimes a group of students would stop by another group, clearly familiar with the other students. Though there was a seriousness, the natural surroundings created a calming and elegant atmosphere. Han absorbed the surroundings, enjoying how the area was created to appear as though it wasn't within the borders of the academy. He even noticed pristine pockets of forests that offered a place to get out of the sun or a passing rain cloud. Everything felt serene, even though Illumin was an independent nation bordered by more powerful nations that could easily crush it. Enjoying the environment, he couldn't help but think about the parallels with other nations back on Earth that existed next to potentially hostile ones. Thinking about Illumin's situation, he thought of the Lady Knight, and how she behaved, imagining the woman being a symbol of strength for the students. Han's thoughts drifted as the carriage continued on the path. While the tower in front of them still monopolized the view, Han was distracted from his thoughts as they approached the buildings surrounding the monolith. As you can see, compared to the city outside of the academy or even locations in other kingdoms and empires, the academy is designed to inspire our students, the guide said to Helenia. The outer area of the grounds, as you can see, is primarily used by students for housing purposes, though my lord and all of you will be staying in a location nearly next to the tower. But despite the distance of these buildings, many of the students find that being far from the tower is not much of a hassle. Nearby the dormitories, we have buildings used for various branches of studies where students will attend their classes. As the carriage casually traveled on the road and entered the populated area, a considerable number of students were going about their day on either side of the street. One of the most significant differences between the city nearest to Illumin's outer walls and the area inside the academy's grounds was that everyone going about their day was a student. Everywhere Han looked, students were in their uniforms, only a few not carrying some type of handbag that was likely filled with school supplies. This reminds me of when I was at my university and saw everyone coming and going to class, Han thought. He even noticed students lounging on benches and tables, socializing with one another. Turning to look at the guide, I am assuming that it is normally this busy. The guide turned his head looking for something. When Han followed the guide's gaze, Han saw a tower with a large clock. Returning to look at Han, the guide said, "This is between classes, though the morning and early afternoon are significantly busier compared to later in the day." "Is that set up by the academy or are students able to select their class times?" Helenia asked, slightly tilting her head. A student's schedule wholly depends on their status and grade, the guide explained. Status, Helenia raised an eyebrow. The guide said, those who are part of the nobility tend to have more freedom in their experiences here. Is there a need to give nobles such privilege? Queen looked away from the buildings she was observing to look at the guide. The guide nodded as though understanding the confusion. This is due to the nature of why nobles often attend our academy compared to the average student. Those part of the nobility are busy and have many responsibilities, so, understandably, accommodations must be made for them. Han noticed a slight twitch on their guide's face. I imagine the treatment of nobles and those who aren't part of the nobility creates tension for not only students who have to interact with them, but also the student staff who have to cater to them, he thought. He wouldn't be surprised if the guide had to deal with events that placed much burden and stress on top of the typical issues with any job. It reminded him of the full-time job he had before that day. Even he had to deal with problematic managers and clients, making his life far more stressful and annoying than needed. He could only imagine what life was like for the guide, who was likely low on the organization ladder. Gritting his teeth, life is often not easy for those on the bottom with no authority. Queen took a few moments to look at the student. I suppose that could be the case. I know our master has responsibilities that most would find difficult to shoulder. She gave a slight nod, accepting the answer. The guide attempted to glance toward Han without making things obvious. Han made things easy for the guide. He pretended to not notice the look, turning his head to appreciate the surrounding architecture that was lazily passing by as the carriage continued to travel through the academy. As he enjoyed the view, occasionally turning to look at whatever the guide pointed out to them, Han kept being reminded of how the campus was similar to the university he'd attended what felt like ages ago. There were dormitories for students to live inside that were identical in style, focusing more on their utilitarian purpose than aesthetics. Scattered about were small structures where students were exiting with items in hand, clearly snacks, as they ate them and chatted with their classmates. These locations were similar to convenience stores selling daily necessities. Students find our numerous student stores quite helpful if they need to make a quick purchase and do not want to take the time to head to the dining halls or outside the academy wall into the city area. The locations also sell items used for hygiene and daily school supplies. The guide motioned to one of the stores they passed by. You will also appreciate the larger locations we have, which provide not only a larger selection, but also sell grocery items and supplies that the staff of nobles find helpful when preparing meals or keeping the residence in order. Helenia smiled. I am sure our staff will frequently visit the store to take advantage of the supplies the academy has made easily available. For them, gaining supplies was a manageable issue, but Han internally nodded after hearing Helenia's words. Nothing positive could come from doing suspicious things like not going to the local grocery store to purchase daily necessities. It would be different if they had wagons delivering such items from the Stronghold. However, that would also create opportunities for people to locate the structure that isn't normal in appearance. A part of Han wondered if it was a good idea to create some location that would explain where his fictional family had been hiding for such a long time. The location would need to be someplace where no one would have looked for the amount of time that I said that we've been in hiding. Han mulled over the thought. A few ideas came to mind. I'll talk with my creations about what they think and the best location. The benefit to the world he currently found himself in was that it had likely yet to be fully mapped out like Earth was for all practical purposes. With satellites passing by the Earth's surface and mapping out everything to be made available at the click of a button, his plan to create a location would be significantly tricky since it would be easy to spot the inconsistencies in his story. Fortunately, the current world was one where they didn't have the continent mapped out. Close to the classes, you will find many libraries where students can find an appropriate location to study in addition to going through their own studies and researching various topics, depending on their year. The guide pointed to a large structure with tall windows at the entrance, which resembled a ship moving through the seas. Next to the large library were other structures with similar unique appearances. These were where students would attend their classes. Something I have always enjoyed is how the buildings tend to have some kind of theme based on their focus of study. A great example is where many study plant life on the opposite side of the grounds. The guide said this with wide eyes and a giant smile, clearly excited about the topic. "What does that location look like?" Brittany happily asked, leaning slightly towards the guide, her red hair cascading down her back from her shoulder. Seeing Brittany interested, the guide raised his hands and tried to paint a picture of it in the air. "What I truly appreciate about the location are the plants that cover nearly the entire building, as though nature were attempting to reclaim it. There are many gardens inside, and students frequently make their way to it to observe the exotic plants being cared for inside." The guide lowered his voice. "There are even gardens where all the plants are carnivorous, so the students in charge of taking care of them will allow others to watch them throw scraps of meat at the plants." The guide shivered. It truly is horrifying watching the plants fight one another. Then he smiled. "But even with how scary those plants are with all the safety precautions, it is actually quite thrilling and helpful when you need a change of pace." Han couldn't help but smile at how enthusiastic the guide was, describing to them the various carnivorous plants he had seen. His thoughts drifted to the sisters, Anacoles and Aracia, and how they would admire the building and could add their knowledge in the field. Though the great jungle inside of the Stronghold didn't need to be maintained like a garden, the sisters were dutiful in ensuring all the plants inside were healthy. This allowed them to become quite knowledgeable when it came to tending plants. Compared to the great jungle, the gardens inside the academy would pale to what he'd created, but it didn't mean that it would be a complete waste of time. Han noticed a drastic change in the types of structures they were passing by. Instead of the large buildings all the students used, these were mansions surrounded by a wall. It was unmistakable that they weren't made for anyone to use. As you can see, after you pass through all the various buildings used for students, these locations are expressly for the nobility and high-level workers inside the academy. The guide motioned to houses on either side. "So this is where we will find where we will stay." Brittany's eyes widened like a child ready to open their presents on Christmas morning. "They do not appear particularly worthy of our master and the amount of money we had provided to the academy." Queen turned her head to look at the guide, a slight edge in her down. Her gaze was flat, clearly expecting a satisfactory answer. "My lady," the guide nervously chuckled, trying to smooth things over. "These locations are the lowest tier of houses for the nobility." His eyes looked to Han as though both searching for protection and ensuring Han was pleased. "My lord, your house is next to the tower and several times larger than what you see here." He pulled a handkerchief from a pocket and mopped his sweating forehead. "I assure you that your location is on par with the student council. No other locations, besides those provided to the council, could compare in quality." Pulling his attention from the mansion they passed by, Han nodded. "I am sure that the academy will not betray the trust and resources I have placed on them. Queen, there is no need to place any blame on our guide, who is only performing the task that he was assigned. If there are any issues, we can bring them up to the Lady Knight." He raised a hand to Queen as though he were telling a loyal dog to step back. After giving the guide one last hard stare, she bowed to Han. "My apologies, master, I was overly excited." Brittany, who had returned to snuggling against Han, snorted. "Do you not feel embarrassed for making our master look bad?" Queen didn't bother to answer Brittany's provocation, though her body twitched as if the maid's sharp words had cut into her flesh. "I would also likely to apologize for Queen's behavior." Helenia bowed to the guide. "Since she is in charge of our master's security, Queen can take things slightly too far. I am sure that you can understand how others treat a noble can often negatively affect them. If people thought they could look down on us, it could potentially jeopardize the safety of the one we loyally serve." Helenia gave a comforting smile to the guide, who had been able to collect himself. Even the driver, whose back appeared straighter than when they started, indicated his fear of having Queen's ire directed at him. Seeing even more mansions, Han asked, "With how large these locations are, I imagine that the number of students able to stay in one of these places is low, correct?" Grateful for being able to return to his duty and leave behind the dread he'd felt, the guide nodded more than needed. "Yes, my lord. Despite how large the academy is, only a few hundred students can say that they are staying in one of these premium locations." He made sure to emphasize the last part. For those that cannot reserve one of these mansions, we have dormitories that have rooms several times larger than what is provided to commoners, though only slightly larger than students from merchant families. It purely depends on what they are willing to pay. I am sure that my lord will enjoy what the academy has selected. You will attract the envy of nearly the entire student body. Han nodded as he looked at the mansions slowly getting larger as they approached the tower in the center of the academy. Though he didn't particularly care how large the estate, where they'd be staying for however long they attended the school was, he did know that it would be vital for him to demonstrate some level of influence to avoid unnecessary confrontations. Having a mansion that was smaller than other nobles would invite trouble that he'd prefer to avoid. Based on how the guide acted when the topic of nobles arose, Han was confident that much of the trouble at the academy was due to the difference in the students' social class. I'm sure that the Queen will look into such matters. Han couldn't help but snort. He thought about what would happen if nobles pushed things too far with any of his creations. Though he didn't want to deal with any confrontation, he wouldn't allow others to step all over him. As they traveled deeper into the academy, the street opened up, and they were no longer obstructed by the structures on either side. The area was bustling with activity, and carriages made their way on the wide circular road at the base of the enormous tower. As Han looked at the tower, he knew that nothing similar existed to such an extent, even on Earth. The base was large enough that he could barely see the curvature. If someone had blindfolded and placed him where he currently observed the structure, he had no doubt that he'd believe it to be like any other rectangular skyscraper commonly found in cities. He would then be confused when he couldn't spot the corner of the building. He had difficulty grasping how much time and resources would be required to build what was in view. Having heard from friends about their vacations to see pyramids in various locations, he knew the tower would blow them away. The structure obliterated every achievement humans had made on Earth when it came to building something to leave a lasting impression on history. Without looking back, Han knew that his creation's silence only added to their extreme emotions. Though the Stronghold was a large structure from the outside, it was easy to grasp the dimensions. It was a structure that existed in the realm of what could be imagined by a human, at least from an external view. Even the pyramid he'd created outside of Leaf Village paled compared to what stood before him. While he may have produced awe-inspiring locations, the tower had a feeling of something that had existed far before any life emerged in the current world. It truly felt timeless. Chapter 5, Part 7, Book 1, Fantasy World. The carriage slowly approached the entrance to the tower, making its way down one of the numerous lanes designed specifically for wagons and other vehicles to offload their passengers. The lanes allowed the vehicles to line up orderly, while not posing any dangers to the students walking about. Considering the sizable number of students heading into the tower and those leaving the structure, it was clear that such a method had to be implemented in order to not cause an accident. Han casually glanced at one of the carriages decorated in gold to advertise the passenger's status. As he peered inside it, he saw two women dressed not in the uniforms of the academy, but instead wearing what appeared to be outfits worn during the Middle Ages by nobles on Earth. The difference was with the women not wearing wigs, and instead having their long hair elaborately braided. As if sensing Han's gaze on them, one of the women turned her head with her eyes meeting Han's. Her penetrating sky-blue eyes moved away from Han before glancing to look at his creations. A single eyebrow rose, the only reaction from seeing them. The woman sitting next to the one observing Han moved close, whispering something into the blue-eyed woman's ear. Soon, Han couldn't see the woman anymore as the carriage continued moving past the other carriages parked to the side, waiting their turn. Thinking of how the woman showed barely any emotion, but clearly judged his status within moments made him smirk with amusement. "Master, would you like me to find out who that woman is?" Queen asked, her eyes trained on the carriage they passed by. Slightly shaking his head, Han chuckled before saying, "If we are meant to meet again, I am sure we will find out then. There is no reason to rush something if it is fated to be." "As you wish," Queen bowed. The guide let out a deep breath, wanting to avoid getting involved in the games between the nobility. It wasn't long before the carriage pulled to the side, and stopped where people were getting out of their carriages. A few people glanced at Han, confused as to why his carriage was allowed to skip past all the others. But none of them made any attempts to confront them, as though aware that Han must have some influence for him to be able to skip ahead. Though a few leaned close to whisper something to one another, their behavior made it evident that such events weren't out of the ordinary. The guide quickly exited the carriage using the door they had used to enter the vehicle. While not running, the guide tried to retain some professionalism but still navigated his way around the carriage hurriedly. Upon reaching the other side, the guide deftly opened up the vehicle. "My lord and ladies, welcome to the tower. I hope that the journey was not too strenuous on your body." One by one, Han's creations made their way off the carriage before Han stood and proceeded out of the carriage. "The ride was quite enjoyable. I am sure my master appreciated your vast knowledge, informing us on Illumin and what the Academy has to offer." Helenia gently smiled while bowing her head slightly in appreciation. "You humble me, my lady," the guide bowed low. Closing the door of the carriage, the guide made his way ahead of them. He turned his head back to Han's group. "I will now guide you to where the Lady Knight awaits you." "Please lead the way," Han smiled. Han and his creations followed the guide into the tower. Despite the considerable number of students, Han was impressed with the design of the structure's numerous doors of various sizes. A few of the doors were large, similar to the ones found in industrial businesses where large machinery needed to be able to enter and exit. These allowed the greatest flow of students to enter and exit, as though they were shopping at a warehouse store. "Are those students bringing in monsters?" Han asked, pointing at students pushing long carts with monsters whose size could rival lions and bears stacked on top. The guide looked at Han and saw where he was pointing. Then, seeing the students, the guide nodded and said, "As mentioned, we provide opportunities for our students to become adventurers by signing up with the Adventurers Guild. Since the main location for the Adventurers Guild is inside the tower, at least within the academy, many students bring the monsters they hunt here. This also makes it convenient for them to take care of other matters that need to be handled here as well." Han observed the monsters, some of which were massive insects and one that appeared to be a sizable wolf. He switched his focus back to the student, raising an eyebrow and impressed that they were able to push a cart that had close to 1,000 pounds, if not more, on top. Seeing the expression on their faces, the students were like independent contractors returning from a project they had completed. There was an air of confidence that emanated from them. It wasn't difficult to see that they were individuals who were used to hunting down creatures that the average human on Earth would find terrifying. Just seeing the colossal insect and the wolf that likely reached an average person's shoulders, they were monsters that only specialized individuals could handle. Such beings would simply devour anyone from Earth that crossed their path as conveniently as a student were to eat crisps while studying in a library. "I can sense some kind of energy from those things." Han felt something in the air. Concentrating on the flow of energy, Han's eyes widened slightly, connecting what he felt with the monsters on the cart as the students walked into the tower. Raising a hand to his temple, a part of his mind felt as though it was remembering something he had seen in a dream, causing him to try to force his mind to release the information. But just like with a dream, whatever thought that had left a spark soon faded as quickly as mist. "My lord," the guide focused on Han, an eyebrow raised from curiosity. Still, his mouth sealed, not wanting to intrude into the territory of someone as high up in the nobility as Han. Waving a hand in front of his face as though brushing aside the thought, Han chuckled, "I must have imagined something." While Brittany stuck close to Han and didn't seem to find her master's words strange, Helenia and Queen said nothing but merely watched their master. Queen glanced towards Helenia, who met the undead woman's gaze before slightly shaking her head. Unaware of the unspoken words between two of his creations, Han tried to ignore the feeling as though his thought was on the tip of his tongue. Han sighed before nodding to the guide. The guide moved towards the nearest door, pulling one of them open before waving for Han and his companions to enter the tower. There was a glimmer of pride on the guide's face as he waited for them to walk through the door to see what was inside. Seeing the confidence in the guide, Han chuckled. Even without seeing the interior and only seeing the tower from the outside, It wasn't difficult to imagine that what was inside would be wondrous, for not only the average individual, but even for those who lived inside their individual jeweled lives. But Han supposed that it would be rude towards the guide who had treated them with such respect, much of it likely genuine and not out of responsibility. Even Brittany hadn't made any snide comments. Instead, she treated the experience as a child getting to experience the movie theater for the first time as she entered through the door. A single word came to Han's mind upon entering the tower. Huge. Even though he knew that the awe-inspiring structure was massive, some of him didn't fully embrace the idea due to his biases against what he knew humans could create. But the thought engulfing his consciousness was the equivalent of standing inside a park and staring at a majestic scenery. Despite the countless students entering the building, Han merely stared at the empty space above them. The corner of his lips raised unconsciously as he took in the sight of the interior. I do not think I have seen something made by humans quite as remarkable as this. Queen's silent words drifted upwards towards the ceiling that was high enough where it felt as though it were the sky. Her eyes flickered toward objects hanging as though they were floating in the air. What are those? Yes, I am curious as well. Are they lights? Helena tilted her head up to look at the hanging spheres that caused rays of light to split into a spray of rainbows. As Han's eyes slowly searched above them, he appreciated how the people who designed the tower incorporated the natural light and allowed it to flood the interior. He was impressed with how they understood how the light would disperse into the colors that made up light, adding a subtle mystical air to the interior. But as the sun naturally set, what he imagined were mana stones contained inside the spheres would illuminate the interior to create a romantic and surreal warmth for the students to enjoy. The atmosphere of the lobby would be magical as the transition was made. Their group slowly navigated through the ocean of students. Half listening to the guide, Han was impressed how, even though they were inside, there were plenty of spaces where beast people were able to relax. Just like how there were small forests in the large grassy fields as they rode into the academy, what looked like miniature forests were cultivated for those who preferred to be around nature. This could be seen with the students that rested in the branches of the trees. A few had a feline appearance, some looked human with cat ears while others were humanoid animals. As he took a deep breath, the air inside the building had the faint smell of nature. The fragrance of the trees had a calming effect that would be appreciated in such a dynamic environment. Ahead of them were long rows of counters with students who worked for one of the many divisions and departments the guide had told them about. The sight was similar to walking into a bank or any other corporation when needing to talk to someone. If it wasn't seeing beast people either working as staff members or the students waiting to get assistance with their tasks, the scene would have made it too easy for Han to forget that he wasn't in a fantasy world, but instead back on Earth waiting to get help either at a bank or some corporation, due to them messing up with the monthly bill. Each of the workers had smiles on their faces, dressed in uniforms that were primarily black with white highlights. Above one of the rows of desks was a sign. The nearest row to them had the word assignments written on the sign. What are all these students waiting to do? Brittany curiously asked the guide. Her eyes casually observed while she smiled slightly at how delightful she found the entire location. The guide looked back from where he walked ahead of them. My lady, this is one of the many locations where students can turn in proof that they have completed an assignment for a class they're attending. Tilting her head, Brittany raised her right hand, placing her index finger cutely on her lips. Would they not turn in their assignment during the class? Though that would be an option, sometimes the assignment has students search for items outside the city or hunt down monsters. This would cause many issues as students took up a lot of valuable space inside a classroom in such a confined location. The guide patiently answered, pointing to a different location away from where they stood. Though it is not easy to see, the Adventurers Guild has one of their locations inside of the tower nearby. And one of the rows of counters in that area is where students can turn in their monsters while providing proof of the monster subjugation on their student card. Where do they take the monsters? Queen turned to see where the Adventurers Guild was located in the vast lobby. Inside the tower, there are numerous floors far larger than this floor. The Adventurers Guild has a dedicated floor where they store the monsters and process them to either be sold to the Academy or sent to the logistic teams and transporting to other Adventurers Guild locations in one of the nearby kingdoms or the Empire. Queen turned her head to look at the guide, an eyebrow raised. The Adventurers Guild has such an organized process, clearly impressed with what she heard. Nodding, the Adventurers Guild is an organization that spans a large area. They even travel through the Great Desert, south of Illumin. Traveling through such an inhospitable area is not an easy feat, and few have tried. The Empire had attempted to send troops through the Great Desert. Still, rumors have it that they had forfeited over 10,000 soldiers and all the logistical support that carried water and supplies. Han remembered the guide mentioning the tower being the tallest structure north of the Great Desert, making him curious about what such a place would be like, and if it would serve any use for him. He couldn't help but imagine that a desert would be a valuable location to stay out of sight, while he explored the extent of his powers. So far, there hadn't been much of an opportunity to see the limits of his ability. However, Han imagined that his imagination and the human mind would be a major restricting factor. A frown formed on his lips, thinking about how his mind would likely act as a barrier due to how humans were naturally finite creatures. There were many things that a human would be unable to grasp. This was especially the case with large numbers. The only solace was how Han was beginning to sense something was different about himself aside from the obvious. He would occasionally catch himself realizing how fluid ideas were flowing and allowing him to see things at a much larger scale. "My lord," the guide reached for his handkerchief, mopping up the sweat beginning to form as his mouth formed a smile that shivered as much as his body. The guide's eyes searched Han's face, attempting to understand what had happened. When Han's eyes snapped toward the guide instinctively took a step back, as though he had caught a predator's attention with the capacity of unfathomable violence. Just as quickly as a summer storm in an arid environment, Han cracked a grin. "I must have been lost in thought. I could not help but try and imagine what it would be like to attempt such a journey across such dangerous terrain." Raising both hands, whether to dismiss the Lord's thoughts or to use them as a barrier to protect himself, the guide stuttered, There is no need to explain yourself to an individual as lowly as myself. I hope I did not ruin your concentration with my needless babbling." He let out a nervous laugh in an attempt to relieve some of the fear he experienced, before lightly pulling on his collar, making it appear as though he were casually adjusting it, instead of releasing the fear that bubbled underneath the fabric. Neither Helena nor the Queen reacted to how Han behaved, the two casually observing their surroundings, whether out of genuine curiosity or the appearance of the role that he had taken up as a reclusive noble from a mysterious family. Even Brittany clung lightly to his arm, her eyes filled with joy from seeing how the humans and beast people went about their day, as though she were a child taken to an amusement park, but still clung to her parents' side, too shy to venture alone. She occasionally pressed her face into Han's arm, just as a cat would. The guide's eyes darted from Helena to Queen, and then to Brittany before he cautiously looked at Han. His mouth opened a few times like a fish, and his words were a hook that was caught in his throat. "My lord," the guide, with his handkerchief still in hand, raised the cloth to his mouth as he attempted to cough and clear the nervousness from his voice. "If you are ready, I can continue to lead to where the Lady Knight is waiting, eager to see you again, I am sure." Han couldn't help but mentally smile when the guide raised the woman's title, as though trying to use it as a shield to defend against the perceived anger the guide detected in Han's mannerisms. Lightly laughing, not minding the cowardice of someone who understood where they stood in the social order as a product of a society that valued hierarchy and power, Han used his free arm to wave the guide to continue the tour. A few of the nearby students attempted to be casual as they tried to understand what was happening, seeing someone from the administrative division who appeared far higher up than those they would have been able to interact with being used as a simple guide. As though unaware of how obvious they were, even some of the nearby elven students looked at them out of the corner of their eyes as they made their way toward their own destination. Seeing the elvish students on top of the other non-humans made Han slightly curious about what they were like. He couldn't help but look at a few female students who gracefully walked away, their hips lazily swaying back and forth. Chapter 5, Part 8, Book 1, Fantasy World. This place, I cannot believe that it was created by these humans, Queen spoke through their shared connection. Giggling at Queen's words, what gave it away? The lack of any supporting pillars. While listening to the women talk, already knowing it would devolve into a fight, Han pulled his attention away from the female students. Just as something obvious wasn't noticed until it was mentioned, hearing Queen's words made him unconsciously realize that something hadn't felt natural about their surroundings. His eyes slowly scanned the ceiling, searching for the supporting pillars that would typically exist in such a massive, empty space. Even if the top was slightly curved to create a semidome that would help to bear the load, something of this size not having something to keep the ceiling from collapsing defied common sense. The lack of pillars created a sense of surrealness, the mind subconsciously understanding the weight above their heads. Queen ignored Brittany's comment. To see something as grand as this, which could be seen as attempting to rival our creator, makes me curious who built this location. She continued her train of thought. I have a similar thought, a minor desire to understand who could have built this place if it was not our creator. Helenia brushed back her obsidian hair that shined from the sun that rained down on them. The motion caused some of her hair to cascade smoothly down her entire back like a gentle stream. But I only hoped that the answer would provide some entertainment. Queen grinned. Hearing your words, I can see how you may be far more extreme compared to Brittany. Though she displays it so anyone can witness how she adores the one who stands above all and created us, I suspect that you may, at a minimum, rival Brittany's unrestrained desire to capture our creator for herself. She raised an eyebrow slowly and lowered her voice, a slight smile emerging. You may even surpass her emotions. Hearing them talk about how much they wanted to monopolize him for themselves caused his cheeks to warm slightly. With him unfamiliar with such public declarations of love for someone like himself. As though emerging from the fog of his memories, he could hear the faint sound of a breeze and the familiar sounds of a park. His thoughts drifted back to her, and how her smile and eyes would sometimes peek through her blonde hair that glittered as the sun shone through them, whenever she turned her attention to him while they would walk outside. Han, how am I so lucky that I met you? You'll still love me when I get old, right? Her voice echoed in his mind. The world around him vanished, and Han was transporting to that day when they would walk together with their fingers interlinked, embracing the peaceful moment after a long day. Able to enjoy one another's company even if for a brief moment. His body felt slightly weary from the long, endless hours at the office. The fatigue, a constant weight of needing to succeed to build a future for both of them. She often talked about wanting a house that had a white picket fence that would allow us to have a dog to keep our future kids company, Han thought as he smiled back at her. Images slowly worming in, a slow and dull ache expanded inside his chest. Even back then, there were things that he had to actively disregard. The phone that would be quickly returned to its holder when he arrived from work earlier than expected. Her smile that twitched at the corners and the flash of guilt across her face, which he often misinterpreted as her feeling bad about how hard he worked for her. And his feelings of happiness when she would walk towards him before she steered him to the couch. I know that you must be exhausted. Just sit here and watch something while I make your favorite dish. She would then move close. Her lips lacked the usual warmth as they pressed against his cheek. The dull pain continued to radiate from the center of his chest. Han felt a slight tug on his arm. Immediately, he was pulled away from the memories of a time long ago and a different world, both in the metaphorical and literal sense. Han turned to see Brittany blinking a few times, trying to regain himself. He could see her eyes misty while she frowned. He didn't know how long he had been reminiscing about the past. Master, Brittany placed a hand on his left cheek. Her voice was quiet and tender. It was as though there was a fear that she would cause him to shatter like a fragile soap bubble floating in the air. Her mouth opened once before closing again as though she were battling inner demons. A tear began to form and her lips trembled. Master, I know that I cannot ask for you to forget whatever caused such a scar to form on your heart, but with me by your side, you only need to let me know what I can do to cheer you up. Brittany closed her eyes, the teardrops slowly outlining her milky-skinned cheek. Brittany removed her hand from his face and placed it on Han's chest before slowly moving her head to his shoulder and pressing her lips on his sleeve. Despite how she usually acted spoiled after Han had named her his personal maid, it was in these moments when she showed him her affection and dedication that he knew she was truly worried about his well-being. Brittany may act selfishly, but it was likely only because of how she wanted to express her feelings about being chosen by him. Through her actions, it was easy to feel the raw emotions filled with worry and concern for his mental state. Understanding how she truly felt and how she only wanted him to be happy, Han gently embraced her. He leaned towards her head and lightly kissed her ruby hair. Sniffling a little, Brittany smiled shyly from getting such affection from Han. Happy that he was returning to his usual self, Brittany clung to his arm. At the same time, she lovingly and possessively rested her head on his shoulder. The fact that she was several inches taller than him, and how any other person would likely be bothered to stay in such a position, only highlighted her emotional state. A portion of Han wanted to let Brittany know that she didn't have to cling to him in such an uncomfortable manner. Still, the words refused to leave his throat, whether due to wanting to respect her wishes or his own desire to have her shower him with love. Having stopped, noticing something had transpired in the group, the guide tried to be respectful and allow Han and his creation's privacy. Still, it was easy to see that the guide was curious about what was happening behind him. Helenia's eyes observed Brittany before slowly looking away, turning her head towards the guide. "We have taken up your time, please continue," Helenia motioned with a hand ahead of them. Queen continued to observe Brittany before she, too, directed her attention ahead. Helenia and Queen remained expressionless as though not acknowledging what had just transpired. Queen hadn't even commented for Brittany to leave their master alone, not revealing any of her thoughts on the matter. With the help of Brittany's words, Han was able to shake off the haze that drifted through his mind. He couldn't help but think of the memories as being closer to ghosts that refused to pass on to their next lives, and instead decided to continue to haunt his mind. As Han moved a hand to gently stroke Brittany's hair, he tried not to think about whether he would be able to remove the bubbles of his past trauma from his mind. While the thought lingered in the air, a part of him couldn't help but wonder if he even wanted to have the memories of those moments exorcised from his mind. He tried to ignore his inner thoughts, which tried to convince him that despite how much they harmed him, such moments being removed were not what he wanted. Not wanting to concern Brittany, Helenia and Queen, Han made sure to smile broadly as he looked around at their surroundings. Compared to before, not as many students were paying attention to them, as though word had already travelled through the crowd about their presence, even if no one knew for sure who Han was and why he was receiving such consideration, but had an understanding that his group should be left alone. While the change was slight, there was a difference in how it was easier for them to pass through the somewhat dense crowd of students going about their business. As they moved forward, the gathering of students walked around them, clearly not wanting to engage with an individual who may have more power than them. Han couldn't help but smirk. Who could imagine how, just last week, I would be the one who needed to watch out for others in order to not be an annoyance? Now, people are ensuring they don't garner my attention, whether out of fear or habit, he thought to himself. Though Earth was a place without a formal hierarchy, society would always have those who stood at the top and had near unlimited freedom as they moved through the system they helped to create. For him, his life was filled with bowing his head to those who were higher ranked on the corporate ladder. He couldn't help but feel that he was living a life where his only purpose was to make sure others benefited more than what he got out of the system. While having such thoughts, besides gaining a slight relief after talking to his parents, Han could return to his relatively small apartment. Upon entering his humble home, he would open the door to find her waiting for him. Seeing her smile was what he looked forward to each day. There was a slight twinge in his chest thinking about that day, but it was helped by Brittany, lovingly holding his arm. She was pointing at the various counters they passed by with the occasional enclosed area similar to a convenience store inside a mall. "Master, they have some kind of food." Brittany pointed at a small group of students holding something wrapped in paper that looked similar to a hot dog. "That does look delicious," Han smiled. He knew that Brittany was acting in such a way as to distract him from his thoughts in an attempt to lift his spirits. When he glanced at Helenia and Queen, he noticed they would occasionally glance at the two of them while not interrupting Brittany. Seeing that they were leaving Brittany with the task of cheering him up made him grateful that they were trusting of one another. While outwardly they may bicker and stir up trouble, deep down, he felt the camaraderie building between them. I'll need to thank Helenia and Queen privately. Even now, they're putting my interests ahead of their own while also making sure to keep track of everything we pass by in this massive space. Han thought to himself while he smiled, nodding to another item that Brittany directed his attention towards. As they made their way through the lobby, Han thought about students having to come into the tower regularly. He couldn't help but wonder how students could manage everything they needed to do while also having to enter into a structure that made him imagine a small city in terms of diameter. But as he was about to open his mouth to ask the guide a question, he soon saw something that made him pause. With the color, I am not surprised that it was able to not be noticed until we got closer. Helenia turned her head slightly and spoke to Queen. Queen nodded. It also explains how the roof does not just collapse under the sheer colossal weight of the tower. Han stared at a column that was the size of a modern skyscraper. What was surprising about the column wasn't just the size, but also how it remained hidden until they were nearly on top of it. Are those stairs? Brittany narrowed her eyes as though trying to get a better view. Along the side of the supporting column gave the structure the appearance of a screw, the stairs spiraling on the outer parts of the column. The stairs jutted out from the side long enough to be nearly as wide as a freeway. As Han observed the stairs, he noticed movement and understood that they were students making their way from the lobby to the second floor above them. His eyes slowly tracked the length of the stairs, and it was easy to calculate that the amount of walking the students were doing to get to the next level was beyond a couple of miles. Continuing to study the students walking up the lengthy stairs, Han furrowed his brow, seeing that many were hauling gear or carrying cases. But due to the distance, the only thing Han could see was that they were walking up several miles of stairs, many carrying at least dozens of pounds. With how much walking they would be doing, it would put any long-distance athlete or hobbyist to shame. He couldn't help but snort, thinking of friends in the past who would go outside and enjoy backpacking as a hobby. Whenever they returned from the trip, their expressions would display how difficult the journey was for them. But when they weren't going out and hiking, they would be working either at a desk at a corporate job or standing idly waiting for customers to assist in a retail store. With their daily routine of standing or sitting for their job, the amount of exercise they would get done wouldn't even be a fraction of what he witnessed. None of them would have had to walk the dozens of miles these students walked each day, at least based on his casual estimates. Yes, my lady, the worker nodded. Taking the stairs will lead us to the next level. Queen furrowed her brow, her eyes slowly scanning their surroundings. Based on how much we have walked, I do not think we are in the center. Correct. Her eyes slowly moved towards the guide. Her voice was flat and steady, as though her question left no room for argument. That is correct, my lady. The worker turned his body to face Queen. There are, in fact, several other stairways inside of the lobby. This is just the closest one to our present location. Han watched the worker, impressed that the worker was adapting to their presence. It would only be a few hours ago when the man would be shaking like a leaf, having to go up against such a stern voice. But Han knew it would be expected for an individual, whether man or woman, to be unable to stand firm against a presence such as Queen. Seeing that the worker was able to handle interacting with his creations, even just a little made Han confident that they would be able to succeed in life regardless of where they ended up. I imagine that my creations are the equivalent of working beneath an elite manager at one of the top 5 companies in the world, where the work ethic demanded of any worker was beyond what the average person would need to handle on a day-to-day basis. If Han hadn't had the experience of working in a relatively respectable corporate environment and being the one that created his creations, even Han doubted whether he would be able to stand in front of either Helenia, Queen, or the other floor protectors without being intimidated by their presence. But Han knew that even he would be able to rise above as he continued to lead his forces in the new world he found himself in. Just like anything in life, Experience and applying oneself to continually improve was necessary if a person wanted to grow. Even with his new unexplored powers, he knew it would take some time before he could take the thoughts in his mind and actualize them in the real world. From the time they first saw the stairs, the time required to reach them wasn't long. Han continued to observe his surroundings and make a mental note of the various locations where he would be able to gain even more information once he became a student. Something he found interesting was how there was a large area that was slightly separated from the surroundings. Instead of walls, they were similar to the screen separators he had seen in his grandparents' traditional home. While they didn't completely block people from entering the area, it helped to create a border that created a semi-barrier between those walking about and handling daily tasks and those inside. "Master, look at those students, they seem to be studying and reading books." Brittany cutely pointed a finger. Inside the area were students sitting on couches with a book in hand, or sitting at a desk. There were numerous bookshelves where the occasional student would either return a book or run a finger in front of each row, as though trying to locate a particular book. Han couldn't help but think of the small study areas that could sometimes be found in airports or hotel lobbies. As though anticipating Han's thought, the guide smiled and indicated with a hand, "Our academy understands that the time of our students is valuable. So, just like how outside of the tower, there are numerous smaller libraries aside from our main location, students here can take their time from having to do paperwork or turning in their assignment to either catch up on a future exam or brush up on some light reading." Han noticed how close the miniature library was and its proximity to the stairs. "The location is quite convenient." Helena examined the area as they continued to walk towards the stairs. "I imagine that after walking to the next level, people would enjoy taking a small break to rest their legs." "You humble me, my lady. I am sure that the student council had a similar thought. While it may not always be a study and reading area, there are various resting area types on the floors where the stairs are found. Sometimes, the location could be a relaxing cafe where students can enjoy tea or juice, light snacks, or a spa area where they could rest their feet. Some spots even have a gaming area where students can play against one another in various games." Chapter 5, Part 9, Book 1, Fantasy World. As they approached the stairs, Han appreciated the care that went into designing them. The one thing he noticed was how the stairs were the same color as the rest of the lobby. It was as if they used milk to create the stairs. He couldn't help but notice how the light interacted with the material, possibly some type of rock or mineral. But what impressed him was how there weren't any rails on the side to prevent someone from falling off. The width of the stairs was staggering as well, comparable to a 5-lane street. "I wonder if they decided against railing due to how wide it was." Han tilted his head slightly to the right, contemplating the thought. "It looks so smooth." Brittany giggled as she bent forward so that her head was close to the material of the stairs, carefully observing what it was made from. Hearing Brittany's words that reflected his own thoughts, Han couldn't help but wonder if walking on the stairs would be perilous for people. But when his eyes looked up at the students making their way up and down the stairs, he slightly furrowed his brow. The guide walked onto the stairs without any hesitation. Seeing the guide walk on the stairs, Han moved close and placed a foot on the first step. His eyes immediately widened in surprise. "It is not slippery," Han softly spoke before looking to the guide. "There is no need to worry, my lord. While the stairs look precarious, I am sure you have noticed that slipping will not be an issue." The guide smiled understandingly. While the step wasn't sticky, Han couldn't help but think that the stair was grabbing his foot to ensure he didn't fall. What made the experience even more surreal was how the step felt smooth despite the firm grip. If he had done skateboarding in the past, he imagined what he felt would be similar to the grip tape skateboarders used mixed with the surreal surface. Han started to bend down, his hand outstretched and desiring to touch the surface, but then stopped. He straightened his back and shook his head, not believing what he was about to do. A slight warmth could be felt, blushing from how childish he likely appeared to the other students. Glancing at the guide, Han appreciated that the guide turned away, whether out of coincidence or to respect Han's dignity, was left for interpretation. Helena stepped onto the first step, pausing as she also felt the unusual sensation of the material the stairs were made out of. After seeing how Helenia and her master had acted, Queen didn't have as much of a reaction. However, she took a brief moment on the step before continuing. "What is this? It is so smooth, but it feels like it will not let go of my feet." Brittany giggled as though she were a child discovering something new. She pulled on the sleeve of Han's uniform. "Master, can you believe this? I feel like I could run up the stairs and not fall once." Her eyes glimmered like a diamond with her innocence. Han couldn't help himself and chuckled slightly. "Just be careful," Han gently warned her as though he were a parent letting their child play in a play area. Aside from the material the stairs were made of, another difference was that each step was different in length. After 5 steps of equal measurements typically found on stairs, the next one was long and made you walk several feet forward before starting the cycle again. With the entire surface of the step milky white, it wasn't easy to notice the unusual design until a person reached the long, flat surface. "What do you think, Helenia? Why do you think they designed the stairs in this manner?" Han asked his creation as he continued to walk up the stairs. Though it was unusual, he didn't find it challenging to adapt. There was a learning curve, stepping onto the 5th step and then walking forward like on a path. Helenia was silent as she walked several feet away from him. Walking next to Helenia, Queen's eyes roamed along the stairs and across the lobby, which they were now several feet above the tallest tree in the tiny forests inside. She also seemed to be trying to find an answer to her master's question. Not needing an answer immediately, Han left Helenia alone so that she would think of an answer. Though there wasn't a correct response to his question, hearing what his creations thought was something to enjoy. While he created them to serve him and improve his experience in the new world, it didn't mean that he saw them as robots to just wait for and obey his orders. Since he had never had the ability to create life before gaining his ability, a sense of wonder still existed inside of him. He was curious how far his creations would be able to grow beyond his initial desires. He turned his head towards the lobby and walked up the steps, making sure not to trip after taking the 5th step. A few of the students making their way down from the 2nd floor casually looked at his group. This was especially the case for the male students. The werebeasts were far more obvious than the other non-human and human students. While the elves did look curiously at Helenia and Queen, not paying much attention to the frivolous behavior from Brittany, their reactions were similar to people who had seen something unexpected. Han chuckled to himself, knowing the look the elves were making and sensing that they thought his creations were beneath them. While he did have creations that would be considered elves, Han had left them all behind at the Stronghold. The elves he created would be currently making sure that his home was kept immaculate and ready for his return at any time. Just thinking of all of his creations back in the Stronghold, he couldn't help but imagine them to be similar in number to a small city. Though he may not be back in his home, the staff would still be going about their duties, while on duty and taking time to do other activities when their shifts were over for the day. Han wouldn't be surprised if the Stronghold was at all times, as each shift was responsible for their tasks. "Master," Helenia's voice pulled him away from his thoughts. Han changed his focus on the lobby to his creation. A smile came to his lips, his curiosity rising in anticipation. Ahead of him, Helenia stopped her progress, which also caused Queen to stop. Quite some way ahead of them, Brittany was still having an adventure, going up the stairs or even sitting down on the edge to view the lobby as she waited for everyone else to catch up to where she sat. Turning to face her master, she said, "Though the academy was likely not the one to design this place, I still suspect that the stairs were built so people walking up them could change up what muscles they were using while they walked up these winding steps." Helenia furrowed her brow and raised a hand to place a finger on her chin. Queen listened intently to what Helenia said, as though she were in a lecture at a conference, paying attention to a fellow expert presenting their research findings. There were moments when she raised an eyebrow or drew her brows together, causing the skin to wrinkle. Once Helenia gave her thoughts, Han tilted his head to consider the theory he'd heard. He slowly nodded, not entirely agreeing with the theory but not seeing anything that would be a good counter. His eyes slowly moved to look at Queen. Sensing her master's gaze, Queen turned her body to face Han. While I think Helenia has some correct assumptions, they might not be complete. An eyebrow slowly rose on Helenia's face as her lips drew a thin line. As though wanting to appear that she didn't mind Queen having a different opinion, Helenia casually brushed back her hair with the back of one of her hands. Han turned his head towards Queen, trying to fight a grin that wanted to emerge on his face. I want to believe that whoever designed these steps was thinking of some other purpose aside from breaking up the exertion necessary to make the climb. Queen walked onto the vast area between the steps, raising her hands to indicate the area. Though there's not enough room to place a stall like the ones we had seen in the lobby, I still feel this place was planned to be large enough where people could take a moment, even possibly converse with others on the stairs who are also hoping for a break. Han slightly turned his head, his eyes flickering ahead of them to the students making their way down. He noticed that none of them were taking a moment to rest. Seeing that her master was observing the students on the stairs to see that her theory didn't hold water based on what was observable, Queen quickly added, "Master, considering this path is miles in length, I think that it is likely that we would see people resting at the midpoint." Nodding at the idea, Han simply said, "I think it sounds like a sound theory. Even if it does not turn out to be true, customs may have changed from when this structure was built to the present. Students may not need to take a break, having adjusted to the amount of walking they would need to do each day." Han didn't notice the slight crack in Helenia's lips as she looked at Queen. Queen took a slightly deep breath, seeming to accept the truth of her master's words. She turned to look at Helenia, who had an emotionless and somewhat cold expression. Seeing Helenia not showing anything, Queen merely rolled her eyes slightly. While Queen and Helenia shared a silent discussion, Han continued up the stairs. As he walked up the stairs, he was surprised how he hadn't needed to breathe in deeper compared to if he were to take multiple flights of stairs for some reason. Han thought back to his own workplace, which fortunately had an elevator. He couldn't remember a time that he'd taken the stairs, which were mandated by law for buildings to have a path for people to use during an emergency. However, he didn't have difficulty imagining how badly he'd look once he reached his floor. While wearing a suit, there would be massive streaks of sweat under his arms. His hair would also become disheveled from all the perspiration. Even his friends who were frequently active wouldn't take the stairs up to where they worked due to the number of flights they'd need to walk each day. Han cracked a smile. He couldn't help but imagine that walking up so many flights of steps each day would be a great way to get into shape. Management even had events where people were encouraged to walk instead of taking the elevator. This was likely one of the many things that work tried to do in order to appear to be a fun place to start a career. Han chuckled, remembering when his co-workers would roll their eyes whenever the announcement was made. Ahead of them, Brittany rested on the edge of the stairs with her legs childishly swinging back and forth. With one hand, she twirled her ruby hair with her fingers. Staring out onto the lobby as though a god watching mortals go about their meaningless day, her eyes grinned as she observed such insignificant beings from where she perched above them. As if sensing they were approaching, Brittany leaned back, resting on her palms behind her. She turned her head and had a bright smile upon seeing her master. She quickly got up, straightening her uniform before skipping over to where Han was. When Brittany got close to him, Han laughed, "Did you have a fun time?" Han noticed that she didn't immediately latch onto his arm. "She likely doesn't want to make it difficult for me to walk up these stairs," Han thought to himself. He could see that her eyes glanced a few times to both of his arms as though wanting to grab them, but stopped herself at the last moment each time. It was clear that she was attempting to restrain herself. Raising a hand and putting it on her head, he gently stroked her hair. Han smiled, "I am happy to have someone so attentive as you." Brittany's face slowly turned bright red after receiving the compliment from her master. Whether it was due to being overcome with emotions, no words left her mouth, and she simply accepted her master's words. Once Han removed his hand from the top of her head, she said in a quiet voice, "Thank you, master. I am also happy to have you as my master." She used a hand to begin playing with some of her hair, like some young woman who didn't know how to act after receiving such attention from someone she admired. Whether due to his pace being slower than others, other students walked around Han and Brittany as well as Queen and Helenia. The two also matched the pace of their master. Noticing this, Han picked up his pace, not thinking too heavily about how the increased speed wasn't particularly felt. Though they had yet to walk that far, relative to the entire length of the stairs, it was still the distance of several floors for a typical building. But his feet felt light even with the distance he walked. Progressing up the stairs, Han couldn't help but enjoy how peaceful it felt. Though there was some talking within groups of students, there was also a refreshing breeze on top of the unobstructed surroundings outside the stair area. There was also the sun, which basked them in a gentle warmth. He couldn't help but enjoy the feeling of the sun on his skin with his creations nearby. The experience was akin to a relaxing day where nothing was expected from him on the rare occasions. He was able to get a long enough break from work. The guide ahead of them would periodically glance behind him to ensure there were no issues. Han didn't expect the guide to talk much, but he was still glad that they were able to enjoy such a relaxing moment in the relative silence. His eyes glanced at Brittany, who was looking at the area beyond the stairs like a child at an aquarium. "Master, it looks like some kind of resting area," Queen's voice called out to him. Nodding, Han saw what appeared to be a small outdoor cafe. It was the type that would be seen inside malls where there were no walls or doors. Just a tiny workstation area for the employees and tables arranged in front where customers would take a seat and enjoy people walking past them. There was a small line of students waiting to make their orders. He quickly counted to see more than 10 students sitting on sofas or chairs. When they reached the same level as the cafe, the guide turned and asked, "My lord and my ladies, would you care to take a break? This is about the halfway mark, and students sometimes want to take a breather before they continue down or up." Han looked at the cafe, the smell of something akin to coffee wafting through the air. "Master, I want to see what is on the second floor." Brittany gently pulled on Han's sleeve, her eyes wide. He placed a hand on Brittany's head before he looked at Helenia and Queen. "What do you think?" Helenia bowed her head. "We will defer to your wishes, Master." "I agree, though I also think it would not be long before we reach the next floor. We can always stop by here on our way down." Queen bowed her head, offering up her suggestion. Hearing his creation's thoughts, Han turned to look at the guide. "I think we will just continue up ahead to the second level. While curious, I feel we have kept the Lady Knight waiting long enough." He chuckled at the last part. "As you wish." The guide lowered his head before he started up the steps again. While he knew that the Lady Knight would not mind waiting while he enjoyed a short break, Han did think that it wasn't necessary to keep the woman waiting for such a long time. He didn't believe that the Lady Knight was waiting in one place the entire time, factoring in the amount of time necessary for Han to get through the city, and once inside the academy, to reach the tower. But she was likely now waiting on them, since it would be unprofessional to have someone who had contributed so much to wait after such a long journey. Han's eyes glanced casually in the direction of the light as it lit up the ceiling of the lobby dome. Just based on light entering through the windows, Han was relatively confident that it was sometime after lunch. He thought about the amount of time it had taken to arrive at Illumin and then to his current location in the tower. If he hadn't eaten so much food on the way to Illumin, it would likely be that his stomach would be rumbling for some food. "I need to take a shower after that training session," a girl's voice was heard. Han's eyes searched for the loud voice. It didn't take long before he spotted a girl with yellowish cat ears walking beside other werebeasts, some of them with dog or wolf ears. "Want to stop by one of the public baths and freshen up before we head out?" A girl with scales on the side of her neck and head asked, a long tongue easily spotted as she talked. A few students glanced at the students, talking loudly, interrupting the tranquil atmosphere permeating the stairway. Compared to the group making their way down from the second floor, most students were having conversations that didn't leave too far away from them. Still, the group's sound had escaped only after they had made it around the curve of the stairs. Han couldn't help but chuckle, remembering how he and his friends likely talked raucously when they hung out together before any of them headed to college, or even had to travel back home for military service. Curious about the group, he looked over at them. While he had seen werebeasts inside of Illumin, it was the first time he had seen such a large group that all hung out together. Many of them he had spotted only had one or more with them, while the others were often either human or some other non-human. Chapter 5, Part 10, Book 1, Fantasy World. As Han walked up the stairs, slowly approaching the group of Werebeast students who were lost in their own conversation, one of the students caught his eye. While the student wore the same uniform as the others they had passed by, there was something unique about the young man. Han slowly eyed the man and couldn't help but see that the student was about the same height as him. The student may be a height similar to him, but what stood out was how several female students in the man's group towered over him. But even though he was smaller than the others, his existence wasn't overshadowed and demanded people be aware of his existence. The students' movements were graceful, but in the way a predator stalked their prey. The uniform the student wore appeared to struggle to contain his form, the way the young man's muscles would ripple below the fabric as he moved. This gave the individual a presence that they were the leader of the group, on top of how they kept to the rear to make sure that they kept all their friends within their line of sight. Just like the other members of the group, the student was a Werebeast, but covered in orange fur with black stripes. Whenever he had to comment on something one of the girls said, or the other guys in front of them said something, the beastman's long razor-sharp teeth glistened in the sunlight. Out of the corner of his eyes, Han noticed that Queen also glanced at the Werebeast. But compared to him, the way she observed the tiger beastman, it was as though she were trying to analyze if the student would be a hindrance to her master. If the beastman was a tiger, then she was like a dragon sitting on top of a mountain, and contemplating whether she should devour the man or burn him alive just to watch him flail about in agony. The only reason why such an image came to mind was how for a split second, Han noticed Helenia's eyes shift to becoming narrow slits. His creation's dragon blood bubbling to the surface, possibly from being close to the student and having some kind of primal reaction. Though the boy wouldn't be a threat, the slight, nearly imperceptible frown on her lips gave away her opinions. Han couldn't help but smell something old but metallic in the air, making him glance around to track down the source before his eyes returned to the young tiger beastman. He has definitely killed before. Han couldn't help but grin, finding it fascinating to encounter such an individual. I knew this academy would be different from what I am used to, but I did not expect to see so many qualified individuals. This school does indeed meet what I would enjoy experiencing in this world. Han couldn't help but clench his fist. A part of the deep recesses of Han's mind flashed to signal something to gain his attention. As though sensing something, the tiger beastman turned and directed his gaze towards Han before looking to Queen Helenia and then Brittany. The muscles under his uniform bulged ever so slightly as though he were getting ready for a fight, especially as he looked at Brittany. His tail changed in how it swayed, in the way a cat would behave before launching itself. Han placed a hand on Brittany's head as he pretended not to notice the beastman's reaction. "Alexei, what's wrong?" A beast girl who had thick black fur that would be useful to have in a frigid winter climate to help her run during snowstorms with her packmates. As if to ensure nothing would happen, the one called Alexei shook his head slightly before saying, "Nothing is wrong, Elena. I thought I had sensed something, but it was just my imagination." "You sure?" A slight whine could be heard in her voice. The other guys in the group began checking out the other students, reacting to Alexei's behavior. Walking past the group of Werebeasts, Han couldn't help but make a slight grin, sensing the tiger beastman watching Han from the corner of their eye. "Sorry about that, I hope you will forgive me for scaring you," Han said quietly under his breath. Han didn't need to look at the Werebeast to know that they widened their eyes, surprised by Han's words. "Brittany, I do think this place will be quite some fun. What do you think?" Han cheerfully asked. Instead of being subtle, Brittany turned her head before saying, "I think there might be something I can play around with," before she returned her attention to Han and giggled while cutely covering her mouth with both hands. Queen sneered, snorting slightly. "What do you think of those students?" Her eyes looked to Helenia in front of her. "Remember to do your job, Queen. While our master may tolerate Brittany's childish behavior, I will not tolerate you from being distracted by inconsequential things." Helenia's voice sliced through the air. Despite the harsh word from Helenia, Queen remained silent without care about the verbal lashing. Ahead of them, the guide could be seen faintly trembling, pulling out his handkerchief before mopping his forehead. As they continued walking in the opposite direction of the students that had piqued his interest, Han wasn't expecting that they would run into students that were nearly, if not more, interesting than the group of werebeasts from earlier. Though he wasn't expecting to encounter more students of such caliber in the second half of the stairs, before reaching the second floor, to be able to meet someone who raised his curiosity to such a degree indeed revealed what type of students he would encounter at the educational institution. An image slowly formed in his mind, seeing the academic city existing for ages as the world progressed through the ages. The tower inside the academy being a beacon of education and leading each generation to take up the necessary responsibilities to guide society forward. He pushed the image to the back of his mind, while wondering if there were other nexuses where those in the nearby areas would be drawn to a place that could allow them to reach further into the sky and attain something they could only dream about as they lay on the side of a hill after a hard day of work. I have no doubt this institution has helped produce those who would later be known as legends among their peers, later to be remembered only through books and their stories, which would inevitably be altered by time, Han said out loud to himself. Sometimes, in order to sharpen a weapon, it's necessary to use something even harder to make it shine. And this is the ideal environment to churn out monsters of society that would become giants, causing the people below them to tremble. A grin formed on his lips, anticipating those who would offer up entertainment while he experienced what Illumin had to offer. Han raised a finger to his chin, trying to imagine how society ultimately grew stronger by creating monsters that would overwhelm others in their specialized field. What makes this place even more unique is how the Adventurers Guild is so closely connected to the Academy, based on what the guide has said. The close synergistic relationship between the two parties definitely allows for what most students, even on Earth, tend to lack the most, which is practical experience. I suspect that doing tasks for the Guild will provide the necessary experience far more than a typical internship or entry-level position. The thoughts continually flowed through Han's mind as he tried to incorporate what he was learning about the world he was in and apply it to his limited experience as an Earthling. While Han did suspect that something was changing inside of him, making himself different from what his friends and even his older brother would recognize, at the moment, he didn't have confidence that his intelligence was materially higher than the average person who lived in his former world. Even while being surrounded by his creations, he couldn't help but feel as though his mind was running on hardware, which was still several generations older than what the beings he made into being had access to. The fact that his creations were far more competent than him was what he appreciated the most, knowing that anything he could miss would be picked up by them. He knew that his creations would be able to convey what they had discovered in a way that would be easy for him to understand. Smirking, Han thought, but the fact that I was fully aware of my limitations, especially my intelligence, which could barely pass as average, was what allowed me to perform better sometimes compared to people who believed themselves intellectually superior. Reflexively, Han clenched his jaw before releasing the tensions out of habit. For some reason, in the past, clenching his jaw had been something he'd often do to the point where he would clench his jaw throughout the day, until he was able to return to his home with bait. Han's heart felt a dull pain at the thought of her. Recognizing the dark emotions that slowly began to swirl inside his chest, like how swimming in a lake would cause the sand and dirt to be kicked up and cloud his vision, Han took a moment to take a deep breath. He then slowly let out a quiet sigh through his teeth, his mind and emotions calming down and making him appreciate how he was able to set aside his haunted sentiments until a later time in the future when he was able to deal with them. A smile returned to his face, though it felt a little plastic and something he had to force. But even if his smile didn't feel real, it helped him move forward. Deep down, Han knew that his journey would be long rather than something that could quickly be solved, even with the new ability he gained. Slowly eyeing Helenia, who moved in a way that made it seem as though she glided up the stairs, the muscles beneath her porcelain skin flowing with absolute precision. Seeing her beauty and grace, he couldn't help but feel the negativity fading away back into the haunted forest of his mind and replaced with a sensation, as if something was lifted from his shoulder. It was as if Helenia had wrapped her arms around him as she whispered comforting words into his ears. Not only did he feel loved but also pride. Han knew how Helenia was a being that not only dominated others in strength, but also had the capabilities to control entire empires with her overwhelming technical knowledge, in addition to the way her words could become weapons. But when it came to the two of them, he knew that she was someone who could be tender, like lovers holding one another in front of a blazing fire that held back the cold from the raging blizzard, outside the cabin meant for just the two of them. A few moments passed as Han drank the image of Helenia's beauty with his eyes before they slowly moved to the icy woman, his undead queen with her radiance that attracted his gaze, just like many other people passed by their small group. He knew that under her pale, dazzling skin, Queen was a being who not only had complete control of all his military forces, without needing to leverage the titanic strength contained inside such a feminine body. On top of such abilities, she was also someone who would put to shame many of the greatest tacticians of the past with her brilliance. He knew that anyone who observed the two stunning women and only saw the curved outline of their figure, which could compete against any beauty not only in their current world, but also in his previous one, would find that underestimating such women would be the last mistake they'd made in the mortal world. Even the slowest individual would be able to sense the inner wild and ferocious presence that radiated from their bodies, as though it were an eldritch god waiting to be released back into the world. There was something enigmatic and mysterious about them that made anyone who encountered them pause, regardless of how confident they were in their ability in front of such stunning beings of perfection. Seeing the two walking close to one another, Han could only imagine what Helenia and Queen would be able to accomplish in the corporate and political sector if they were allowed to roam free without restraint back on Earth. Even if he were to curb their ability to use their power and outrageous strength, the thought that anyone would be able to serve as a decent challenge against them was laughable. Thinking of his creations, Han slowly looked up at the ceiling, curious what the future had in store. As they continued walking up the stairs, Han noticed how many of the students looked exhausted. Their hair would be disheveled, and their uniforms would be slightly worn. He looked at one of the guys, who was talking with his companions, and noticed that the edges of the uniform were slightly charred, as though the student had encountered a fire. It was as though the student had run through a building that was beginning to catch fire, the blazing heat slowly creeping throughout the structure with the smoke billowing from every crack, crevice and opening that could be found. The student wearily rubbed the back of his fist across his cheek, smearing soot likely as small as a grain of salt, but now a large streak across his face. Walking next to him half-heartedly, the student's companion commented something, not even having the energy to point. A corner of the boy's lips raised slightly. Despite how the boy walked as slowly as the others, he still took what little energy he had to tease his friend as boys would do, willing to point out any errors made. The one with a smudged cheek rolled his eyes, not even wanting to waste any energy. He took a deep breath, as if praying to some divinity to give him the strength to not tackle his friend out of frustration and fatigue of dealing with such an individual, after struggling with some trial and tribulation that had him nearly at the end of his ropes. "Master, what is so funny?" Brittany moved her head into Han's line of sight as though jealous that he would pay attention to anyone other than her. Her cheeks were slightly puffed cutely. Han shook his head, seeing those students just reminded me of how foolish boys could be. Memories of running through a field with other neighborhood boys, excited to climb trees, or pretending to conquer a mysterious dungeon came to his mind. It was a time long ago when times felt simpler, and the only worry was having to go to sleep a little after the sun had set. But like many things in life, such times only existed in memories as one eventually grew into an adult with adult responsibilities. As the physically and emotionally drained clomped their boots on each step, not caring whether they were making too much noise as they passed everyone by, Han sniffed the air, catching the smell of smoke, the kind smelled after putting out a grease fire and cleaning up the aftermath. The humans are at least taking their training seriously. Queen brushed her snowy hair back as she casually looked down at the students from where she walked on the stairs. They seemed to put in more effort than the soldiers, posing as bandits we had encountered on the way to that village, the fact that children are training more than a grown human adult. She spat out the foul-tasting words from her mouth. Helenia didn't bother making a response, presenting no sign that she cared about the students, as though they were the sound of crickets chirping in the background. Seeing Helenia not responding to her words, Queen took a small breath, letting it escape between her teeth. "Master, what do you think they were doing?" Brittany pressed herself against Han like a cat nuzzled its head against the leg of its owner. Han's eyes stared at the ceiling as though peering into the second story of the tower. Based on how many of the students present themselves, coming down from the second story, they are likely training for either their class to complete an assignment or testing what they learned from either their lectures, or getting ready to take on a mission for the Adventurers Guild. The guide in front of him caught his eye, and Han was contemplating whether he should ask the guide what was on the second story to sate his curiosity. Observing the state of the students and how most of them looked like someone who had completed a long session at the gym, he surmised that the next level had some kind of training area where students could practice. Another thing that Han had caught was something unfamiliar that leaked out of the nearby students. Han furrowed his brow, slightly unsure of what he detected in the air, like some presence hovering around them. The feeling was similar to what he felt from the monsters, but somewhat different, as though he smelled other foods from various backgrounds while walking through the areas of town that often had restaurants from diverse countries lined along the road where people walked. He had sensed the slight weight in the air. The problem was that what he had felt before and was experiencing currently was the difference between a juice that had been watered down and one that had barely been diluted and was a concentrate. What triggered a part of his mind, like he was standing in front of someone who had been professionally trained to be a killer, was the fact that some of the students had less of this feeling compared to others. Though he didn't know exactly what he felt, Han couldn't help but feel curious. Deep inside, something felt as though it wanted to claw its way out from inside of him. The kind of tingling one felt when a mystery needed to be solved, though he was able to keep a hold of his expression as he walked up the stairs. With each step, the desire to learn about what was being tickled against his skin like the air was filled with anticipation of something that could happen in the silence of a deeply wooded forest where all the background sounds had gone silent. Blinking a few times, Han slowly noticed something that he believed to be a glare from the sunlight that flooded the tower's interior, reflecting off the smooth surface of the walls and the stairs. But closing his eyes and opening them slowly, Han became slightly aware of something he hadn't been before. "Is it because I had subconsciously sensed it?" The words faintly flowed from his mouth. Brittany turned to look at Han, her ears perking from his voice. "Master," she tilted her head ever so slightly, unaware of the action due to her confusion of what she thought her master had whispered. He placed a hand over his eyes before sliding his palm slowly upwards, so his fingers slowly glided through his brown hair. "I guess I still don't know what I can do with my abilities. Things are likely happening without me being aware, as though I am being prepared for something." This time, his words were slightly louder, but a little muddled as he stared at the students around him. Ever since that day when he was randomly selected to gain such an absurd power that destroyed any kind of rational thought and common sense for someone who had lived in the modern age on Earth, Han felt more like a kid who had been gifted with a quantum computer. While turning on the computer had been simple, Han had only been looking at the various prompts and commands on the screen. As a child, he couldn't even grasp the bare minimum of what such a technology could be carried out if he desired it. In his mind, Han thought of the Stronghold and how he had created it. While what he was able to produce may have impressed him, the action was barely equivalent to a child being impressed by filling a plastic bucket with sand and then turning it upside down to create something that could only be considered a castle, due to the child's ignorance of what was already in existence. But as he looked at the people passing him by, a few raised an eyebrow at him. The ones that were closer moved away from him, as though they were cautious about interacting with someone who clearly had power, but was considerably eccentric with his mannerisms. "Master." Han tried to comprehend what he saw, his eyes slowly feeling alien. Just as a child would push buttons without any care, unaware of the dangers such actions could cause, somewhere in the deepest parts of the densely wooded area of his mind, A part of him had a feeling that it was okay for him to experiment. While the experience he was attempting to work through may have felt slightly scary, like staring into a well where the concept of a bottom had no meaning, Han couldn't help but think that something inside of himself wanted him to proceed and accept the changes being made. Without him knowing, his eyes were slightly wider than what would be considered normal. As he continued to walk up the steps, he was unaware that the guide and his creations were following behind him. Chapter 5, Part 11, Book 1 Fantasy World. For some reason, time didn't have any meaning, as though he were trying to merge into an ocean of knowledge with an unfathomable depth. While conscious of the world around him, Han's mind struggled to keep pace with what was transpiring. Slowly, there was something akin to particles floating in the air, like dust, though they glittered akin to snowflakes catching the sun's light as they lazily drifted in the air. He couldn't help but think of memories of traveling to relative houses in what felt like mystical and ancient lands, feeling far closer to being his home than where he spent most of his life, entering large storage sheds, and seeing the particles floating in the air as they interacted magically with the light. Though the dust would make him sneeze or cough, something eldritch lurked around the corner, whenever he could explore the shelves and sealed containers made from some ancient material, stacked on top of one another. At that age, he always imagined that someday he would discover something otherworldly, just like in the stories his grandma would tell him as she scooped rice onto roasted and salted seaweed, rolling them for him to eat, or while cutting up slightly chilled local pears, which would always explode with juices and tasted like ice cream. This would often be after his grandmother or grandfather would catch him exploring areas of the property that he was told were too dangerous, despite how they stirred his imagination. As though focusing on the dust hovering in the air, Han slowly realized that the dust was a different color. Sometimes it would look blue, while other times it appeared reddish. He couldn't help but feel the emotions he had felt back when he was a child, perpetually curious about whatever secrets lay hiding somewhere deep waiting to be uncovered. Han's eyes slowly focused on one of the nearby students and began to see some haze or shimmer on the female student, who hadn't noticed that he was staring at her. Redirecting his gaze to another student, the shimmer surrounding the next one was slightly more pronounced but with a negligibly different color. He struggled to understand what he was seeing, discerning that color wasn't the correct term for what his eyes were showing him. While many of the students had a similar haze or shimmer, Han couldn't help but notice that there were slight differences, such as the shimmer being inside of them, like some kind of internal furnace that swirled about as it glittered under some unfamiliar light, or was generating the illumination. Master. Blinking a few times, the haze and particles in the air faded out of focus as though he had imagined it. And just as if it had been a dream, the pressure which felt as though it were rushing into his mind vanished, just as if he had woken up and couldn't help but wonder why he was feeling emotional or experiencing a slight chill from something traumatic brought up during his deep slumber into the world of dreams. Shaking his head slightly, Han tried to clear whatever cobwebs remained inside his mind. Master. Turning his head, he saw Helenia standing next to him, her eyebrows slightly raised. His mind slowly woke up as he realized his current situation. It took several moments for him to remember that they were making their way to the second floor of the tower inside the academy. He glimpsed a few students, glancing at him in confusion, whispering amongst themselves as they continued up the steps. Many of the people coming down disregarded his behavior, their worn-out expressions indicating how little they cared about what happened to him. Brittany's eyes were tearing up as she pressed herself against him, her hands lightly grasping his clothes. "Are you okay, Master?" Her voice trembled. What happened? He raised a hand to his head and pressed it to his forever as he blinked a few more times. "I suspect that you were lost in a trance, Master," Helenia calmly said as her eyes scanned Han's face, clearly searching to see if anything was the matter with him. Her lips were slightly parted as though wanting to say more, but she was unable to express her thoughts and decided to keep her worries to herself for the moment. Queen's eyes caught the slight twitch of one of Helenia's hands. She closed her eyes before slightly shaking her head. Opening her eyes, she looked at her master. "Master, based on what I can detect, I do not believe that you were under some kind of mental attack. I also doubt that they would be able to do anything against you. Han slowly looked at each of his creations. I do not think it was some kind of an attack as well. There would also be no reason for anyone else to attack us. He nodded in agreement before he looked at the guide and then back to his creations. I also do not believe the Emperor would have any way to discover how we attacked one of their forces entering the kingdom. Han sent his thoughts to the three, letting his eyes meet Queen's gaze. The two stared for a moment before Queen bowed her head. A part of him wanted to talk about what he had started to see, but the fact that he wasn't sure what exactly happened made him not want to cause unnecessary concern. Something in his mind alluded that the experience wasn't an adverse event but a natural process. Deciding to trust his gut instinct, he kept his thoughts to himself. But thinking of keeping things from his creations caused a sense of guilt to grow like a vine, making him wince. There's no need to make them worried, that's all, Han tried to convince himself. My lord, the guide looked at Han, unsure what to think. As you can see, we have reached the second floor. If you would like to progress, I am sure the Lady Knight is eager to meet such an individual as yourself. Seeing that Han had no issues, the guide quickly scrambled up the steps to not keep Han waiting any longer. Han watched the guide, guessing that the man believed that they were being an inconvenience to Han, even though he had kept them from continuing, while they impeded the flow of students making their way upwards. Following the guide, Han saw an opening in front of them with the stairs allowing them to emerge onto the next floor. I would hope that she would want to meet our master, Queen muttered under her breath with a slight frown while eyeing the young man before following her master towards the entrance to the next level. Helena merely watched the guide, as the man made his way to where everyone was gathered, as they attempted to enter the crowded area in front of the stairs. Walking up the stairs, the transition between the first and second levels was comparably different. Han could hear students having vocal discussions that cascaded down through the opening into the stairway. He didn't understand why the noise was significantly louder than the first floor, but as he stepped onto the second floor, his eyes widened to see how the area was vastly different. While the first floor was completely open, making it feel as though they were outside even with a ceiling above them, this was entirely not the case for the second floor. The first word that came to mind was cramped, like entering an indoor mall. Though the ceiling was somewhat high, allowing the cacophony of discussions to echo against the white walls, it was likely a third of the height. On top of the ceiling was how the walls could already be seen from where they stood. As Han gazed at the walls, he noticed something that he had glanced over due to how normal it would be for him, but now that he thought about where they currently were, the items seemed slightly alien. What are people doing on the wall? Brittany pointed a finger at people fighting. The guide turned around to face them, grinning at Brittany's question. My lady, what you are looking at is something that allows us to attract such a large number of students to our humble territory. Using specially crafted mana crystals, we have created a way for students to observe their upperclassmen who are currently training inside the various rooms on the second floor. What Han was seeing, displayed readily for students to watch, was some kind of video system. On the screen were groups of students swinging various weapons, the surrounding area bathed in lights before they clashed against one another. Even without any sound, he didn't have a hard time imagining the rumbling that would be felt deep in his chest due to the blast of sound caused by such powerful forces striking one another. The sight was similar to something out of an animated movie or show. He couldn't believe how the students were clashing against each other to the point where blood was being drawn. One of the female students had a slash on her upper arm, the uniform slowly turning a dark red where the fabric had been cut. But despite the injury, her expression remained savage right before she opened her palm and released a spiral of fire at a nearby student. The fire splashed against the nearby boulders and other greenery. On this floor, students have an opportunity to train with their classmates in fights meant to simulate combat in the outside world. A gentle but mature voice spoke out. Han slowly turned his head, not surprised to see Velasandria approaching him. When she was close enough, she gave a slight bow of her neck. My lord, I welcome you to Illumin Academic City. I hope your trip was a comfortable one. As she raised her head, her eyes didn't meet as she kept her eyesight below his. There was a slight gasp before the guide began to cough, turning away to tap his chest lightly with his fist. Around them, a few students nudged each other, their eyes round as they saw Velisandria. Several opened their mouth as if to try to call out to her, but others quickly warned those students not to show such disrespect. Some of the older students looked at Han and his group, then noticed the guide and connected the presence of Velisandria as something official and not meant to be disturbed. But despite their sensibility, it didn't prevent their immaturity from being exposed as they whispered to one another in an attempt to figure out what was happening. Seeing the Lady Knight acting in such a subservient manner made Han crack a slight smirk. He knew the Lady Knight had learned her lesson from earlier, so he didn't detect any of the former insolence she had shown them earlier back at the inn, inside Leaf Village. There was a slight difference from the first time he had encountered the woman that night. Whether intentional or not, Han felt his eyes focus, and soon there was a significant haze around the woman. Compared to the past student whom he had noticed the haze around when he had developed the sight, the difference was like a candle placed next to a roaring campfire. Such a contrast only highlighted the drastic difference between experienced people like the Lady Knight and a random student. I must be seeing how much power they have. Han couldn't help but reach the conclusion after thinking of the difference and what it could mean. What he found interesting was how the haze primarily emanated inside her body. Due to there being so much of the substance billowing out like a fog and surrounding herself, Han suspected it had to do with the training that Velisandria had received as a Lady Knight. Still unsure of the connection between the wisps of fog or haze that emanated from inside the woman, Han slowly turned his gaze toward Helenia. Nothing was coming off of Helenia. For a second, he wondered if he had made a mistake, so he casually checked out a student nearby where they were standing and noticed the slight waving of the air around the individual. While the presence of the mysterious flow reminded him of the wispy steam that would rise off of a tundra on a warm sunny day when there was no wind blowing, the existence of the haze informed him that what he was seeing was correct. With this in mind, Han checked on Queen but encountered the same thing as Helenia, not glimpsing anything radiating either off her body or from within. Around them, the air had a strange material suspended in the air as though something had disturbed the surroundings, and now dust was drifting around them. It was to the point where he wouldn't be surprised if he were to sneeze. Closing his eyes, the sensation he felt slowly faded away, and as he opened them, there was no longer any sign of the slight disturbance of the air around each of the students. At least it's becoming easier to access the new vision that I seem to have gained thanks to my ability, Han thought. He was reminded of when he had built and redesigned the interior of the Stronghold on his first day in the new fantasy world. Even with how he had created and gifted life to his creations, it had started from his mind and exploring what he could do with his powers. But for some reason, the ability to see the dust in the air and shimmer of the students that passed him by was an experience unlike anything before. There is just too much that I don't know about what I'm able to do and what I can't. Han couldn't help but be reminded of the message that came with his powers. He had a difficult time as he spent more time in the new environment to truly believe that his abilities were unrestricted. It could be why it was so painful this time, Han continued to think to himself. Noticing that Velisandria was clearly confused, and sweat was slowly forming on her forehead, Han realized that he had yet to answer her question about his trip. Sorry, I seem to have been lost in thought. Han let out a small laugh. Forgive me, Lady Knight. He tilted his head slightly forward. No, my lord, there is nothing for you to apologize. Lady Knight raised a hand and waved as though attempting to wave away bad air, her eyes slightly wide. Lady Knight, I do appreciate how understanding you have become, Han slightly teased. Hearing Han's words, Velisandria's cheeks slightly reddened. I indeed enjoyed the trip from Leaf Village to Illumin. The sights were truly marvelous, though I did not realize how far away Illumin was from where I stayed. But I guess I should consider it a blessing to be able to see the area around Illumin. Han truthfully admitted, having enjoyed the journey and watching the endless sea of grass out the carriage window and how it rippled in the wind. While he did get to go on family vacations and traveling allowed him to see more of the world compared to the average person, none of it had a similar magical atmosphere he sensed whenever he would look outside of the window. When the guide had mentioned how students would take on adventuring duties as part of the curriculum, in order for students to gain real-world experience. A part of him was excited, since it would allow him to see more of the surrounding area. Seeing the monsters being carted into the tower made him want to experiment with his ability and see what he could do compared to those around him. He couldn't help but feel a little eager about being able to see what his abilities were able to do. Though he could have his creations take care of any issues that could arise as he journeyed throughout the new fantasy world, he couldn't help but think that having a bare minimum grasp of what he could accomplish was necessary. As if sensing his excitement, Han felt a slight tingling in his hands. My Lord, Velisandria took a step back, her eyes focused on his hands. Her eyes were wide in alarm as the blood drained from her face. Han met the Lady Knight's gaze as her eyes raised. What he saw in her eyes made him uncomfortable. Velisandria's eyes were from someone who was like a guest at a zoo, being face to face with an escaped predator, trying to understand what was happening, and why such a creature was roaming loose while trying to ignore the blood dripping from the animal's mouth. Confused by the Lady Knight's behavior, Han didn't miss that the woman didn't even bother reaching for her sword, as though unconsciously understanding how futile of an action it would be and possibly antagonizing him simultaneously. Master, a voice called out next to him. Han saw Helenia moving closer to him. Helenia's expression was serene, as though understanding the situation and not thinking it was significant. It gave the same feeling of a child who had dropped their newly received ice cream onto the ground. Her voice was calm, as if understanding how the child would feel holding the emptied cone that had recently been acquired. Master, I understand you are excited after seeing the students fight and want to test your powers. Still, these beings cannot handle the pressure. Please relax your emotions. Han heard her voice enter his mind through their connection. Raising an eyebrow, still not understanding the situation, he raised his hands. He saw how arcs of electricity flowed off his hands like he had just washed his hands and hadn't dried them from the excess water. Placing a hand on Han's shoulder, Helenia used her other hand to touch his. The arcs of electricity connect the two of them with their mesmerizing dance. There was a hum in the air with an occasional crack. Each of the tendrils of unrestrained energy reached out into the air towards the nearby students, who had now stopped what they had been doing. Terror plastered on their faces as they witnessed not just the raw power leaking out from him, but also how Helenia was intertwining her fingers, as though she were a lover who was flirting with the man she desired to be closer to. Her breasts intimately pressed against Han's upper arm. You are okay, Master. Just think of your power being water, and you are guiding it back into a bottle. Helenia's lips were close to his ear as she gently whispered her guidance. Chapter 5, Part 12, Book 1 Fantasy World. Helenia's words were like a soothing balm to his turbulent subconscious. The words filled with love reached his heart and mined the more her full bosoms pressed against his arm, and her heated breath and sultry words made his ears turn slightly red. As the image of energy surging through his hands felt similar to the muscles throughout his body, Han knew it only existed in his mind. But even if the energy felt more personal and connected to him than when he created Helenia and his other creations or the Stronghold, Han didn't fully understand how such power was activated when he had made no intentional thoughts behind them. It was why Helenia's words helped to pull him back to the present and assisted him in guiding the uncontrolled energy. Regardless of his intentions, the growing fear began to soak into the surrounding air as more students became aware of what he had done. Some had wide eyes and trembled like mice in front of a tiger. Breathe, Master. Listening to Helenia's words, Han tried to take a slow, deep breath. He imagined a tranquil ocean surging and rolling about, hoping to pull existence into its watery depths like mermaids dragging wretched sailors into the chilling darkness. While his actions from the outside would lead those nearby to believe the power was uncontrollable, deep down, he couldn't help but feel that the situation wasn't beyond something he could manage. A part of him discerned, as if something was waiting for him to do something and take dominion. With his single and simple thought, the ocean in his mind began to calm as if nothing had ever happened. The change was practically instant, though something inside of him couldn't help but feel his power possibly going out of control without his continual conscious thought, keeping some kind of barrier in place to hold back the immense and indescribable force that constantly pressed against it, and would tear asunder any fortifications that weakened even for a moment. Han's chest slowly rose and fell, his forehead clammy from the sweat. Helena leaned forward and rested her forehead on her master's head. "Wonderfully done, master. Welcome back, my love." The last words were softly whispered so only he could hear them. While Han couldn't help but ponder on what happened, and why things had taken such a drastic turn when there were no issues beforehand, a part of him couldn't help but imagine a connection between his ability to see whatever was in the air and aura that surrounded many of the students. He wanted to try and understand the origin of his powers that surged without warning. His mind felt weary and exhausted, the kind of feeling that would exist even after a whole night's sleep. "I did not even use that much power." Han nuzzled his head against Helena, not caring about his mental state and desiring a moment of peace. Parts of Velisandria's hair slowly lowered back down after being raised slightly as the arcs of electricity dissipated into the air. A shuddering breath flowed out from between her teeth, having moments ago been clenched tightly as her eyes were glued to the figure in front of her. The pupils in her eyes trembled like a leaf desperately holding on during a hurricane. She looked down, her eyes widening slightly upon seeing how her hands trembled even after the danger had passed. "Thank the gods," Velisandria prayed. Many of the students nearby simply stood. The air had an aftertaste of dread and panic, though a flavor of confusion began to creep in as people were drawn away from their trance-like state. One of the students raised a finger to point at Han before another student standing next to her, desperately, clutched the hand before the mistake of drawing attention towards them could be made. Han surveyed the faces of the students. He saw the fright and mixed emotions displayed, fully understanding the harm that he had committed, though not caring as much as he thought he would. He took a slow breath, not desiring to make a hasty decision as he observed those who watched him. "Those students," Han lifted an eyebrow, catching a few students in the back, none standing close to the others who shared an expression of boredom. While they each were alone, something about their behavior gave them the impression of having a common background. If he was back on Earth, Han didn't think it would be unforeseen to see them roll their eyes, as though watching a child who learned to beat a game designed for a toddler. Contempt in their eyes. "I wonder if they are the students related to the nobility." Han casually counted how many there were in the crowd. Seeing how the students behaved, he didn't have a tough time remembering people who behaved similarly, purely due to the environment in which they were raised without having to desire anything. An image of Sam's overconfident grin brought Han back to the many moments Han would travel with Sam, who acted as though no concerns would ever touch him. Han gripped his fist tight as he clenched his teeth. "Master," Helena breathed in her master's ear. Admitting what he was about to do, Han closed his eyes, slowly unclenched his jaw and took a deep breath. As the air gradually filled his lungs, he thought about the love and care being shown to him. He could feel Helena pressed against his skin, her body warm and soft, in addition to enjoying all her sensual curves. As the air was released from his body unhurriedly, a calmness settled on his body like a bedsheet floating down from the air as it was placed on the bed by a loving and attentive wife. "I think I need to be more prudent about my power," Han half chuckled to himself. Even as he had felt the madness bubbling up from within, the barrier that held back the boundless ocean thinned and cracked in a few areas before quickly healing and restoring itself. Waves as towering and massive as mountains crashed against the barrier with unrestrained fury, desiring to be unleashed into the world. Feeling the unresolved emotions deep within his soul, Han couldn't help but realize how immature he was despite having been an adult for so long. He knew the wild emotions would have caused him to do something he regretted, even if the action had been unconsciously done. Opening his eyes, he examined the students who watched him as though he were a deadly animal waiting to devour them all. Little did they know that all of them were moments away from being vaporized in a process that would have taken less time for the eye to see what happened and send the electrical signals to the brain. "My lord," Velisandria quivered as she stepped forward. Though petrified, Velisandria's actions appeared to be a teacher walking toward the peril to save her students and give them an opportunity to flee. Her eyes quivered, but had a hint of a conclusion, unwilling to back down regardless of how hopeless it would be for her to do her duty as the Lady Knight of the Academy. Her footsteps echoed on the stone floor, but sounded like an explosion of noise inside the silence. Seeing how Velisandria approached him despite her apparent fear, the smell permeating her body and mixing with the scent from the other students, Han couldn't help but feel admiration towards the woman. The sight reminded him of mothers who would place themselves between danger and their own children, disregarding any thoughts of saving themselves, even if every fibre of their being wanted to crumple in hysteria. Han glanced at Queen, still standing a bit away from him, to keep an eye on their surroundings. Queen's head was slightly tilted as she observed the Lady Knight, a subtle frown on her lips but a gleam of approval in her eyes. Taking a moment to gather himself, Han sighed, disappointed at himself for garnering so much attention on himself, even though he wanted to remain moderately unknown. He accepted that some attention would be directed towards him due to the enchanting beauty of his creations and how the school treated him. Still, there was longing that it wouldn't be any greater than what nobles would receive. The fact that his self-created background was a young adolescent of noble birth would allow people to fill in the gaps and make their own assumptions about him. "My lord, are you all right?" Velisandria carefully observed his face, her eyes periodically peeking at Han's hands, as though expecting a bolt of lightning to arc toward her. Knowing that he was in the wrong, even if the affair wasn't something he meant, Han gave a slight bow. "I seem to have done something untoward to all those who are on this floor. I apologize to the Lady Knight for my misdeeds." Many of the students stared at Han, a few with their eyebrows raised and their mouths slightly parted. Velisandria took a deep breath, placing a hand to her brow, shaking her head as though attempting to shake off a dreadful dream that still haunted her mind. "In the future, you must be careful about releasing your powers. I understand that you and your family have isolated themselves from the world. Still, it does not provide an excuse for you to behave in such a manner." She stopped, her eyes slightly widening upon remembering who she was talking to. Her voice quickly softened, "But I also feel that understanding accidents is necessary since it does not appear as though you did such actions with malice in your heart." Velisandria took a deep shuddering breath and slowly released the air. There was an uncomfortable silence as students began talking amongst themselves. The sound was like a slow storm rumbling towards them. Many students lightly pulled the arm of a nearby classmate or friend, making clear that they would prefer to be anywhere but where they currently stood. "In the place of my master, I would like to express my gratitude for your benevolence. My master is someone who has extraordinary talent with magic that has been untouched and laid dormant. All of us hope that our master will be able to learn much from this school about how to control his powers." Helenia gracefully bowed her head like a swan on a tranquil lake. Her movements mesmerized many of the nearby students, who were unable to pry their eyes from his creation. Helenia's voice was like the sound of soothing waves on a beach. It was as if a sense of tranquility spread around her as nearby students were captivated by the woman. Brittany and Queen also bowed their head. Han appreciated how his creations had the humility to acknowledge when a mistake was made, not escalating the issue, and instead taking responsibility, even if they hadn't been the ones to cause the incident. Though he hadn't done anything during their creation to make them behave in such a manner, he did think that they were adequately developing their own sense of self, something he had wanted that day. Though it was important for a leader to place some level of control on his subjects, Han wanted subordinates who would be proactive in how they interacted with the various societies they would face in the future. They may be in a fantasy world that they may further explore. There is no telling where their journey will lead them. It was also within the realm of possibilities that they may act independently, as Han tried to search for what was buried within his heart. While Han was lost in thought, Velisandria straightened her back and turned toward the students before clapping her hands. "The situation is now under control. I know many of you have duties you must complete." She pointed at a student, Amalia. "I know your teacher has indicated how disappointed she is with the monsters you have submitted to the Adventurers Guild. Do you expect to improve your grades by standing around?" A young, petite girl with black hair that covered much of her face jumped upon being directly addressed by the Lady Knight. "Why, yes, my lady, I'll make sure to do a better job. Bowing her head before dashing towards one of the lines in front of a long counter, with workers handling various tasks. Her long black hair nearly dragged behind her. If people didn't see how she looked from the front, it would have been easy to mistake her for a walking heap of hair. With Velisandria yelling at a few more students, much of the crowd either made their way toward the lines off to the side, or decided it was a good time to make their way up or down the tower. It was clear that they wanted to avoid sticking around while one of the student council leaders was taking notes of students who needed to perform better to sweep what had occurred earlier under the rug. The few students who had stood out, not showing any fear and instead finding the incident interesting, also appeared not to be concerned by Velisandria's sharp tongue, but whether due to boredom or something else, they made their way towards the lower floor. As they walked past where Han and his creation stood, they looked at him as though he was either a toy or something else that could amuse them. While they didn't move as a group, their behavior gave Han the image of students who were familiar with one another, and led their own groups inside a private school, or later on, in a corporation owned by their parents. Not interested in getting involved in any type of drama, Han didn't bother to take note of their appearance, but reckoned that he would inevitably run into them again in the future. Even with the academy being as large as it was, the fact that Velisandria knew a few of the students on site meant that many students were connected to one another, just like how many active employees would often be recognized due to leaders talking about them. Han even remembered a friend during an outing with other college study friends at one of the nearby pubs, chatting about how when he had been in the military and stationed at one of the largest bases in the country mention, how other soldiers were aware of who he was due to officers and sergeants talking about him during meal times. Han reminisced about how he had laughed at his friend, who was rolling his eyes and sighing deeply. His friend had been a student who would often not be seen as reliable, but would try their best to avoid being a burden during group projects in their program. "My lord, please freely give me an order, and I will make it as though the events which just occurred will no longer be remembered by anyone." Han glanced at Queen as her voice entered his mind through their connection. The way her voice sounded gave him the impression of her kneeling in front of him, waiting for him to decree for the academy to be erased from history. Mentally waving a hand, dismissing her concerns, Han shook his head. "While I am regretful to have lost control of myself, wiping all evidence of my blunder feels slightly reactionary and disproportionate to me making a slight fool of myself." Han smirked, laughing at how childish he behaved. "But master," Queen turned to look at her master. Imagining brushing aside her hair and running a finger along her smooth and pale ivory skin, Han projected his desires to his creation, who was desperate to regain the perceived lost honor. Queen placed a hand on her cheek, which gained a little warmth as it reddened. The reddish tinge contrasted with her natural skin tone, like a field of freshly laid snow on a calm day. "Master," she tried to hide how shy she felt, attracting such affection from him. Her eyes now looked towards the stone floor, hoping to distract her from such a display of affection from the one who held her heart in his loving hands. "I do agree with our master." Helenia joined the conversation. "There is nothing to gain, considering our master wishes for his life to be quiet and not attract unwanted attention." Before Queen could retort, Helenia added, "While no eyes are paying us attention, do you think that no one would realize what had happened? I doubt that there are many beings who would be able to easily do what you are suggesting." Her tone was flat, annoyed that Queen hadn't thoroughly evaluated the consequences. Brittany tilted her head, listening to the conversation. He placed a hand on her head and said, "Just because we do not see anyone watching us, it would be wise to believe that there are entities or individuals with the ability to observe clues that could be inadvertently left behind." Han explained. To himself, "While my powers may appear to be without limits, I also do not know what others are capable of doing, so I need to act with some restraint. The question is whether my experience could be a limiting factor regarding what I can do." He thought about how something inside of him reacted when being able to observe something new. Something inside does seem to react by instinct, but wholly relying on such luck would be thoughtless. "But master, could you not just prevent them from observing clues about what had happened?" Brittany placed her head on his chest as she looked up at him, her eyes wide with curiosity. He chuckled, his chest making Brittany's head move a little. Instead of relying on my abilities to solve any problem and thinking of it as a way to cover up any mistakes I make, I feel that my powers should be seen as a way to make my life easier. While I could wave a hand, there is always the possibility that I miss something that someone keen to fluctuations of this world could detect. Chapter 5, Part 13, Book 1, Fantasy World. Our master would then be like a beacon to potentially problematic individuals. Helena chimed in. We already know that this world has divine beings. The issue is that there may be other powers that we are unaware of with abilities that may cause us inconveniences. Our master would prefer to live life and enjoy his time rather than going from place to place, putting out fires that never needed to be lit in the first place. Her voice was like a teacher scolding a troublemaker student for not doing the daily reading before they arrived for class, on top of forgetting to complete the assignments since the last class period. Brittany's eyes looked at Helena and then to Queen. But instead of acknowledging Helena's words, her large eyes gazed at Han. Master, Brittany is sorry for not considering how much trouble it would cause you. Holding Brittany close to him and appreciating her feelings, Han shook his head. I know that you did not desire something that would cause me problems. He ignored the tension in the atmosphere from Queen and Helena, who were both staring at Brittany as though annoyed at the young woman's attitude of trying to gain their master's attention. He knew it was just their individual attitudes, which were slowly developing and becoming distinct, especially with how they reacted to him. There were plenty of moments where he'd turn a blind eye, not thinking it was his place to get involved in their competitive and strong spirits. The optics would also not be good, being seen as someone playing favorite. Han knew many of his creations may see his treatment of Brittany as overly favorable. Still, Han knew that the young woman was someone who only had him to rely on. Compared to the floor protectors, Brittany had no special abilities. She was closer to humans than she was to Helena and Queen. With this in mind, he knew it would be easy for her to seek his attention out of some apprehension. Excuse me, my lord, I beg your pardon. His eyes slowly shifted and landed on Velisandria. Velisandria's eyesight dropped right before they would have met, though she was able to keep her back straight. Her smile twitched in the corners. My lord, now that the students have calmed down, I do believe that it would be a good time for us to move to another location. Han turned his head towards where the students were lined up. I assume you are asking me to get into the line and sign up for whatever is part of the admission process. Seeing all the students lined up, the image was similar to cultural festivals he'd attended when he was young, with all the local residents lined up to purchase small meals or play games. There was also the atmosphere of people lined up to watch an anticipated movie, since they were presently indoors. He couldn't help but breathe in, half expecting to smell freshly made popcorn and order concession items. Velisandria raised her hands quickly. Of course not, my lord. The male guide who had led them to the second floor stood next to Velisandria, shaking his head while his hands waved back and forth. Closing a hand and placing it in front of her hand, she lightly coughed as she tried to clear her throat and regain some of the dignity she had lost. This time, her eyes met Han, though they flinched for a moment as though Han's vision had pierced into her soul for a moment. Taking a slow breath and calmly placing both hands to her side, Velisandria said, My lord, considering how much you have provided to our academy, it would be beyond disrespectful to have any expectations for you to wait in such long lines. She tried to smile, whether for herself or Han was unknown. I have already reserved a testing room for you to use. Velisandria turned to the guide next to her. Noticing the Lady Knight's movements, the man moved closer so as not to let others overhear. Not caring about the two of them having a private meeting, Han took a moment to enjoy the surroundings. When he first entered the area, he felt he didn't take enough time to appreciate the architecture, brushing it aside with the thought that it was smaller than the first level. Though the area wasn't as grand, he noticed that the ceiling would curve upwards in some places, and some form of light would stick to the ceiling as it flowed down. Compared to the first level, the lighting was significantly softer, and gave the ceiling and walls the impression of being made out of some silky fabric that would slide effortlessly to the touch. Do you understand? Velisandria asked. The guide nodded. I will follow your orders, Lady Knight. Turning to face Han, the young man gave a slight bow. My lord, I hope that your time here is one that meets your expectations. Please feel free to contact me if you have any matters that need to be taken care of. His eyes met Helenia, Queen, and Brittany. My ladies. He gave another bow. The guide then moved away from them in the direction of the center of the tower. Though it wasn't known what type of task he'd received from the Lady Knight, Han imagined it was related to his accidental surge of power. He sighed slightly and decided there was no point in worrying about a matter that had already occurred. As they say, there's no point in being concerned about milk that has already been spilled, Han muttered under his breath. He took a hand to run it through his hair, clearing his vision momentarily. My lord, if you will, I would be happy to show you where you will complete the application process. Velisandria smiled, a slight twitch of the corner of her mouth giving away her inner thoughts. Queen and Helenia gracefully made their way toward where Han stood, slightly behind him, as though they were bodyguards, ensuring that no one would approach him without permission. Though the sight was somewhat ridiculous when measuring against usual societal standards, having a man be followed by two women with the expectation that they would be enough to safeguard him, the presence that leaked from their bodies was more than sufficient at keeping others at bay. Even as they had walked towards Han, students quickly moved away as though a tiger was walking through the hallways of a school. Slight yelps from female students were heard when they experienced the ominous presence brush past their cheeks like the nail of a deathly cold finger, sliding across the soft, delicate skin of the young women. A few female students blushed, quickly making their way down the stairs as though embarrassed about an intrusive thought that invaded their minds without care. Velisandria walked with her back straight with an air of confidence around her. No longer was the nervousness she had displayed earlier present. Watching how the Lady Knight moved, cutting through the crowd of students, Han smiled slightly, seeing the woman he had seen before arriving at the academy. He was glad that she had recovered. As they continued through the floor, they soon found themselves in a somewhat wide hallway with a ceiling that could only be seen if they tilted their heads back. The students that passed them by had their outfits slightly worn from whatever activity they had participated in, just like the student he had seen with the singed uniform. Han would periodically look down hallways that led to other parts of the floor used by the students. Some of the hallways had several students making their way in the direction away from where they walked. In contrast, some hallways didn't have any students. As though noticing the observations Han had made, Velisandria turned right and into one of the nearly vacant hallways, save for a few students in front of them. Their footsteps bounced off the walls covered in some stone that made them appear smoother than marble, with how they reflected the light that showered from above them. Aside from the light from above, there were no other light sources, creating a feeling of a sterile environment that would be seen inside a building responsible for manufacturing sensitive components used in computers. My lord, on this floor, we have numerous rooms that allow for a multitude of training available to students who desire to test out the concepts learned in their classes or to prepare for a mission gained from the Adventurers Guild. Velisandria turned her head so that her voice could be heard. Han didn't miss the slight hesitance. For individuals applying to be a part of this academy, our institution requires us to uphold the standards that we expect for anyone wishing to become part of our organization, which has helped train countless well-respected names throughout the ages. Velisandria took a deep breath, as though attempting to organize her thoughts. I am currently leading my lord to one of the many exam rooms used to test out the capabilities of those hoping to be accepted into our school. I find your words troubling, Queen cut off Velisandria. A coolness that could only be experienced deep on the ocean floor where the grave of countless ships would be found, where the light failed to pierce through the countless depths permeated around them. The chill billowed out like a viscous fog creeping along the floor, searching for the warmth of the living. Velisandria turned around as though sensing a ghostly presence was behind her, too scared to confront the deathly entity. Her eyes were slightly wide in alarm as though unaware of what offense she had made. My lady, Velisandria managed not to allow her voice to squeak. You have already seen what my master is capable of. Queen's words were like the snapping of the jaws belonging to a wild animal. Though Queen didn't bare her teeth or show any visible hostility, Velisandria unconsciously raised a hand to her throat. Her hand trembled as it lowered before she said, "My lady, I believe there is a misunderstanding." Queen's eyes continued to bore into Velisandria's, the only movement being the slight tilting of her head and the darkening of her eyes. "Queen, I sense that the Lady Knight is not saying I do not qualify for being a student at the academy." Han didn't even turn around, his eyes locked on the Velisandria. "I would surmise that testing my capabilities is merely a formality." Nodding more than she should have, Velisandria quickly jumped in as she looked gratefully to Han, as though he had appeared on a rowboat in the middle of the Arctic Sea, as she struggled not to be pulled into the icy depths of the water to be eternally preserved by the absolute chill. "Why, yes, that is correct, my lord. I have seen more than enough to certify that you belong at our academy." A bead of sweat slowly made its way down the side of her face despite the chill she felt from Queen. "I do feel like I am apologizing quite often to you," Han chuckled lightly as he raised a hand and rested it on the back of his neck. "Queen did not mean anything. My servants have served loyally with my family, and they tend to take things a bit far. Unfortunately, as you have seen just now and the last time we talked, they can be a bit protective of my honor and my family name. I do hope you would be understanding of them." In response to his words, the hallway slowly warmed as though the waters were receding, and the sun turned the area into a tropical beach. Brittany turned to look at Queen, giggling, "You need to be better at controlling your emotions." She cutely stuck out her tongue a little with a smile. Not even bothering to wait to see if Queen would respond, Brittany turned her head and buried it in Han's arm. Despite Brittany's attempt to rile her up, Queen merely stood with an expressionless face. Helenia's eyes continued looking ahead as though none mattered to her. "There is no need for you to apologize, my lord." Velisandria tried to smile, though it was clear that she still felt shaken by Queen's words. Her smile appeared awkward, as if she didn't have any experience smiling in the past and was trying to mimic the motion. "Thank you for your understanding," Han said. There was a slight pause before Velisandria said, "If you will follow me, I will continue to show you this area." The Lady Knight made her way forward down the hallway. Her steps were slightly stilted as she led them deeper into the area. Still, how she behaved as though nothing had occurred only demonstrated her professionalism, not allowing her emotions to get in the way of her duty. Raising a hand, Velisandria directed their attention to a sign with a colored letter and number that stuck out of the wall. Han looked at the sign and then dropped his gaze, noticing a door and some kind of crystal embedded into the wall. Above the crystal was the same colored letter and number. "Due to the number of students who are enrolled at the academy, we have organized these rooms in a manner that is easy to find and assigned to students wishing to rent them out." Velisandria reached between the plate of the armor that seemed to hide a pocket, considering it was moments before she pulled out some kind of card. Raising what was in her hand, Velisandria revealed a card with an intricate logo. Twirling it around so that the front faces them, the image of Velisandria was clearly visible with some writing next to it. Even without needing to have her explain what it was clear that the card was used for identification purposes. Velisandria moved the item close to the crystal display on the wall without explaining what the card was. There was a brief pause as she held it close to the crystal before it glowed yellow and then green. A hiss could be heard as the door slowly slid open. Velisandria turned to look at Han. A hint of smugness could be seen in her eyes and the way her lips slightly raised up on one side. She held up the card again. "These are identification cards, only used in this academy and the Adventurers Guild. With these cards, you will be able to access restricted areas depending on your clearance and other criteria. In this case, your card will be linked to a training room to only allow you or your group to enter the room, allowing you undisturbed time, while you test out the concepts taught in your classes." Brittany yawned while neither Queen nor Helenia reacted to the information. "Wow, that is pretty impressive. How did you create this technology?" Han opened his eyes wide before he asked, attempting to feign his interest. Velisandria raised an eyebrow as her eyes darted to the three women close to Han. Her eyes then slowly focused on Han. She took several moments, observing him as though trying to see through what was in his head, clearly understanding the reactions of the three servants. But despite how much she searched with her eyes, her facial expression showed she couldn't find what she was looking for. Letting out a slight sigh, Velisandria said, "The nobility is truly a mysterious group, if even the way I opened the door does little to impress you." Chuckling a little, Han grinned. "It is just unfortunate luck that I have seen such technology before." He didn't bother correcting the woman's assumption. Taking a deep breath, Velisandria approached the door. "I suspect that you will be showing me things far more surprising than this door." Brittany giggled into Han's arm. If only she knew, right, Master. She moved her head upwards as her wide eyes and large grin made her appear cute and mischievous. Han patted her head with his free hand. The two moved towards the door, with Helenia and Queen silently following. Immediately, the area was similar to the size of an indoor stadium, the ceiling tall enough that a person would need to turn their head towards the sky in order to see the top. Unlike the environments witnessed on the monitors, where everyone hung around on the second floor, there was nothing besides the strange tiles that lined the walls outside the hallway. What added to the emptiness was how there were only 5 of them standing by the entrance to a room that appeared to be able to fit hundreds of people. Walking over to one of the nearby walls, Han slowly raised a hand and cautiously touched one of the tiles. As his fingers slowly felt the material, the first thought that came to mind was magnets being pressed together, even though the poles were the same. "These feel funny." Brittany moved away from him as she touched the walls. Brittany's face was slightly scrunched, not enjoying the sensation of the tiles. "Interesting." Helenia didn't even attempt to touch the walls, her eyes slowly absorbing what she saw. Her deep purple eyes traced out each tile in such a methodical manner that it wouldn't be surprising if she were able to paint out a near-identical replica. "I can see why that woman would want our master to come here despite the one glaring problem." A slight pinch of amusement was sprinkled near the end of her words. This time, Queen was the silent one. "My lord, I can already guess that you have been able to deduce what this place was designed for." Velisandria's voice easily travelled in the open space. Han turned his head to look at the Lady Knight. Chapter 5, Part 14, Book 1, Fantasy World. These walls are unique to Illumin, developed by multiple teachers that we are fortunate to have as members of our institution. Her smile beamed, removing all the terror she had displayed before. With their ingenuity, it has become possible to create a safe environment for students to display their abilities within a controlled setting. Aside from this one, there are rooms several times larger and modelled after different environments that can be found on this continent. The details are to such a degree that it would be difficult to tell whether one was still inside a room. Raising a hand, she pointed at the wall that Han had touched. "The main benefit to these rooms are those tiles which will negate any magic directed at them. Mages in the royal palace of the kingdom would fail to leave behind a mark. Even those from the Empire and directly under the Emperor would barely perform better." Velisandria's chest was slightly pushed out as she stood straight with pride. Her chin lifted as a giant smile grew on her face. "Though I know that you are powerful, this location will allow you to show me what you are capable of doing without placing anyone else in danger, unlike out in the main area." Han's eyes flickered upon seeing movement behind Velisandria. Figures shaped like humans slowly rose in a row, similar to what would be seen in a shooting range. But unlike what would be seen in a modern shooting gallery, there were no targets to show people where to properly aim in order to do maximum damage. Even without the indicator markings, the way the models emerged without anyone needing to set them up was still impressive and gave the impression that the academy was an elite institution with plenty of funds supporting it. Velisandria turned slightly, moving her arm to indicate the dolls that appeared. "Since we have our students participate in missions through the Adventurers Guild, it should be no surprise that we have students demonstrate that they have the ability to attack enemies and monsters." Her eyes darted to look at Queen and Helenia before quickly adding, "I do not doubt that you will be able to display great power, so this is merely a formality, my lord," bowing slightly to emphasize her words. Not bothering to reassure her that he took no offense, Han approached where Velisandria stood. "I will have you stand here, my lord." Velisandria indicated with a hand to a spot several feet away from her. Seeing the dolls lined up, in addition to knowing about the walls designed to prevent magical-based attacks from landing, a part of Han slowly felt a bubbling of mischievousness rise from deep within. He didn't know whether this sentiment was affected by what had happened earlier, or if he was curious about what he could do with his abilities in an environment designed to withstand such punishment. Still, an immature part of him provoked him to cut loose a little. All prior demonstrations of power were accomplished by his creations, so he had no opportunity to see the extent of damage he could do, raising his inquisitiveness. So far, he has only constructed buildings, items, and his precious creations. The young boy inside urged him on. So you just want me to attack those dolls over there? Han turned his head slightly and eyed the Lady Knight, trying to maintain his calmness and not reveal the excitement rising inside him. Velisandria smiled slightly, as though entertaining a thought from a problematic guest making a senseless demand. There is no need for concern, my lord. As I mentioned, even the highest-level magic users would need help to leave signs of their attack. Please feel free to release as much magic power as you would like. There is no pressure since you have already exhibited your proficiency earlier. Hearing the slightly patronizing tone from the Lady Knight, Han couldn't help but grin. You may want to step back a bit, Han said softly. As she watched the young master walk up to her after she had explained the purpose of the exam, Velisandria struggled a little to keep herself calm. From what she had seen earlier, it was clear that the young master hadn't learned to manage his powers entirely. While this may be typical for children from an impoverished family dynamic, she knew that the elite was strict about having their children learn to regulate their emotions and any aptitudes they manifested at an early age. So not only was she shocked by the young master not having command over his powers, but what gurgled up from the back of her throat was a scream due to the sheer intensity she was witnessing, exceeding anything that she had seen outside of the darker days of her past. Even now, memories of watching an enemy elementalist carve out huge chunks out of their forces, the blood from soldiers becoming mist and creating a fog that swirled around the mage, seared into the back of her eyes, never to be forgotten. The things she saw during those days clutched her mind to always remember that there were people far more skilled with inner and outer styles. Such a sight created by the young master made her imagine all the legends she had heard as a kid about beings beyond the mortal realm were not merely stories used as tools to frighten children into becoming obedient to their elders. But deep inside her soul, a voice screamed that what she witnessed was nothing more than child's play for the boy. Goosebumps crawled across the back of her neck, thinking how easily it would have been for all of them to be vaporized due to the young master's inexperience. She couldn't help but curse at the noble family that raised such a terror. Closing her eyes slightly, she couldn't help but feel her mind was being crushed by all the events she had to crawl through. Elongated fingers crawled and crept inside her mind, unwilling to be forgotten and taking advantage of her weakened cognitive state. Each finger touched bubbles of thoughts that floated in her head. The enormous pyramid shrouded in darkness materialized before her, as though her mind was forced to relive that night. Just standing in front of the structure caused her body to feel as though it was being pulled closer to what lay behind it. The base was enveloped in fog with shadows that flashed with visions of undulating tentacles that threatened to drag her towards them, with a plan of never releasing her ever again. A slight shiver ran up her body as she tried to fight back the memories. Velisandria took a deep breath, focusing on the job at hand, as she relied on techniques she'd learned back in the past to calm her thoughts, before turning her attention to close up the penetrating memories from that day, which continued to try and bury themselves deeper into her psyche. Ripping the fingers from her mind, the thoughts she wasn't ready to handle were beaten back, eventually allowing her to return her focus to the aberration in front of her. Once you attack the dolls, I will be able to determine which classes you should attend to help you better reach your goals at this institution. Despite her instincts warning her otherwise, Velisandria attempted to smile and present a calm and professional exterior facade to the future student. Her eyes flickered to the servants of the young master, not enjoying how the one with white or silver hair had a slight smile. Something about the enigmatic servant made her think that all of them were aware of something she was not. Even when she had first encountered them, there was the constant atmosphere of her not being privy to critical information as she accepted the funds. The interaction felt like a Faustian bargain. "Lady Knight, if you could, I think it would be better for you to step back." The young master's confident voice called her back to the present. Velisandria couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She opened her mouth to tell the young master that there was nothing to worry about. Burned. A hurricane of searing heat crashed into her, nearly flinging her off her feet just from the sheer pressure. Her flesh recoiled as though it were being cooked. The area in front was a swirling inferno. The flames were like water as they rolled and pressed against the walls that shimmered with distress. Beneath her, the floor rumbled to such a degree that Velisandria feared it would collapse, and they would crash into the ground floor, the structural material pulverizing any unfortunate student below them. Despite the few seconds that passed, Velisandria raised a hand in front of her before she quickly channeled internal energy as she chanted under her breath. There was a slight glimmer similar to the walls. The searing air quickly dropped to being comparable to the air flowing through a desert. Her skin still felt like it was drying, but it no longer felt charred. Breathing deeply, focusing the internal energy on the shield before her, Velisandria cursed at herself. Outer style was never my strong point. She gritted her teeth while her eyes were half closed, fearful of any damage caused to her eyes from the heat. Velisandria trembled as she felt her feet slowly starting to slide back. As she was being pressed back, her heart sank as she felt cracks beginning to form along the surface of the physical shield she had created with her internal energy. Closing her eyes, more effort was placed into reinforcing the shield and slowly mending the fractures. But with the added internal energy devoted to the magic, it was apparent how quickly she was depleting her internal storage of energy. The crisis was how, if she let up even slightly, her mind imagined the shield shattering into pieces. "With my energy, I will defend and protect against all threats standing in my way. I am the Lady Knight, a defender of my students and able to overcome all challenges. Against all threats, I shall triumph and bring peace to all who rely on me." The words silently flowed out of her mouth as she mouthed them, desperate to keep her senses focused on continuing to feed the shield that was likely the only thing keeping her alive. Time felt as though it stretched into an infinite space as she focused on the shield. Her mind couldn't help but sense the strain being placed on her only protection. Even with her fortifying the shield, microscopic cracks formed as though they were screams from the pain it was experiencing. Out of desperation, diverting thoughts were brushed aside. With one hand for the shield, she used her other and placed it on top of her bosom over her heart, which pumped furiously in an attempt to do its own job of keeping her alive. Sweat coated her forehead, whether due to the heat or the strain was beyond her. Half fearfully, she forced herself to see what was happening before her. But slowly, as her eyes endeavored to interpret the horrors, the scene that was taking place slowly reached her mind like the poison from a venomous serpent. Her eyes flew open as her heart fell. The blood drained from her face due to seeing the walls liquefying due to being turned into magma. Any signs of the dolls were wiped clear, whether due to the magma or from the initial attack. If she had the capability, a scream would have run through her throat, but only a whimper could be summoned with what little strength she could afford. Due to the heat from the flames, the air swirled about like a hurricane, her hair whipping around. Deep inside her body, the reservoir of energy continued to leak out the necessary power that allowed her to stay alive. But with how much effort was placed into maintaining a shield quickly failing, the pool was now a puddle on the edge of drying up. Her years of training screamed that something needed to be done, whether ending the threat or escaping from it. "Young master," Velisandria endeavored to speak but ended up dry coughing, her voice stuck in her throat due to how arid the air had become. Spittle dangling from her lips. Coughing some more, even attempting to breathe, became a struggle, causing her to force her attention to focus on maintaining the shield that was the only thing keeping her alive. A safeguard that already showed cracks that refused to heal. The edges of her vision slowly darkened as she felt parts of the shield chip away and likely shatter in a few seconds. Something in the back of her mind accepted her fate. There was only silence as her body weakened. Her knees gave up. Before Velisandria collapsed onto the ground, the roaring of the flames and howling of the hurricane ceased. At that moment, as one of her knees touched the ground, the shield shattered with the solid energy dancing on the training room floor with the same sound as a wine glass, exploding into hundreds of small pieces. Whether it was because the young master could sense how much distress she was in, or due to exhaustion from the amount of internal energy required to maintain the inferno, the fires began to die down rather quickly. In the hush and from where she knelt, no longer feeling the pressure of the flames, Velisandria reflexively breathed a sigh of relief. Due to the slight dizziness felt in her mind, she took a moment to regain her bearings and understand the situation. Hungry for air, Velisandria took slow and long breaths, making sure not to breathe too quickly, understanding that for some reason she had been unable to get enough air. But as she continued to take deep breaths and attempt to think clearly, her eyes saw the utter destruction ahead. Before she was trying to fight off the inferno, only witnessing the nightmare as though living through a dream, but now that she was awake, her mouth opened slightly. "What in?" the words stumbled out of her mouth. Nearly the entire wall was turned into a pile of melted rocks, with parts shimmering slightly as though it were a mirror. Her mind attempted to cling to anything sensible. Still, it inevitably ran away from reality as she wondered if she were experiencing a nightmare and would awaken at any moment. The dreadfulness experienced during the countless battles she participated in didn't come close to what existed before her eyes. "Young master, what have you?" She jerkily turned her head towards the boy. The young noble casually raised an eyebrow as he directed his attention towards her. "Watch your tone," a voice hissed venomously at her. Compared to the fiery inferno she had barely survived, the familiar cold darkness that rushed towards her like a shadow hungrily searching for life was like being doused in freezing water. All thoughts of anger directed at the young master immediately fled from her thoughts as she turned her head to look at the white-haired woman who appeared as though she would prefer being inside a cemetery with her pale skin, similar to a corpse. "Please be calm. Our master was merely testing his abilities after you challenged him." Velisandria turned to observe the black-haired servant, who had been silent for most of their interactions. She had even wondered if the servant was interested in what they had discussed, seeming to be lost in her own matters likely related to her duties towards the young master. Even if it wasn't as intense as the other servant, the woman had a strong voice. But even though there wasn't any of the murderous intent laced in the servant's words, it was clear that the black-haired woman expected that her words be listened to, and consequences would follow if disregarded. While Velisandria had experience dealing with difficult servants, the servants of the young master were beyond anything that she had experienced in the past. The way the woman spoke reminded her of that day when she first talked to the young master, learning that the black-haired woman was in charge of handling all the affairs of the young master. Whether due to how she had been disrespectful or some other matter, the head servant seemed slightly cold towards her compared to when they first met. It caused her to curse under her breath, not wishing to make the young master an enemy, considering what she had witnessed upon their first encounter, and after the young master had displayed his terrifying control of magic. Sighing, this is what makes dealing with nobles so difficult. One of the main reasons why they come to this academy is to network with other nobles, not completely needing the educational aspects of what we provide. Though the training facilities are nicer than what they could gain access to, the fact remains that they are not like other students who lack the resources needed to tap into their abilities. Velisandria was careful not to voice out her thoughts. Even though she felt frustrated by how nobles acted within the academy, as though it was their own private backyard, the fact was that Illumin needed to be connected to the nobles from the various nearby powers. If they were to lose any of the major groups, there was the real possibility that they would either be swallowed up by the kingdom or empire. Velisandria knew better than to assume that Illumin was safe from the empire because they existed within the kingdom. But at the same time, even with her limited understanding of politics, she understood that the influence of the Lunar Empire was also why Illumin was able to retain their autonomy despite existing within the Helios kingdom. She carefully studied the servants of the young master. After their meeting inside Leaf Village, the things she saw were beyond anything she had seen. Shuddering slightly to herself, images of what the young master had created with not just the flames, but also the lightning made it clear that his family had far more secrets than the typical noble. Deep inside her chest, she even wondered whether the young master was stronger than those from the Empire. A voice inside her wondered what it would mean if that was the case, and what kind of an impact it would have in the surrounding area. Chapter 5, Part 15, Book 1, Fantasy World. Sorry for my enthusiasm. I had not considered how much power I had used. I hope that you are well and my childish antics have not done harm. The young master offered out a hand. Velisandria blinked at the hand before she looked down and realized she was now on her knees. Before, she had been kneeling, but somehow, during the time that the young master had ended his demonstration, and when the servants had chastised her, she had dropped to her knees. Her head still felt slightly dizzy from earlier, and her body did not feel as though it was back to full strength. Noticing the hand still reaching out to help her, Velisandria's face turned bright red. Thank you, my lord. Velisandria accepted the gesture. Standing back up was difficult, and her legs quivered as she placed a foot on the ground to help push herself up as she pulled on the hand of the young lord. Slowly she began to stand up. One thought she had was how sturdy the young master was, his hand not even budging despite her weight. Since she was still wearing her armor on top of her modest weight, even well-trained members of the disciplinary committee would struggle and need several of them to help someone back up. Even if she did receive assistance to get back up, the way she would proceed was significantly different than how the young master offered. As her face became warmer, she actively avoided meeting the direct gaze of the young master. Velisandria was keenly aware of how much leverage she was applying while getting back up. She tried not to think how strong the young master's arms would be and how stable his footing was. Finally, standing, Velisandria took a moment to make sure that her balance was good and that she wasn't going to topple over. Her breathing was slightly heavy, her chest rising and falling under the armor. Thank you, my lord, for your help. This time, Velisandria forced herself to meet the gaze of the young master. Stop behaving like a schoolgirl, Velisandria. The young lord was just doing the noble thing by offering a hand, even if the way he helped was beyond anything most students at the academy could do. She furiously yelled at her inner thoughts. The last thing she needed to do was embarrass herself even further by having such indecent thoughts with a student who was several years younger than her. Velisandria raised a fist to her mouth, coughing into it. My lord, she discreetly glanced at the servants before returning her attention to the young master. While I would be the first one to admit that my strength is not the strongest in either of the kingdom or empire within the academy, there are not many who could claim to be above me. She could feel her cheeks burn. Taking a deep breath, she continued, with that said, I am curious how you were able to display such a degree of power. The young master raised an eyebrow. I would think such a question would be a little inappropriate. Velisandria began to clench her teeth before stopping herself. Tilting his head slightly, the young master's eyes drilled into her. But, I assume it would be a little troubling to have an individual like me inside of this academy without even having tried to ask something that should normally be private. He didn't immediately answer, his eyes searching, seemingly to search for something. Having such a direct gaze caused Velisandria to be slightly uncomfortable, as she was not used to having such attention directed at her. If she were younger, she had no doubt that such an emotion was due to her becoming infatuated with the boy paying close attention to her, but deep down in the darkest recesses of her mind, something which couldn't be ignored was how a deep dread of the person in front of her existed inside. Not only because he knew how much power he could wield without appearing to be worn out by the effort, but also because of the eldritch family behind him. Something about him screamed that being more involved than required would be an awful idea. Just the way his eyes held no empathy caused her to imagine eyes that belonged to the same monsters that devoured her neighbors and her mother. When she gazed into his eyes, her instincts could only call out for her to run. Lady Knight. Flinching slightly and blinking a few times, Velisandria said, I did not mean to pry, my lord. Just based on what I have witnessed, you have sufficiently demonstrated your capabilities. She endeavored to smile while wishing she could have her helmet covering her face. Congratulations, master. The young ruby-haired servant sped towards the young master, an enormous blinding smile on her face. Upon catching the boy, she clung to him while burying her face. Thank you, the young master affectionately caressed the hair of the servant. Velisandria observed the scene in front of her, slightly astonished by how drastically the noble in front of her had transformed his appearance within moments from when he talked with her to his exchange with the servant. The biggest shift was how his eyes softened, and his voice was gentle like an older brother or father interacting with a family member. With such an extreme difference, she wouldn't be surprised if her view of the young master was due to her own mental burdens that still loomed over her. A cloud that continued to block most of the cleansing sun's rays and prevent the dark beliefs from being exorcised. My lord, if you are willing, I would like to usher you to where your identification card will be processed. Velisandria couldn't help but flinch when his eyes returned their attention to her. Though they were not as cold as after he had displayed his magical prowess, she couldn't help but feel inconsequential in front of him. She couldn't help but take a peek at the other two servants. The one with white hair was currently observing her, while the head servant continued to act as though what was occurring around her was trivial. The head servant's dark purple eyes were presently focused on the liquefied walls of the room. Her peculiarities reminded Velisandria of students who primarily devoted their time to researching phenomena in the supernatural world. I wonder if she is interested in research, Velisandria mentally made a note. Though Velisandria didn't enjoy the bureaucratic aspects of her position as the Lady Knight, the experience allowed her to accumulate some awareness when it came to learning how to make associations with those who held more power than her. The problem was that she wasn't fond of such indirect manners, finding them overly manipulative compared to the direct nature of battling an opponent attempting to kill you. But the truth of her current position was ensuring she did not have a hostile relationship with the young master and his servants. Not only is the young master an unknown, at least for me, there are other reasons. Velisandria couldn't help but be painfully aware of the damage that the boy had caused. Returning to look at the young master, the way he directed his attention toward her made her reflexively wonder if the young master had detected her staring at him. You mentioned identification cards. His deep brown eyes observed her. Nodding, yes, my lord. If you do not mind, I will guide you. Afterward, I can guide you to the house that was assigned to you. Velisandria attempted to ignore the glances of the two older servants whose ears perked upon the mention of a house. It was easy to comprehend the types of activities that would transpire inside the new home. She wasn't completely unaware of how nobles behaved around their servants. Her eyes flickered to each of the women, taking note of the curves of their bodies that would make any rational male have carnal thoughts and desires. She wanted to roll her eyes but made sure to maintain a professional image. Thinking about how nobles behaved, Velisandria clenched a fist in annoyance at how nobles acted not only toward servants who were dependent on the money to support families, but also toward working women outside the city. Nobles and the way they often would misbehave was not only something she had to deal with on a frequent occurrence, but also what compelled her to be in conflict with Nathaniel. While she understood that Nathaniel needed to keep a cordial relationship with foreign nobles as the president of the student council, she couldn't help but suspect that something else was happening in the background. At least I have taken steps, Velisandria started to think but then ceased, knowing it wasn't the suitable time. Flashing a smile to the young noble and his servants, she reminded herself that her current job was to be a welcoming guide. Compared to those noble brats, the one in front of me makes them appear like newly born and defenseless kittens. She couldn't help but feel sympathy for the educators who would be in charge of the young master. My lord, Velisandria turned her head to look back at the young master as she headed towards the door that they had entered through. Please follow me, and I will guide you again. She tried to ignore the melted pile of debris, which still glowed and radiated heat behind the boy. Returning to the hallway immediately, the cool air was a comfort as she took a deep breath. Whether due to what had occurred or something additionally applied, the air had felt thin as if she were traveling up a tall mountain. Velisandria couldn't help but make a note to herself that if what those who had traveled to higher altitudes had reported was correct, she now knew that such environments weren't something she was interested in visiting. Quickly, her thoughts became more accessible to her with each deep breath. Blinking a few times, to think that my vision would be affected to such a degree. Velisandria stopped herself at the last second before she clenched her jaw. She could feel a slight pressure on the back of her neck, reminding her of who was currently behind her. Her eyes caught sight of people running across the end of the adjacent hallway, down the main one. Just by their uniforms, she knew they were students and not any of the staff. She took a deep breath to help her think and gave a few precious seconds to contemplate what she needed to do. She knew those at the front desk were likely panicking as alarms went off from the shuddering. While she didn't know if the attack was strong enough to cause the main level to feel it, Velisandria was confident that those on the second floor for thousands of feet around the room, they were inside, would have felt something. There was pressure on her right temple, as she could hear Nathaniel's voice yelling at her about what she had allowed to happen. "I guess sleep will not be much of an option tonight." Velisandria tried to ignore the subtle migraine that was beginning to form as she thought about the myriad of reports that would need to be written up. Reaching the main hallway, Velisandria turned her head to look down the hallway away from the front counter, and then made a turn towards where all the students waiting to sign would be. However, the students could be panicking slightly, not knowing if an attack had occurred on the academy. A corner of her mouth curled into a grimace, considering it wasn't an entirely unreasonable idea. It was accurate that the academy was always balancing on the head of the needle, only shielded by the delicate balance of each of the major powers that had a vested interest in the success of Illumin. Lady Knight, Lady Knight. Blinking as she was hauled out of her thoughts, Velisandria noticed several students in blue uniforms with white highlights. The one to reach her first was a younger man, likely someone who was recently recruited into the support division. Breathing heavily after having left the nearest main area, he raised a hand and ran his fingers through his hair to try to organize his disheveled orange hair. "Lady Knight, there was some kind of attack on the academy." Behind the orange-haired man were two more members of the support division. One was a woman who could be around the same age as the man who just informed her of an attack, while the other was an even younger man. Upon realizing that she was being observed by Velisandria, the woman quickly attempted to fix her appearance, taming her thick blonde hair covering half her face. The woman's face was red, while her eyes tried to avoid direct eye contact. Seeing the woman's reaction, Velisandria couldn't help but be reminded of how she reacted to the young master she was guiding. She couldn't help but be slightly annoyed, thinking of her appearance being equally as ridiculous as the woman in front of her. Taking a deep breath, Velisandria attempted to control her thoughts while also wanting to provide her full attention to what the man in front had stated. "An attack?" Velisandria raised an eyebrow. Furiously nodding, he wasn't even confused by Velisandria's lack of awareness of an attack. "Yes, Lady Knight. Just earlier the floor began shaking on the second level of the tower." She waited to answer. "Has this information been verified?" Velisandria tried not to laugh, understanding the ground shaking wasn't something that could be imagined, not only due to how massive the tower was, but also how long it had existed without any issues having arisen in the past. "No, Lady Knight," the woman spoke up. "The moment the shaking ceased, we came to inform you of the situation since you were nearest to us. We happened to be bringing supplies to the counter when the event occurred." Velisandria couldn't help but lament to herself, knowing that people were now going to be spreading whispers of an attack on the academy, which would need to be corrected without revealing the young master being the cause. If only the privacy of students did not need to be maintained, Velisandria tried not to grimace. "Lady Knight," the man in front of Velisandria asked as his eyebrows rose upon not receiving an immediate response to such an important event. Chapter 5, Part 16, Book 1, Fantasy World. Waving a hand to dismiss the young man's concern, Velisandria slightly shook her head. "There is no attack on the tower." The orange-haired man opened his mouth slightly. Cutting off the man, Velisandria continued, "While I may not speak of exactly the cause of the tremble, you can believe in my words that it was not caused by an external force attempting to do us harm." She tried not to think about how likely it would be for the young master to do significant damage on his own if he desired, purely based on what she'd witnessed earlier. But Lady Knight, the youngest of the three, managed to gather enough courage to speak up. His eyes were wide and he trembled slightly. Breathing out slowly, Velisandria reminded herself that calming others was one of the duties of someone part of the council. While she may not be the best at reassuring others, her heart did feel for the anxiety the students may be experiencing after an event that generally should never occur. She looked each of them in the eyes. I assure you that this academy is safe for all of you. While the shaking was not caused by an external force that wished us harm, I was present to see the reason. After I guide this new applicant and their servants to becoming full-status students, I plan to report the situation to the president. He will be fully briefed and aware of the cause. Velisandria tried to soften her words as she softly smiled at the frightened students. The blonde-haired woman and the other two nodded, their shoulders loosening and their mannerisms demonstrating their inner emotions. Now I am sure you still have other duties to report to, Velisandria reminded them. Yes, Lady Knight, they bowed as they began to turn back toward where they had come from. As Velisandria watched the students begin to make their way back, she had a thought. The three of you. The students paused and faced her. Yes, Lady Knight, the woman in the group asked. I want you to talk to those at the counter, and those on the first floor to share with the students that the matter is under control as directed by the student council. There is no need to spread gossip. Velisandria looked carefully at each student, making sure they understood her words. Why yes, of course, Lady Knight, we will ensure that your will is followed through. The orange-haired man quickly bowed, his face red. Velisandria could tell that those in the various departments within the tower had already spread some kind of rumor about the origin of the violent shaking of the floor. She couldn't help but groan, and made a note that her disciplinary committee would need to go and check to ensure that no one was attempting to cause unnecessary panic about the situation. Just like in any large organization, there would be individuals who would try to take advantage of chaotic circumstances in order to push their own agenda. It was fortunate that members of her department were fully trained to spot those who were either attempting to sabotage the Academy's mission from the inside or individuals who had infiltrated the system to sow discord. I have to deal with the young master and need to stamp out any issues that could sprout from this event, Velisandria thought to herself while trying not to think of the pile of reports that still required her attention. Turning her head, Velisandria smiled at the young master. I apologize for the commotion. We will continue to the first floor. As Velisandria glanced at the young master, she felt a moment of confusion. She noticed a look of pity deep in the eyes of the young noble. The emotion was quickly removed as the young master returned to the cool and apathetic expression that she had become accustomed to when dealing with the individual. It was flashed by brief enough that she couldn't help but wonder if she had imagined it due to feelings of exhaustion from how much work she needed to do in order to catch up after her escapade. Waving the loose thread of thought away, Velisandria continued to lead the group down the hallway. As they approached the main area where students would be gathered to either sign up for a training room or to watch the matches occurring inside the rooms, the sound of the students drastically increased. Just by the sound of the students talking inside the main area, Velisandria had a sense that the students were discussing what the young master had done. How are we under attack? I mean, who would be foolish enough to perform such an act of aggression? A young man's voice echoed down the hallway, mixed with the voices of other groups discussing something similar. You heard the announcement just moments ago. They believe that the shuddering was caused by an experiment performed by an upperclassman that went out of control. A separate voice that sounded as though it belonged to a different group echoed down the hallway. Lady Knight. Velisandria turned her head to look at the young master. I hope you understand my intentions were not to cause such a commotion. My childishness has caused this mess, so I hope you feel free to let me know if I can do anything. The young master's eyes were like those of a boy who had played a prank that had gone out of hand. Bowing her head slightly forward as they continued down the hallway, Velisandria felt marginally better, knowing the young master understood when they had made a mistake and was open to rectifying things. It was materially better than what she would be dealing with after dropping off the young master and returning to her primary duties. Knowing that the young master was an individual who would at least not cause her problems, was a relief, and possibly useful, if she was able to cultivate a professional relationship with the young noble. While Velisandria couldn't help but feel apprehension whenever she interacted with the young master, the fact that he behaved far more appropriately compared to most nobles gave her a slightly better impression. A shiver ran throughout her body. Her subconscious couldn't help but bring up what could happen if his mannerisms were similar to the other nobles and their gangs. Pushing down the thought, she glanced around as they entered the area with all the students who were still gossiping. Velisandria clapped her hands, the sound crashing through the surrounding noise. Several nearby students jumped. One of the female students turned her head, a glare on her face before the expression was wiped away, in addition to the blood slightly draining away. At the same time, she attempted to merge into her surroundings. Seeing that she had gained their attention, Velisandria opened her mouth. "I know that the event earlier has surprised many of you, and there are rumors that the academy is under attack." Her eyes slowly scanned her surroundings, observing the reaction from the students. The expressions on the students' faces ranged from annoyance to fear. A few students didn't bother giving her any attention as they continued to sit in chairs close to one another. "I see that not everyone believed in the rumors." Velisandria knew that the upper nobility would be able to remain calm, understanding how ridiculous it would be for anyone to attack the academy. "I would like to reassure all students that the rumbling was not due to any external element. The incident is due to an experiment being performed, which had also inadvertently caused the disturbance." Velisandria placed a hand on her chest. "As a member of the student council, I reassure all students that the academy is always vigilant of attacks, and we are more than prepared to handle any issue that could arise, far before the academy itself would be negatively impacted. You have my assurance as the Lady Knight and leader of the disciplinary committee." She turned her head to make sure to have eye contact with a few of the students who were still shaking. "I am doing everything in my power to ensure the academy is a safe environment for all attending. Your safety is of utmost importance to me." While she had no doubt that the young master would be able to easily defeat her, she also knew that he and his family were an outlier. There was no possible way that there could be others with similar capabilities to him. And while she couldn't defeat the young noble or anyone connected to him, she knew she was one of the strongest individuals. She had no worry about going head-to-head with others, even if they were stronger than her. The fact was that even if there was a conflict, the situation would be one where she would have the backing of the academy. With that in mind, Velisandria felt comfortable giving the students such reassurances. Even she didn't fully know the capabilities of the academy. The president was the only individual who would have access to the entire arsenal. Nathaniel would also have complete control of the academy guards, even those that I do not have clearance to know about. She had always been suspicious that a part of the academy guards was in charge of clandestine missions inside and outside the academy, who only answered to the sitting president. I would not put it past Nathaniel to create a faction, even within such a group, who would forever be loyal to him. Her thoughts drifted through her mind as she tried to maintain a presence of authority and assurance. Several students let out a long breath, a few slightly cracking a nervous smile, while many appeared to have a weight lifted from their shoulders. The majority of the students nodded at Velisandria's words as they whispered to the person next to them. A few of the whispers were friends chastising the people next to them, or even teasing that the others would believe the academy was under threat. There was an air of embarrassment from those who had felt frightened, but now their faces were red. Velisandria couldn't help but feel her heart warm as she watched a young girl crying as she was comforted by her friends. Turning her head, Velisandria made sure to check the counter. Behind the counter were several of the staff, who were already busy handling student requests to reserve a room. One of the student staff members raised her head and connected with Velisandria's gaze. Blinking a few times, the girl slightly bowed her head before she returned her attention to the student in front of her. In her hand was some kind of document she would occasionally point toward as she talked to the student. Seeing that everything in the main area where they stood on the second floor appeared to be handled, Velisandria directed her attention to the young master. "My lord, I apologize for having you wait. I assure you that it was not my intention to not give you my full attention." Velisandria bowed her head and placed a hand over her heart. There is no need for you to apologize, Lady Knight. I understand you have your duties, which you must attend to. The young master raised one corner of his lips as his eyes twinkled mysteriously. A shiver ran down Velisandria's back. The woman with long black hair, Helenia, nodded her head approvingly. We can see that you take your role seriously. There is no reason to explain yourself about giving reassurances to the students who do not appear to be children who have experienced much danger in their short lives. Correct, the fact that you are a professional just shows that my master is correct in coming to this place. I may still have doubts about whether the people he will meet will be of any value. Still, I do think that this institution will have better chances than other locations. The one called Queen said. Having received praise from the servants of the young master, Velisandria didn't know what to think. Bowing her head, she said, "Thank you, I appreciate your words and will take them to heart." As she raised her head, she looked at the young lord. Now that everything appears to be settled, let us make our way down to the main level. I will also need to report what had transpired to the staff and let them know about what I expect them to do. The young master merely nodded, acknowledging her words. Velisandria couldn't help but glance at the youngest of the three servants, who was still glued to the young master and oblivious to what was happening around her. Clearly, what they were talking about wasn't anything the red-headed girl cared about. Not thinking it was any of her business to judge how others reacted, Velisandria turned around toward the stairs. She noticed that some students entered the second level, their eyes slightly wide. Other students motioned them to enter and indicated that everything was safe. Leading the group, Velisandria walked past the students and reached the start of the stairs that would take them down. The 5 of them descended the stairs, with Velisandria leading the group. Something that Velisandria enjoyed about the steps was how open everything felt. Compared to the second floor, the main area benefited greatly from the sun that poured into it, giving it the impression of being significantly larger than it actually was. Though the size was still enormous, it could fit several towns and small cities inside. While she didn't know all of the tower's history, she did know that it was ancient and likely predated the academy. She never understood what allowed the academy to exist. Since Illumin was built within the territory of the kingdom, part of her never understood why the academy would be allowed to exist and gain sovereign power. For the 100th time, Velisandria couldn't help but think about heading into the main library and doing some research about the academy. Even though she was part of the council and understood many machinations occurring within the grounds, she often felt that the academy was hiding secrets no one knew about. While it was never to the point of thinking the secrets were harmful, being the Lady Knight made it so that she didn't enjoy the thought of not being aware of all things. The ancient secrets may not be helpful, but it was always better to have more information than not have enough. Chapter 5, Part 17, Book 1, Fantasy World. While making their way down the stairs, Velisandria nodded to the students that greeted her. She raised a hand and gave a wave, which caused several of the students to cheer from the attention. I admit that I did not realize how loved you are by the students who attend this academy, the young master said after she finished waving to another group. Velisandria felt her cheeks warm. Turning her head slightly, she addressed the young noble. The attention is mainly due to my position as a member of the student council. Velisandria brushed aside the words. I have not done enough at this academy to deserve such praise from the students. While speaking the words, she couldn't help but remember where she had come from. After the overflow and needing to overcome the challenges that many throughout the surrounding area would need to deal with, Velisandria could never have imagined that she would be able to reach such a point and become such an influential figure in an institution as renowned as Illumin, the great academic city which helped to become one of the many beacons of light within the darkness of the world. You are modest. Clearly you have done great things for the students inside of this institution, the black-haired assistant to the noble said in a voice that anyone would think to be like velvet and captivate the listener. However, underneath the warmth and external beauty was something chilling and ruthless that could emerge without warning. Velisandria merely nodded at the servant's words, worried they would reveal her inner emotional state. As the young noble and his servants began talking amongst themselves, as though unconcerned about her presence, Velisandria released a breath and felt her shoulders loosen. Shaking her head, feeling her blonde hair tickling her skin, she tried not to think about what she thought about her current circumstances. Letting the group follow her, and nodding to the occasional greeting from passing students, she tried to distract herself by thinking of the assorted tasks she had to accomplish for the day. The difficult one was that she would need to brief Nathaniel about what had occurred, and the power that Yi had displayed. Velisandria took a deep breath, the image alone causing her stress. Not only would the president not believe her statement due to how fantastical it sounded, but also due to the relationship they had between them. I understand that the president needs to create an environment that would attract more students, but he should not develop an environment that allows the nobility to believe they have full reign of the facilities. She squeezed a hand and formed a fist. The problem is with the president and his desire to leave a mark on the academy, outside his position. Velisandria gritted her teeth, knowing how much Nathaniel wanted to be remembered in the history of the school. She would need to speak with William, and find out what he thought about handling the president and his interference. Every time their department would find a noble that was violating the rules of the academy and put them into the detention facility of the disciplinary committee. Just like clockwork, someone from the president's office would arrive after a few days and claim that the offending noble should be released from the disciplinary committee's custody. The noble would have a grin on their face, knowing that there was nothing their department could do. While she knew that Nathaniel was trying to maintain friendly relationships with those who were crucial in keeping the academy's position away from any of the nearby powers, Velisandria wished that Nathaniel would leave her department alone and allow her to do her job, ensuring the safety of the academy. Taking a deep breath and unclenching her fist, Velisandria continued to review the items that needed to be finished before the end of the day. She couldn't help but imagine the numerous folders of information waiting for her to review, many of them approvals for events that would be taking place in the future. Her department would soon be taking part in training missions with other departments, but that was still months away. While there was still plenty of time, Velisandria understood the many moving parts necessary to organize such an event. Sometimes I remember when my life was much easier. All I needed to do was follow orders made by someone else. Then my fellow teammates could complain about how unnecessary we thought about the entire thing. A corner of her lips cracked upwards, thinking about how they'd stay up late at one of the popular bars many of the soldiers and mercenaries frequented. I wonder what they would think about me being the Lady Knight. She felt a squeeze of her chest and her eyes slightly tearing up. Slowly breathing in and controlling herself, Velisandria forced a smile that had come naturally to her after so many years. Velisandria turned her head to watch the light showering the interior, enjoying how the white walls of the main floor gave her a peaceful feeling that wasn't found when she performed her duties as the Lady Knight. Thinking of warm thoughts and what she would need to do for the rest of the day as they continued the winding stairs, she couldn't help but think that it would be nice to eat outside under the bright sun and clear sky. I imagine that after going up and down the stairs as often as we will need to while being students here, the journey will feel much shorter once we adapt. Pulled from her thoughts, Velisandria directed her attention to the young master. I can only imagine what the journey would be like going up the stairs to the higher levels, Yi chuckled. Chuckling at the imagery the young master was painting, Velisandria smiled. Fortunately, after going up the stairs to reach the second floor, there are devices that will take an individual to the top of the tower without the need for the stairs. Seeing the young master raise an eyebrow, Velisandria felt a moment of pride after the incident with the door. In addition to the pride, she couldn't help but latch onto the distraction and welcome the distraction from her thoughts. I see the noble is impressed by our elevators. She couldn't help but think to herself, straightening her back slightly. Nodding, she continued. Though we do have students who enjoy the opportunity to walk up the countless steps necessary to get to the top, many find it a great training session that is performed over weeks, and with much preparation, most will choose to take the elevator, which is a significantly convenient method. An audible group of students pulled both parties from the conversation. Yi glanced at a few students walking past them. Several of the female students bowed to greet Velisandria before continuing. The guys who walked with their female friends gave a quick greeting, though their eyes revealed their greater interest in Helenia and Queen. Looking back at Velisandria, their faces turned red, and they scrambled up the steps while attempting not to reveal their thoughts. Velisandria couldn't help but roll her eyes. At the same time, she could empathize with the boys' thoughts. Under different circumstances with my birth, I could imagine that I would fall sway upon laying eyes on their beauty. I do not feel any attraction to the two of them, yet I would be lying to myself if I refused to state how entrancing they are. The three women are as though goddesses that have descended upon the mortal plane, cleansing the surroundings with their presence. Velisandria couldn't help but have such inner thoughts. But she also thought, I am also not foolish enough to trick myself into believing that they would easily eliminate me if I were to become an inconvenience for the one they serve. When she directed her attention back to Yi, he had already returned his attention to the servant that had been latched onto the young master's side. The young servant giggled and made childish comments, causing Yi to laugh occasionally. Feeling a slight tremble, she placed a hand on her other arm as though attempting to comfort herself from the people that she had somehow become tied to. Though the sight of the group gave the impression of the typical young noble, Velisandria couldn't help but think of the reality of her position. She couldn't help but think that whatever happened, her future was now tied with the young master. Something about that night and what she had seen within that darkness was like a stain on her soul. And though she didn't have any proof, Velisandria was old enough to understand that the young master and his family were somehow involved. While everyone else had been attempting to flee from the arrival of the Empire, the young master had been casually enjoying the company of his ethereal servants as though his room was a plane of serenity. Taking a deep breath, thankful that the chills faded from her body. The journey down the stairs was uneventful as Velisandria continued to make note of her day and future events, reminding herself of orders that would need to be passed off to William. She couldn't help but smile, thinking how much harder her life would be without her second in command. Knowing William, he would be at his desk, diligently writing up reports that would need to be viewed at some point. Just him alone sometimes felt like an additional department. She knew others who had attempted to scout William, hoping that he would leave the disciplinary committee and join their committee. Even some of the largest businesses in the nearby area have tried and ultimately failed to attract the serious man. Velisandria thought of a conversation they had while enjoying tea a week before the incident at Leaf Village. The two of them were sitting on the lounging bench inside her office, where guests were entertained. As she accepted the recently poured tea, she used the spoon to mix the milk and sugar added. Around them were stacks of books pulled from the shelves, a few half-opened, with pieces of paper stuck between pages containing notes from their research and to be used as bookmarks. Stacks of paperwork were also haphazardly placed where room was available. On the walls were paintings of iconic locations related to the mysteries in the nearby nations. I heard that a certain student council member had invited you to a luxurious dinner prepared by their private chef. Velisandria casually mentioned as she watched the steam dancing into the air. Bringing the cup to her lips, her eyes observed her second. William didn't even rise to the apparent attempt to get a reaction as he poured fresh tea into the cup in front of him. Once it was filled, he didn't bother to add anything to the steaming liquid. Raising the cup to his lips, the steam was like a wave on the ocean as he blew. Seeming to find the temperature acceptable, William raised the cup and took a sip in a manner that revealed his background. Lady Knight, I understand that you find their incessant offers amusing. I want to remind you that I do not feel the same way. William's eyes slowly rose to meet his superior's, deliberating, ignoring the twinkle in her eyes. Velisandria took a sip of the tea, the sugary liquid helping to rejuvenate her depleted brain power. She couldn't but wonder, not for the last time, whether her second was a human and not a demon in disguise, and how he never appeared to reveal any signs of fatigue that would naturally build up in their line of work. But the fact that William was as competent as he was is why he's in such high demand. Anyways, my job is here by your side. William's eyes stared ahead. What we do is unlike anything the other departments perform. We are the reason why the students can feel safe within the walls of the academy, especially those who do not have the protection of a title. William's eyes directed their attention to Velisandria. I do not believe that any of the other members of the student council would put such effort into protecting students who have no one else they can rely on. Even the teachers who share their knowledge know that if one of the nobles acts up, then they can reach out to our department due to how they know that you are here. The words drifted through the air. Instead of immediately answering, Velisandria's eyes drifted to one of the portraits, which displayed an ancient swamp. She would often look at the piece because it gave the impression of hiding something within the darkness where the sun had difficulty piercing through. After sitting in silence, Velisandria felt her chest warm as she smiled. "Thank you, William," taking a deep breath and letting it out slowly. "I can only stand in front because of all of you being behind me." She looked at William. "I am just a single person and there are many forces at play, even inside the walls of this city. Without all of you by my side, there would be nothing I could do to protect all the students." William silently raised his cup and took a sip. The two of them sat on the lounging bench, both knowing that nothing else needed to be said. Her eyes couldn't help but look at the new piles of paperwork placed on the receiving desk near her own. Though she could take a short moment to rest and regain her mental energy for the work that lay ahead of her department, the ever-growing paperwork would be a constant reminder that breaks would always be short and infrequent in her line of work. But she couldn't help but grin wolfishly after taking another sip. "I would not be the Lady Knight if I was weak enough to break beneath this much pressure." Seeing the bottom of the stairs, Velisandria looked behind her toward Yi. The young master was casually talking with the youngest of the three servants. Their appearance gave off the image of close siblings or friends who lived next to one another, as the servant talked mainly while the young master patiently listened to the girl's words. What impressed Velisandria was how the two of them were so casual and apathetic about the glances they received from students going up the stairs. Their open public display of affection gave the two a pink glow, going beyond the border of a master-servant working dynamic, and being closer to how lovers would appear to behave as they walked around the outer area inside of Illumin. Even Velisandria felt slightly uncomfortable seeing how the two behaved. Velisandria's eyes glanced at the young servant. However, whether due to the woman sensing Velisandria's attention on her or some other sense, the woman's eyes locked onto hers. Her direct stare caused Velisandria to pause mentally, unable to break the line of sight. The Lady Knight didn't feel the same otherworldly chill as she did when dealing with the older servants, but it felt like a sharp kitchen knife sliding gently up her back while held by a lover who caught her husband's mistress. There was a darkness. Immediately, the world returned to how it had previously been. The young servant laughed at a joke she made, smiling without care from having succeeded in causing the young master to chuckle. Velisandria returned to look ahead, feeling cold sweat form and slide down her cheek. Chapter 5, Part 18, Book 1 Fantasy World. The sensation of the servant's chilling stare continued to give Velisandria a sense of dread, which failed to be shaken off even as they reached the main floor of the tower. She couldn't help but feel as if she was being stalked by a monster in a dense forest. The woman's eyes were like long, sharp claws that grazed her body. Taking a deep breath, since they were back on the floor and off the stairs, Velisandria couldn't help but feel better now that she was no longer constrained to the path where the number of people was limited compared to each level, that allowed individuals to naturally congregate amongst themselves. At least if that woman were to do anything, I could attempt to escape with a more open area surrounding us. She couldn't help but laugh out of anxiety, not enjoying the unrestrained hostility directed at her. Wanting to distract herself, Velisandria watched the students make their way up to the second floor, and those casually heading to other parts of the main floor. She could even see students casually sitting on chairs in the area, designated for relaxation and studying near the stairs. A few students bowed their heads slightly before continuing their day, respecting the Lady Knight's time. However, a few female students giggled and whispered amongst themselves as their eyes darted to catch a glimpse of Velisandria, as though she were some celebrity. Velisandria noticed pins were designed after her image was attached to a few female students' uniforms. She took a deep breath while politely smiling at the students. She couldn't help but feel a mixture of emotions. One extreme was being glad to no longer be in a semi-confined area with the young master following her, in addition to the servants who would sometimes stare at her, whether aware of Velisandria noticing the looks or not being beside the point. The other side of the emotional spectrum, she couldn't help but feel, was how she was being surrounded by students who slightly overwhelmed Velisandria with their admiration. I am just a mere bureaucrat who has some responsibility to keep this place safe. She wanted to press her hands into her face in an attempt to calm her emotions. Sometimes, she didn't know what she had done to get such praise from students. Velisandria may not have completely believed it, but she knew that her appearance would be something that would be considered attractive. The problem was that several other members of the council had the beauty that could be regarded as rivaling any other woman on the continent, ignoring the servants who accompanied the young master behind her. She knew that Yi's servants would be seen as approaching the level of divinity, causing anyone who didn't know any better to be captivated by them. Not counting the servants, Velisandria thought of the timeless beauty of the elves from the Elven Kingdom. With their graceful forms, even the ladies of the Lunar Empire would have difficulty claiming to be among the most desired women in the area. Their flawless skin would be complemented by their flowing gowns, a popular style in the kingdom. Even she couldn't help but admire their appearance, which made her feel clumsy and inadequate as a woman compared to how they floated as they walked. Pulling her away from her thoughts were raucous cheers. Velisandria observed a group of beast people who had formed a small circle around a table. Their sizes were just as numerous as the various species, raising their hands to encourage those in the center, obscured by the beast people around them. A few were tall enough that the students of other races appeared to be children. A few students paused momentarily, their eyes trying to spot what was occurring in the center. The few who stopped had their friends tug their arms, indicating their desire to not get involved with the beast people. Seeing the commotion, Velisandria considered making her way to break up the students who were disturbing the relatively quiet area of the first floor. But before she took a step, she threw the thought from her mind. I see that the second floor of the tower is not the only place where people seek to display their prowess. Velisandria took a breath before turning her head. Yes, the beast people tend to be people who enjoy competing against one another as a way to socialize. She addressed the white-haired servant named Queen. One of Queen's brows was slightly raised, as though she were observing children playing at being soldiers. While the expression didn't appear dismissive, there was clear amusement. As though sensing Queen's gaze, one of the beast women turned her head, her eyes searching for the one that had triggered her senses. Velisandria watched as the beastwoman's eyes locked onto Queen. She always appreciated witnessing the sensitivity of the beast people. Compared to how she had developed the skill to detect when someone's gaze landed on her through years of combat and near-death experiences, the beast people developed such senses as naturally as they breathed. The spotted fur on the beastwoman negligibly raised as her fangs were slowly revealed. Sensing the mood, a few other beast people students pulled their attention away from the center of the circle as they tried to find out who was picking a fight with them. Their mouths moved as they communicated in a manner akin to how soldiers would behave in a hostile environment. With smooth movements, each lowered their center of gravity and freed their hands. Velisandria noticed a glitter of light. One of the beastwomen who appeared to belong to the feline tribe, like the spotted one who felt Queen's gaze, extended her claws just enough to catch the light. While the claws weren't fully extended, the sight would be enough to cause anyone to pause before things escalated any further. Beast people were the type who didn't play around when it came to defending their own. I seem to have attracted the attention of one of the beasts. Queen slightly tilted her head while her eyes continued to observe the beastwoman, not paying any mind to the friends of the beastwoman, even after they had realized that Queen was the one who had antagonized them. A queen. I am aware, Master. I have no intention of fighting against children. Queen's head slightly turned to address her master, though she continued to maintain eye contact. The grin on her face grew larger as if to antagonize the leopard beastwoman. Velisandria slowly breathed in deeply, not knowing what she should do with what was playing out in front of her. Alexei picked up a cup filled with warmed milk with chocolate added, a treat he enjoyed upon being accepted into the academy. Raising it to his mouth, he tilted the handle and enjoyed the warm and soothing liquid. He couldn't help but wince as the treat made contact with a cut on his tongue, a gift from the opposing team during their training session. Those human nobles can put up a decent fight when they want. His lips slightly curled as he tilted his head back a bit. His eyes were focused on the pair of siblings, who were arm wrestling to show who was the stronger of the two. "Do you think Anton can win against Bogdan?" A boar beastman snorted with a grin as he nudged his friend. The snake beastman hissed, "I don't know about Anton, but I know that Katerina will show you what she thinks about you using her birth name." The student chuckled as he glanced sideways at his friend. "I imagine you'll look similar to that dwarf who thought trying to pick a fight with her was amusing." Alexei placed his cup on the small table beside him as he shook his head. He would laugh if not for the fact that even he didn't enjoy the idea of going up against that woman who was currently snarling and baring her fangs at her older brother, her biceps bulging as she was slowly pulling her fists back from where it was inches away from the top of the creaking table. There were cheers as many enjoyed watching how Katerina often played around with her opponents, leveraging her larger frame, even compared to many beast folks. Anton panted while whining slightly, the muscles on his arms about to tear through the fabric of his shirt. He didn't even pay attention to the grin on his sister's face as he stared at his hand, which was clamped around his sister's massive hand. "I can already see that he's going to lose this time again," Alexei shook his head. Despite their relationship, if strangers saw the two standing next to one another, they would find it difficult to believe that they were born from the same mother, not just because of the difference in their builds, but also because the younger sister would tower over her older brother like a silent mountain of death. If anyone saw the two, they would wonder if the smaller sibling was being kept as a snack to enjoy later. He knew that Katerina was holding back her strength. She did not want to destroy the table they were using, having been scolded numerous times for the many items they had destroyed during their strength competition that would often occur at least once a day. The fact that the older brother would frequently challenge an opponent he could never win against was one of the traits that gained him much respect not just in their small pack of friends, but in other beastfolk circles at the academy. Though all the various groups may only spend a little bit of time with one another, it didn't change how they would share news about what each of them was doing, and anything significant changes that happened with family matters. Raising the cup of the sweet liquid back up to his lips, Alexei continued to watch the entertaining match of the siblings, ignoring the loud cheers and teasing words, all said in good fun and typical when beastfolks gathered together. It won't be much longer, he thought to himself. Alexei could recognize how Anton was barely hanging on. The young wolfman's eyes were wide, and the occasional growl flowed from his mouth. Anton's desperation was perfectly matched by his young sister, who was like a predator who knew her prey had used all of its strategies and would be devoured soon. She was now stalking and playing with her meal. "Brother, your adorable losing streak will have to continue," Katerina cooed. Snarling at his sister, he said, "I must have missed the part where I've lost." His eyes trembled slightly as he attempted to calmly look into his sister's eyes. "The fact that you believe that you've already won is the reason why it won't be long until I win. Your overconfidence in besting me will be your inevitable downfall." Listening to the usual banter of the siblings made Alexei snort, feeling it silly how they behaved in a manner that was counter to what many would expect a sibling relationship to be like within the territory of the Beast Alliance. He shuddered slightly at how Katerina gazed at her brother, never understanding what went through the woman's mind. Feeling a slight change in the air, Alexei furrowed his brow. Sensing how his muscles coiled slightly, a smell slowly permeated the air. It didn't take him but a moment to recognize where he had smelled it before. Decay, the word flashed through his mind. Opening his mouth slightly to give out an order, Alexei noticed Sasha and a couple of beastfolks turn away from the game. Alexei couldn't help but frown with confusion when he noticed how Sasha's fur was raised. Seeing the fur being raised, his eyes naturally rose, and he looked at her face. Sasha's face had always been one of cool beauty, not nearly as aggressive as Katerina's, while also being able to be a humble individual, unlike Mila. Alexei pulled his thoughts away from Sasha and recognized that something had alerted her. He couldn't help but sense something approaching them as he watched how Sasha's eyes carefully scanned her surroundings. It was apparent that she had yet to locate the source of her unease. This only made the apprehension within grow as the smell in the air now clung to his fur. Alexei was aware of Sasha's experience when it came to real-world combat. Sasha had numerous encounters with not just monsters, but also slavers who hunted down beastfolks to be sold to humans, especially the nobles of the empire. While beastfolks had a heightened sense of danger, Sasha was someone that could easily be part of her tribe's military force. Alert everyone that we may have trouble heading our way. Alexei didn't bother addressing his words to anyone, knowing it would spread like a spark in a pile of dried kindling. The group that had been cheerful moments ago now had an air of strain, like Anton's biceps, as he continued to struggle to regain any advantage lost against his sister. His fist was now inches away from touching his side of the table and marking another defeat against Katerina. Neither sibling had made any indication that they were aware of or even cared about the material shift in their group's mood. Both only cared about who was in front of them and the primal desire to defeat the person who dared to challenge them. Alexei didn't bother yelling at the siblings, knowing that if things were to escalate into a fight, the siblings would be the first to jump into the new conflict, seeing the current competition as merely a warm-up, and not to be taken seriously despite how they looked to viciously tear the other apart. "What do you think?" Mila asked as she walked up to where she had been standing with Elena. An eyebrow raised as she slowly turned her head to try and locate the origin of the shift in their group. Among the student body who have been here for over a year, few would be foolish enough to pick a fight with our group. Snorting, she grinned to reveal her sharp teeth. Even the human nobles take a moment to rethink their decision to go up against us. Alexei didn't say anything to Mila's words. While he did agree with her assessment, it didn't change the reality that many groups within the human population of the academy weren't fond of non-humans attending the Illumin. He also knew that there were new students who were being accepted during this time of the year. There are undoubtedly several new students who would think that picking a fight with beastfolks would be a good way for them to elevate their own status. Alexei, Mila directed her attention to Alexei, turning her head to look down at where he stood due to how she towered over him. Sasha isn't one to be spooked by some young noble thinking it was their opportunity to look good in front of their friends. Alexei took a deep breath as he opened and closed his fists, as though getting them warmed up for a fight. "I also can't help but get the sense that we've attracted the attention of something." He whispered the words as the smell continued to grow stronger, as though they had walked into an ancient battlefield. Chapter 5, Part 19, Book 1, Fantasy World. Mila's eyes widened at Alexei's words. She opened her mouth, ready to voice her thoughts, but at the last moment stopped. Her attention shifted to where Sasha was now looking. A corner of her mouth twitched into a sneer. "I guess we were overreacting. The person walking towards us is just a group of humans. One is just a woman with white or silvery hair, though I'm impressed with her height for a human." Her words paused before continuing, but for some reason the Lady Knight is with this group. Alexei's ears flickered at learning about the presence of the Lady Knight. Slowly getting up, Alexei didn't enjoy the idea that the student council was somehow involved. While none of the members had acted with hostility towards beast people, a few didn't bother to hide their thoughts about how they viewed human and non-human relations and merely tolerated the presence for their own selfish interests. It was easy to spot the Lady Knight due to how she was always clad in armor. She exuded the aura of someone familiar with the darker side of societal relationships. Despite being human, how she would carry herself garnered great respect amongst the beast people living inside the academic city. The Lady Knight also treated beast people with respect, allowing them to practice activities connected to their societal culture, different from not just humans but the other non-humans. This was why Alexei was confused by seeing the Lady Knight not only walking alongside the instigator, but not seeming to do anything to stop the clash from occurring. Using Mila's description, Alexei's eyes searched for the one who had instigated Sasha. But as his eyes landed on the woman who couldn't even be described as a fighter, all the fur on his body stood on end. A chill slowly seeped into his body as his instincts took over. He immediately recognized who she was, remembering the group walking up the stairs while being escorted by the Lady Knight. The encounter was one that had left a strong impression on him. "Sasha," Alexei growled. Hearing the urgency, Sasha tore her attention from the woman as she turned to look at Alexei. An eyebrow raised, not understanding why Alexei had called out to her. Alexei understood why Sasha would be confused, considering how they would respond to someone's antagonism. Still, this time, he looked Sasha directly in the eye before slightly shaking his head. Sasha's eyes widened before narrowing and her ears flattened. "Sasha," Alexei repeated, but in a calmer voice before shaking his head again. Sensing something was wrong, Sasha's ears drooped and her body relaxed. The rest of the group watched the exchange between Sasha and Alexei, even the siblings who had finished their match. The difference was that they were entirely lost by what was happening, but understood something significant had happened. Alexei now switched to the woman a few feet from their group. Sniffing the air, he couldn't help but feel relieved to no longer smell death permeating through the air. He had made the connection, and the smell was somehow connected to the woman. Nodding approvingly, the woman's gaze first studied Sasha's far more submissive demeanor compared to her earlier self after Alexei chastised her. Her eyes slowly moved so that she now watched Alexei. "A queen." Alexei looked to the source of the voice and saw a man of similar height as himself, the same one he had encountered on the stairs earlier. The man's presence was barely noticeable compared to the white-haired woman, as though he blended in with the background. But there was strength in how he called out to the woman, as though he had no doubt she would listen to his command. Just as when he had first seen the man, Alexei couldn't help but feel a wrongness. While he didn't understand why his instincts directed him to have such a feeling, it was never wise for him to ignore his gut feeling, which was rarely wrong, and had saved him from numerous dicey situations. Not even bothering to explain herself, the woman merely bowed her head slightly to the group before walking back to where the man stood. "What was that about?" Mila narrowed her eyes, her ears slightly flattening as her tail was still. "Don't," Alexei cautioned her. He didn't stop observing the group walking toward the administrative counters, where students were lined up, waiting to submit their assignments or paperwork that needed to be regularly provided to the school. Seeing that there wouldn't be any kind of confrontation, Alexei couldn't help but feel they had somehow dodged a storm they weren't ready to handle. Alexei sighed deeply, not realizing he had been holding his breath. "My lady, thank you. While I have no doubt that such individuals would not be a challenge for you, a confrontation between you and other students would have been an incident that would put me in an uncomfortable position." Velisandria bowed her head. A slight smile formed on Queen's lips. "I had no intention of doing anything to them. I was merely curious about how they would react since I sensed their group was formidable compared to the other students I have seen on this tour." Velisandria nodded as she glanced back at the group that they had long passed on their way to the administrative tables. "I can confirm that most beast people in this academy are quite experienced in combat due to the environment many of them were raised in." Han casually listened, slightly interested in learning more about the world he'd be living in for quite some time. The benefit of entering the academy was interacting with others from various backgrounds, forming casual friendships and bonds as he played the role of a student. He couldn't help but think of what life would be like inside a place that appeared similar to historical private schools that had long faded away when he was on Earth. Many of such historical, educational institutions were shadows of their former selves as the world modernized and became smaller. While many of the changes were necessary in order to survive in an environment that wasn't friendly to those who failed to adapt to changing economic forces, seeing such environments in movies and television shows often made him curious about what life was like. The largest differences between the academy on Eletran and a private school on Earth were the people's ability to use magic and the various races that lived with one another. Though it was unusual to have so many individuals from noble families in one location, the concept of nobility wasn't foreign. However, it was far rarer than in the past. Han couldn't help but observe beast people going about their day, and the elves who continued to have an air of indifference hover over them. He also saw other races but was unfamiliar with who they were. A few were small in height, which made him wonder if they were dwarves, but it was always possible that they were of a different race. Master, Brittany tilted her head to the side. He shook his head. I was just thinking of how much fun I was going to have with all of you while we attend this place. Helenia walked near him, though she gave him space. The corner of her mouth rose as she listened to her master's words. The number of students around them grew as they approached the outer area of the tower, near the entrance they entered. While a few of the students glanced at Han and his servants, for the most part people concentrated on going about their day, whether it was to get in line at one of the many desks that faced the outer area of the tower, or to catch up with friends after a long day of classes. There was the typical joyous environment that always existed at a school, especially during the periods between classes. As you can see, students will often come to the tower to catch up with friends and take a break before they either move to the next class, organize a study session at one of the many nearby libraries, or meet with teammates to accept a mission from the Adventurers Guild. Velisandria raised her voice as she addressed the group. The sound of her voice was slightly drowned out by the loud voices of the students around them. Their pace slowed slightly as the density of the crowd of students continued to increase. While many of the students noticed the Lady Knight and Han's companions and attempted to casually scurry out of their way, the problem was that there wasn't much room for even students who had a little sweat begun to form from being so close to them against their own desire. A few students would even look around them, their eyes wide and attempting to locate any crack that would allow them to flee like a mouse smelling the scent of a predator. I can relate to their emotions. Han watched how a few of the socially anxious individuals behaved. Even I had to adapt to being around people who made decisions and preferring if I were to never be within earshot of them. Even being on the same floor would cause me a slight bit of trepidation. Han thought of all the times he would have to participate in meetings throughout his career, from being a lowly student to someone of some worth at his current job. At least people told me I needed to value myself more than I actually did. Han couldn't help but chuckle and wonder what they would think of him in his current role. As he was lost in thought while mildly listening to what Velisandria explained slightly ahead of them, his eyes continued to roam and appreciate the architecture of the tower. He wondered what people who designed a place were like, and how much time they had spent designing a structure, such as the one he was currently walking through. While he never learned architecture, Han admitted that he enjoyed observing buildings and casually reading articles discussing why certain styles would become popular. This was why he appreciated the journey through Illumin on their way to the academy, appreciating the beauty of the world he would reside in for a time. Maybe I should explore the rest of this world, Han thought to himself, tucking the thought away to be referenced later. Approaching the counter he had seen the first time they had entered, Han turned to see a line of people waiting to approach the next available employee. His eyes grazed over each of the students who attempted to not be as obvious about their interest in the people who had cut to the front of the line and were being escorted by a member of the student council. A few students were significantly taller, especially those of the beast people who came in various shapes and sizes. Just seeing them was still something that intrigued Han, who was interested in how not all of them were completely animal in appearance. While there were individuals who appeared to be animals and only had humanoid body shapes, some either had the lower half completely animal in form or their entire bodies were human in appearance, with only mild signs that revealed their lineage. I guess I wasn't unusual for how I created my own servants that would be considered beast people. Han marveled and couldn't help but think about how artists would sometimes arrive at the same outcome without having met one another and living entirely separate parts of the world. Han couldn't help but reminisce about his undergraduate school days. He had formed a close friendship with a classmate, and they studied together throughout the semester. In addition to their studying, Han enjoyed hanging out with his classmates outside of class. Due to how often they talked with one another and shared ideas over the subject matter they were learning in the class, at one point while taking an exam, Han and the classmate had ended up giving out identical answers for the multiple choice, and nearly the same answers on the written portion as well. He couldn't help but smile when he remembered the professor, how he approached the table they'd always sit at, and how he asked to see the two of them after class. When the class ended, the professor had a stern but slightly bewildered expression as he explained what had occurred. The two of you have answers that are nearly so identical that if it wasn't for the fact that on the day of the test, I had assigned random seats, the two of you wouldn't be talking with me, but instead with the department head, and possibly being in front of a review board for cheating on a test. His eyes drilled into each of our own, ensuring that we'd understood how serious of a matter it was, and that only luck was the reason for nothing being escalated, and doubts of cheating being removed. My lord. Han turned to focus on the voice, realizing that it was Velisandria, who had an awkward smile on her face. Even the uniformed bird-beast person didn't know what to do as they slightly cocked their head to the side. My apologies, my lord. Velisandria slightly bowed her head. I merely wanted to explain that we would begin the process of going through and inputting your information through the system. We will also create your student identification card, which will be invaluable at the academy, and used not just for identifying you, but also for various services and benefits provided for being a student. The beast person glanced at Velisandria before bowing. That is correct, my lord. The words stumbling at the end. I will be asking a few questions as I input the information into our system so that your card will be connected to you and provide you with everything we have to offer. Chapter 5, Part 20, Book 1, Fantasy World. Han observed the beast person, finding it slightly amusing that the birdman lacked the recognizable facial expressions that humans were most familiar with. Though the words that spilled out of the birdman clearly indicated a slight degree of trepidation, the issue was how the feathers covered any indication of emotions. Just staring at the individual would lead Han to think that nothing was wrong, and that it was just a typical day for the worker. I get the feeling that I'll need to learn more about the various beast people, since many of them aren't as expressive as the canine and feline species. Something that comes to mind is reptiles. Han found himself lost in thought. To the others, Han was merely standing in front of the counter and staring emotionlessly at the beast person. My lord, the birdman cautiously asked, as though worried about interrupting such an influential individual while they were in thought. I think I understand what you will be doing. A slow smile emerged on Han's face. Since this is my first time attaining such an item, I do admit that you have piqued my curiosity. While it may not have been his first time getting an identification card, let alone a school ID, Han was sincere about his interest. When thinking of a fantasy world, he never imagined that they would have items that could have easily been found on Earth. He was also interested in the underlying technology, which likely incorporated magic since it didn't appear they had made scientific discoveries with which he was familiar. The birdman glanced at the Lady Knight. Velisandria merely nodded her head. Is it possible for me to ask for your family background? The birdman asked. Han's eyes widened slightly as he noticed Velisandria imperceptibly stiffen. Information about Master's family is not allowed to be shared. They are an old family that prefers to stay out of any attention. Helenia's voice was like a knife that cut away any further thought on the matter. Though Han saw that the birdman flinched slightly from Helenia's emotionless voice, he was impressed that Velisandria hadn't made any additional movements, as though she had already braced herself for the response. It was possible that with her training, the Lady Knight had adapted to the pressure that Helenia's presence created. He couldn't help but imagine it being similar to a new employee who would be initially shaken when in the presence of a director, but quickly adapt as time passed. The birdman bobbed his head up and down. Yes, there is no need to input this information if the party is not interested in divulging the information. He took a moment to gather himself before continuing. Have you received any formal schooling outside of your family? His eyes shifted slightly towards Helenia. Master only received training from the staff who worked for Master's family. Helenia once again answered instead of Han. Though Han didn't mind answering the questions directed at him by the birdman, he couldn't help but enjoy how Helenia was taking care of all the administrative matters that didn't hold much of his interest. This continued for some time, the birdman asking questions while Helenia answered them or withheld from giving an answer. The process was relatively tedious, though Han couldn't help but find it fascinating to watch the birdman use his claws to tap on something just out of view. He wondered if such a device was similar to a computer due to how there was some crystal screen that the Birdman was reading off of. The Birdman would ask a question, and then glance at the screen, as though he was ensuring the information received was correctly recorded. "We appreciate your cooperation, my lord." The Birdman turned his attention to Han after typing in the last bit of information he'd received from Helenia. Reaching a clawed hand to the side of the counter, the Birdman pulled open a drawer and grabbed an item. Placing the item on the counter, Han could see that it was a card with a symbol embedded in the material. "My lord, your identification card will take a little time to be made, so you will have this temporary card during this period. Just like your identification card, it will serve to prove that you are a student at our academy and allow you access to all the services granted to students." The Birdman also pulled out a slightly thick booklet and placed it beside the card. "This is your student manual that will provide the basic information that is useful to students. Inside, you will learn what services are provided for no extra charge and the rules that all students will be expected to follow." The Birdman's eyes glanced at Velisandria. Velisandria bowed to Han slightly. "As you already know, I oversee the disciplinary committee. My duty is to ensure that all students treat one another with respect and that everyone within Illumin follows the rules of the academy. Though I understand that my lord has every intention to follow the rules, I would be indebted if there were no issues while my lord attends our institution." Han simply nodded. Before Han could reach to take the identification card, Brittany glided forward and scooped up the items before handing them to him. "Thank you," Han shook his head slightly, finding how she sometimes behaved amusing. Han turned the card so he could see the front. The card glittered slightly in the light of the sun, as though the material it was made from was some crystal. He couldn't help but notice how much weight it possessed, entirely different from what he was used to with plastic and paper cards that were sometimes laminated. "Heavy," Han casually said. "The material is quite durable, even if the card is only temporary. Since students are expected to engage in activities assigned by the Adventurers Guild during their academic years, it would be inconvenient if the card were to break and need to be replaced frequently." Velisandria nodded. "Please be careful with it, though," the Birdman interjected, wincing slightly from his slightly forceful voice. "While we will provide a replacement at no extra cost, the process of creating the cards is quite labor-intensive. We do make sure to manufacture enough cards, but it would be significantly more convenient for everyone involved if the cards did not break due to carelessness." Rotating the card in his hand, Han nodded. "I understand." He looked at the Birdman and smiled. "My preference is not to cause unnecessary work for others, so I will take good care of it." Opening the jacket, Han slid the card into one of the large pockets. He couldn't help but find it funny how the place that would typically be where he'd have placed business cards was now where he'd keep his identification card for a magical and exclusive academy. Even though it had only been a few days, Han couldn't help but feel that the experience he'd been having in Eletran was precisely what he needed. In addition to his creations, the idea of meeting new people in a foreign land was a comfortable thought. It only helped increase his curiosity about what would happen in the future. "My lord." Han's eyes glanced at Velisandria. "While I could escort you to the Adventurers Guild, I believe you would prefer to see your residence. Please let me know if you have a different opinion," Velisandria stated. Han considered whether it would be a good idea to stop by the Adventurers Guild. Still, after thinking about it for a moment, he realized that it would likely make sense for them to register after classes had started, since it seemed like something that could be done at any point in the future. He directed his attention to Helenia. "What do you think?" Though he had already reached a conclusion, it would be a good idea to consult Helenia on the matter, considering it was possible that he had missed something. Helenia slightly nodded. "I believe it would be better to stop at the home the Academy has selected for us. There is also the matter of Master not having had the opportunity to have a meal since this morning. A lunch where Master could relax would be better, in my opinion." Han's eyes widened slightly, not having realized that it was indeed a little after when lunch would be taken. Due to his excitement, he didn't think about how much time had passed while they were in the tower. I do like that idea, Helenia, Han nodded approvingly. He was pleased he had asked Helenia. Even though the outcome of their going to the house the school had assigned them was the same, Helenia noticed something he had overlooked. Redirecting his attention to Velisandria, Han smiled. I think it would be a good idea to head to the house first. This has already been an eventful day, so resting before classes start would be nice. As you wish, my lord, Velisandria nodded before she looked at the birdman and silently communicated with the worker. Walking away from the administrative counter, Velisandria motioned ahead. My lord, if you will follow me, I will guide you to your home. As you already know, the home is relatively close to the tower, so reaching it will not take long. Master, you are officially a student now, Brittany cheered as she clung to his side. Rubbing the top of her head, thank you, Brittany. Even if it was unlikely that I would be rejected, considering the amount of money we had paid up front to the academy, it is still a nice feeling to know that I have accomplished my goal. Han couldn't help but smile. Compared to in the past, being accepted to the academy was a smooth process where there wasn't a need to feel anxious. Congratulations, Master, Helenia voiced her emotions. I did not doubt that you would have been able to become a student, Master, Queen added. I mean, even if we had not provided the amount of money that we did, it was unlikely that they would be foolish enough to reject you after seeing what you are able to accomplish with your magical abilities, let alone the physical strength. Queen grinned, with a slight childishness that contrasted her typical cold demeanor. He nodded, I believe that you are correct. Han glanced at Velisandria ahead of them and switched to his mental connection with his creation. Based on how the Lady Knight reacted to my demonstration, there does not appear to be a need to reveal anything stronger unless there is a unique situation. Like what, Master? Brittany glanced up at him as she lay her head on Han's shoulder. Shrugging his free shoulder. I do not know. It would likely be something that even the academy did not account for and would normally cause a devastating outcome. While following the Lady Knight, Han couldn't help but think that such a dire scenario wasn't unreasonable, since even on Earth, where information was widely available, people would still make foolish mistakes out of arrogance. Based on what he had seen so far and how people behaved in the world he currently found himself in, there was an atmosphere in which people may not fully work through problems, and instead rely on their status, at least with the nobility. He wouldn't be surprised if a noble behaved in a manner that endangered others, just out of a need to show off their ability. As his group walked toward the exit to leave the tower, Han observed the students. He could see that there was a wide range of backgrounds. While it wasn't easy to separate the nobles from the commoners or even those who came from merchant families, the way a few would frown when checking out others made it easy to spot those who believed they were superior compared to others. Seeing those who felt superior were likely walking on a high, similar to how he thought of not needing to worry about being accepted into the academy. While he may not know the status that the academy provides, it was easy to make assumptions that being accepted into the school was a challenging one. There would be some level of skill and ability needed to not only apply, but also to be accepted. He couldn't help but wonder if his current feelings were similar to those who applied to universities using their family connections, on top of their parents having attended the school. Though he had always hoped to attend an elite university, which would have changed the course of his life, Han was also aware that he lacked the resources and connections. This was on top of his experience attending a school and learning that getting accepted was only a tiny part. Once he entered, there was not only the need to attain high grades, but also an element of socializing that he'd never had the experience of while growing up. Upon exiting the tower, the light that had been diffused as it entered the structure was now bright and unrestricted. Han couldn't help but blink a few times as he tried to adjust to the intensity. However, once he adapted, he could see the surrounding school, which would easily be confused as a small city with a large number of people walking about. Master, I am glad you are enjoying yourself, Helenia mentally said as she brushed back her hair behind her shoulder as the gentle breeze danced across her skin. Turning slightly to look at Helenia, Han raised an eyebrow and grinned slightly. What gave you that impression? Helenia's eyes smiled as she stated, as your first creation, How could I not sense the joy radiating from your body, my beloved master? Hearing her words, Han couldn't help but nod as he looked at Brittany and Queen. Giving Brittany a gentle kiss on her forehead, he took a deep breath as they continued to follow Velasandria to their new home.